Anderson Heating and Air, locally owned and operated with over 50 years of experience. Call us today and get a free quote on a brand new furnace and AC, financed and available. Don't wait. Call us today and sign up for a maintenance agreement and stay cool. Our maintenance agreements will ensure that you're first in line if you have an emergency, and we'll send one of our service techs out for cleanings twice a year. Call us at 557-0958 or request an appointment on our website. Call Anderson Heating and Air, where your emergency is our emergency.
Why choose Kelly Chevrolet? We offer a wide selection of new and used inventory with a team that guides you to your perfect fit. Our certified pre-owned options ensure peace of mind with warranties and rigorous inspections. Competitive pricing, flexible financing, and convenient trade and services, making your dream Chevrolet a reality. Trust our experienced service team to keep your vehicle in top shape, and enjoy free car washes as long as you own your vehicle.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, SummitCitySports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Yo, what's going on? It's Antoine Taylor with Matrix QB. I'm so excited to announce our new book, The Quarterback Toolshed, strictly designed to help you slow the game down so that you can speed up. Whether you're a parent, a coach, or a player, it's jam-packed with information. We're going to help you slow the game down by giving you a mental processor so that you can speed up. This resource has all the things you need, from reading the defense, passing mechanics, pre-snap filters, coverage ID, and much, much more. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to see you on the inside.
Welcome in, everybody. This is the 2024 Traction AP Midwest Exposure Showcase. This is ran by Traction Athletic Performance. As you can see, we have contact details for Dre Muhammad, who runs Traction AP, does a great job with all of our local athletes. This year, in particular, with two very big recruits in Tay Johnson, heading to the University of Notre Dame as a defensive back, also a standout receiver, special team returner, played some quarterback last year for his high school Northside, along with Mylan Graham, the two big names from the class of 2024 here in Northeast Indiana. Mylan Graham, a 4-year player over at New Haven High School. Mylan certainly started to make a name for himself after his sophomore year. Both the guys with Tay Johnson and Mylan broke on the scene their freshman year and showed you why they are so special with their God-given abilities, but also a great work ethic to go with it. Mylan once again heading to the Ohio State University. Some other big names from this class around the area was Braden Steely. Steely, who had suffered an injury during his junior year, starting to get fully recovered now as he's getting ready to head to Western Michigan to play for the Broncos. Steely, a great all-around performer here in Northeast Indiana. Made his name as a safety, a very hard-hitting safety, and last couple of years as a running back as well for the Carroll Chargers, a 6A school who, in Braden's junior year, became the first school from Northeast Indiana to make it to a 6A state championship game. Obviously, Steely being a big part of that. And Braden, along with the other two that I mentioned, are guys that we've seen at this Traction AP Showcase ever since their freshman years, where there was no doubt about it that they could hang and compete with some of the older guys. Today we're going to be looking at the class of 2025 through 27. And this first group, it'll run from 12:30 to 3 p.m. We have offensive linemen, defensive linemen, running backs, tight ends, and linebackers. It's going to be an interesting year, to say the least, here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, at the running back position. Class of 2024, Uriah Buchanan had a breakout season for the Snyder Panthers, leading the Panthers to a state championship win. Buchanan with just explosive speed at the second level. Had some big touchdown runs there in the state championship game as Snyder easily handled Decatur Central. And Bishop Lures and assistant coach Darion White a part of that program. Darion also a part of Traction AP. His sons play for Bishop Lures. They won a state championship 40-3 over North Posey. So Bishop Lures, who really has been a top-tier program in the whole state of Indiana throughout the years, adding another state championship under their belt. I know that was a special one for Darion, coaching with his sons.
It was a great time, Jeff.
Oh, there we are. How you doing, Darion?
I'm good. How you doing, Jeff? Always good to be out here with the kids and you to do another one of these showcases, man. I'm excited.
100%. And I was just telling the guys how, boy, it was just a few years ago when we had a young Braden Steely and a young Mylan Graham and a young Tay Johnson out here competing with a lot of the older guys. This is class 2025 to 27, so we'll be seeing some sophomores, juniors, and seniors to be. But, wow, what a great class we just graduated, naming those three guys, plus a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy how fast time goes, man. I can remember when those guys you mentioned were out here as freshmen and sophomores doing this, and now they're committed to certain colleges and ready to move on to the next level. So that's always good to see. Like you said, we have a really young group that's going to be out here today. We've got some freshmen, sophomores, like you said, 26, 27 classes. A lot of juniors, too, some 2025s that'll need to get some looks. So it's obviously it's a great opportunity for kids to come out here and get a little bit of exposure. Like you mentioned before, we'll be doing a bit of kind of a combine testing today. So you'll see some broad jump. You'll see some vertical jump. We took some height and weights. There'll be a 40, L drill, pro agility. So it'll be everything you'll see in the combine, kind of get them used to what the camps are going to look like in June. And then there'll be a little bit of competition at the end. So excited for today and actually ready to go.
Yeah, we talked about having some of the bigger guys here in this group with the linebackers and tight ends. You know, one of the tight ends last year in this area that really jumped off the film to me was Brady Rode from Carroll High School. How much do you know about Brady? I believe now he's starting to rack up a lot of offers in the recruiting trail, especially from the mid-majors.
Yeah, he's actually doing really well. NEA is a great conference, so obviously you saw the likes of Mylan Graham come out of that conference, Caden Hurst, who will be moving on to go to college. Unfortunately for some of the high school teams in the area, they have another year of Brock Schott to deal with.
Yes.
Obviously plays two sides of the ball. He's very dominant on both sides. I think he's going to get recruited more so on the offensive side than defensive side, but I've also seen them ask him to play some defense in some places. So it'll really be, you know, it's unique when you get a chance to choose. He's one of the few kids that'll get a chance to choose what side of the ball he wants to dominate on. But Fort Wayne, Indiana, and the surrounding areas have to deal with him for one more year. And like you mentioned, most of the MAC schools, a lot of the Big Ten, if it's a Division I school in this region, he's got an offer for him. So excited to see him play another year. Lures will play them week 1, I believe, that this year coming up. So I'll get to see him up close and personal.
Yeah, that can be scary for opposing coaches to try to figure out, because he kind of locks down one side of the field from his left defensive end position. Makes it really tough on opposing coaches. But you're right, everybody wants Brock Schott. His last offer came from Florida State. So Ohio State, Florida State. I always look for Colorado. I like what Coach Prime's doing over there at Boulder. And Coach Prime has even offered Brock Schott.
Yeah, you know, whenever you can get some interest from old Prime Time, that's very unique. You know, if anybody's paid attention to him, he doesn't just ask anybody to come to Colorado.
No.
You've got to bring your Louis Vuitton luggage. So he obviously thinks there's a lot of Louis V in Brock's closet. So Always exciting to get an offer from Dion. I'm sure if any one of these kids could, if you asked them, they would all want one. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. You got to earn it.
Right.
And being here today is part of that process. We've seen Brock in these before.
Yes.
He's been doing a great job of going around to different colleges and getting looked at in person, which is very important. But when you're a kid of his caliber and you start getting some offers, then they come in from everywhere. And I don't think Dion's seen him in person yet, but sometimes it doesn't matter. You trust what a lot of these other organizations and schools are leaning on as far as their information too.
Yeah, and like you said, two-way player. I mean, from what I understand, he could commit to Wisconsin tomorrow and be a starting defensive end for him. A lot of the schools, like you said, like him at tight end. Is University of Miami, the Hurricanes, have been up to Florida a number of times throughout the season to watch him play as a wide receiver / tight end. Now, also on the recruiting trail, especially for the class of 2025, is Jalen White from Bishop Luers High School, and last I saw it was an offer from Toledo, the Rockets. Jalen, such a versatile athlete. I mean, he could step in and play quarterback for you if you needed him to. But, boy, Darian, that's got to be quite the experience right there for yourself following what Jalen's doing.
Yeah, actually it's a very special year for me, obviously. Really unique to be able to not only coach a kid, but see them enjoy some of the successes that you've always been telling them about growing up. And I can just remember them being, I started coaching at Bishop Luers in 2010. And at that time, they were very little kids. And I was fortunate enough to be on a team that was run by, on the field run by Jalen Smith. And so we were at the tail end of 4 state championships in a row. And my kids got a chance to go down on the field after a couple of those state championships and put the medal on. And we took a picture in the middle of the field. And so this year we got to recreate that picture with all 3 of them, so that was a really special moment. But talking about Jalen in particular, obviously, he's my kid. Seeing him grow up from, when he took his first breath till now. He's starting to get some interest from some MAC schools. He's really got some interest from Ball State, Toledo, University of Ohio, a few NAIA schools, so Kent State. So he's still got some work to do. We'll hit the camp circuit this June. Unfortunately, right now he will not compete today. He's dealing with a little bit of a hip flexor injury. We're in the middle of a 7-on-7 season, so we're trying to make sure he's healthy because that's the most important thing. So he's been doing a little bit of PT for that. So we just told him to take it easy for today. Class of 2025, 6'2", versatile athlete, played corner, played safety, played receiver. He was the second leading receiver on our team as far as yards, number 1 in catches. He had an interception and a touchdown in the state game. So that's unique to be able to play both sides of the ball and make an impact. So it's a kid that obviously he has another year left, being 2025, and we're looking at him to have another impact like that again this year.
So right now it looks like, because we do have guys upstairs testing, doing vertical things of that nature. Now we have some of the bigger guys down on the field. We will see some one-on-one drills to watch these guys compete, and a lot of it is going to be testing today here as we have 40-yard dash L drill, which is really important to the college coaches. Basically anything that a college coach is going to want to see as far as the vitals are concerned, Traction's going to be putting it on today. Darian, can you take us through some of the testing that these guys are doing?
Yes, so it'll be a little bit split up today. So from the vantage point of those of you that are obviously following us on YouTube with Summit City Sports or on SummitCitySports.com, we're going to have some of that testing upstairs. So the jumping is upstairs. You won't get to see them do the broad jumps or vertical jumps on screen, but of course we'll have those numbers for you, which you'll see down here on the carpet where we can actually get film of. There's going to be some pro agility drills, some 3-cone drills, and 40 times, and that'll be before we go into competition. So they're broken up by position group. They should be. So we'll be able to see them all in their same position groups as they test. Some of them will be upstairs. The remainder of them will be down here doing some drills until we can get into the competition period, which is what everybody really wants to see. I mean, the numbers are good. We got to take numbers, got to collect them because everybody's judged on measurables. So we'll take that. We'll get that out the way. And then the one thing that people really want to see is how well these kids compete. So we'll do that at the end.
And also very important to have recorded measurables throughout the years, Darian, so you can exactly see how your transpiration from your athletic body is actually going, what things that you need to work on. And there are ways that you can train things like quicks in a vertical. Do you agree?
Absolutely. So everything is in how you train. There's so many different variations of training nowadays when you're just talking performance specifically. And, of course, nowadays with how important it is to be skill-specific, then we also have skill-specific training. So a lot of these kids that you'll see, they'll do a little bit of both. You'll see them do some performance stuff, and sometimes there's guys that train that do both, and a lot of times they separate them out. So a lot of them are in our class with Barricade, with Dimitri, for the Lineman. You'll see some that are from Ty's class with the running back. So you'll see all positions represented. The way they train is extremely important because that's the differentiator. Anybody can put some cones on the ground and run around them, but it really takes somebody to know and understand the kid, how to motivate them, how to keep them going. So there's so much more in training than just making the kid run and sweat. And so, of course, at Traction, with years of experience doing it, we have a process that works. We put kids in colleges, we put them in the pros, and so we don't really try to recreate the wheel, but you want to have all-encompassing. You want to take care of the athlete from every angle. So we want to deal with them mentally, physically, and spiritually. So we will provide some sports psychology. We have a partnership with Donovan Martin. Donovan provides that for our program. We also have yoga through Kathy Little. So we try to make sure that their functionality or their body is correct. And then, of course, we do performance and skill-specific training. So you want to try to take care of them holistically, and we try to do that here at Traction.
You know, it's been amazing to really see the last couple years from AWP moving to Traction AP and Dre Muhammad taking over the program. Obviously, Dre, a standout receiver in college, and then also with a stint in the pros. I believe it was with the Seattle Seahawks. But Dre, throughout the years, has really made a name for himself with the college coaches. And a lot of guys look to him and basically, I don't want to say his advice, but how he perceives these athletes on and off the field, because it's more than just the athletic ability. It's the body language. It's what you bring to the locker room that coaches are really starting to focus on these days. And it's great to see Dre being a huge part of that. And college coaches really seem to really admire what he has to say.
You're absolutely right. And I think more and more nowadays, you have to be able to – the coaches know that they only have them for so much time. After the season's over, and then obviously when school's out, these kids go off and they're doing whatever they do until they come back. So it's always good to have an advocate for you, somebody that's familiar with your program, familiar with the standards, that has a line of communication with you, where if they're going to have the kid in the offseason, they're implementing the same things that you're implementing with your program. And Dre's kind of that guy for a lot of college coaches. They know they're going to come train. Dre is one of the best trainers in the country, so he gets a lot of premier players from a lot of really good schools, and that's really one of the things that they value in him, is that he's going to continue to push the same kind of things that they're pushing with their programs. And so it's always good to have somebody that can advocate for you when you don't have the kids. And so that part of training is a little bit different. It's more than just, like I said, the cone drills. It has to do with relationship with the kid, relationship with the coaches, the programs. And to be honest, he has to be a very honest person. When these college coaches are coming in and they're asking him about players, he has to be honest about them. And then we're very transparent, and we make sure that we tell the kids what we're telling the coaches, because Dre has a reputation, obviously. Right. And so, if he tells them that a kid is ready to go and then they come in and they don't perform, or they can't make it to class on time at a 6 a.m. workout, then it reflects negatively on Dre. So one of the things that he does is make sure that the kids are prepared to take on the responsibilities of waking up on their own, doing their own laundry, feeding themselves, things of that nature that you learn as a kid growing up in college.
Yeah, and over here we're showing you guys the 40-yard dash, and that's ran by Lawrence Barnett. And once again, he's been with Dre throughout this whole process right here. But he brings also some specifics. As he works with a lot of the NFL guys that are training, making that transition from college to the NFL, working them out in the combines. He has learned so much throughout the past couple years, Darion, that it's nice for him to be able to bring that knowledge back to Fort Wayne and just further what these athletes are already being taught.
Yes, absolutely. We're really fortunate to have LB here in town. He flies in from Florida for a lot of our events. He coaches on our 7-on-7 team. He comes in for tournaments. And like you said, he spends most of his time in his day-to-day job preparing kids for the combine. So if you follow him on social media, he spent the last month or so preparing kids for the combine and then going down to the combine, because now they invite the trainers to come in so you can get some little finishing touches on some things before you actually go and run. So he was able to do that. Really unique opportunity. He was able to take some people there with him. They met some players like Caleb Williams and things like that. So it's really cool. I mean, it provides us an access that most people don't have. And him seeing it from a high level view and then bringing all of that stuff that he's learning from down in Florida, dealing with professional players and college players, and he's bringing all that stuff up here and he's giving it to these high school kids and middle school kids. And so it's a value we can't really put a dollar amount on, but we sure appreciate him. You can see he's down here working hard, running the 40 times. He's got the laser 40 up here so you can get some really accurate times, and it's all stuff that he's just in his day-to-day. It's every day for him. It's we're really blessed to have him here. Of course, you know, living in a different state, it could easily let this go, but he understands the value of it, and he understands the pool of talent that we have in Fort Wayne, and honestly, he just can't let it go. He understands how much of an impact that he's had in the past and how much he can have going forward if he's able to bring all that information that he's learning and then give it to us here. So definitely invaluable.
Called this a laser 40, and I see where you have the two posts set up about 10 yards beyond the athlete, and then the other two posts at the other end. Does it not record the first 10 yards, or how does that work, Darion?
So the way it works is it takes a measurement when they first start, then it takes it at 10 yards, and then It'll take it at 40. And the reason why this is important with this group in particular is if you think of a lineman, nobody really cares if they run 40 yards. I mean, if a lineman is running 40 yards down the field, there's something wrong or really good. It's either really good or it's really bad. But typically, you know, you need a 10-yard burst from your lineman. So you can see them track those first 10 yards. And then, of course, for anybody that just wants to see how fast they are in a 40, we have their 40 time for them as well.
So you see some of the guys right there taking off. And, yeah, you're absolutely – the explosiveness of that first 10 yards is, from what I understand, is what a lot of the college coaches want to know. This is a great drill right here where you're going to get timed in both. So you'll love to see that right there. And to be honest with you, Darion, that's the first time that I've actually seen that being used. So what a great piece of equipment to have here at the Combine.
Yeah, there's so many different, pieces of technology that help you really record good times now. I know there's one where you can clip, there's something you can clip on the player's belt, and it'll also take their time through specific points in their 40. So we use something similar to that at Lures. There's the one where you just put your hand on the pad, and when you lift your hand off of it, it starts to record your time, and then it's laser. It takes a laser reading throughout. So just different ways that you can record the combine numbers because they need to be as accurate as possible. Nowadays, with how competitive everything is, the difference between, milliseconds is sometimes a decision maker for a guy that's getting recruited. So it's really important that we have accurate times. The old school stopwatches are cool, but you might have an ambitious coach that's clicking it a little bit too fast, or one that is not paying attention, clicking it a little bit too late. So this gives us a more accurate reading and kind of taking out the human error.
Well, it's nice to have running backs on hand. Hopefully we'll get to see some of the running backs that will comprise the future. We had a great class led by Uriah Buchanan from Snyder High School. Darion, I believe he's committed to go to Ohio Dominican, so you'll love to see that at D2 school. But what an unbelievable year that Uriah had. Not only his burst out of the backfield, but once he hit that second level, he just had a real knack for breaking big plays. And we talked about it earlier, leading Snyder to another state championship, their first since 2015. Their third overall. Of course, nobody in Fort Wayne has won as many state titles as Bishop Lures has. Isn't that right, Darion?
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think this year in particular kind of showed that, of course, with Snyder winning as well. And what you have is you have two programs that have consistency. So if you look at Snyder's program, obviously Tittman's there, and before Tittman you had Russ Isaacs, and Tittman was a member of staff with Russ Isaacs, and then Russ is still around kind of helping out when he can. So there's that continuity over decades that you have. You're hearing the same terminology, the same words, it's the same philosophy. Kids that have left and graduated, they come back and they can insert themselves right back in it. As you've seen with people like David Turner, who's a member of that staff now, also a really good player for Snyder, went on to try to go pro. I think he's still working out to do some things too. But he's now giving his time back to his alma mater. So he's there coaching receivers with Austin Coleman, actually, who's a really good receiver, who is also a trainer with us. David and Austin are both training with us. Austin had a chance to go to the Seahawks out of St. Francis, didn't make it through the camp, had a little bit of a hip injury, but also giving his time and talent back to Snyder. And so if you look over on the other side with Bishop Luers, it's the same thing. You have Kyle Lindsey there now. Obviously, Matt Lindsey was there so many years before him. So it's that continuity that you crave in a program. Yep. It's what you see a lot of these pro teams trying to create too, when you have these long-standing coaches. And so I think if you keep the message the same, you don't recreate the wheel. What works. You just keep doing that and keep getting good kids and molding them in the right direction, and then you can win state titles out of it. And so you see other programs that aren't doing too well. Even if you look in the SAC, typically there's a lot of turnover at the coaching position. Yeah. So the ones that are a little bit more stable have that stability at the coaching level. So when you find a good coach, you keep them. And then obviously you just want to keep that ball rolling once you got it rolling.
Yeah, very hard to create. Definitely an others-focused mentality when you're building programs like that. And wanted to go back to the running back position. You guys at Bishop Luers graduated 2 really good running backs. Of course, you guys just had a plethora of young talent on that roster, but Gio Jimenez and Mickey Daring, I think Mickey Daring might have been one of the most underrated athletes in the SAC a year ago.
Yeah, I'm a big Mickey fan. So Mickey Daring, obviously he was a wrestler too. Yep. So the kid was a wrestler. He was very close to going to state in wrestling. I think he may have gotten beaten in semi-state, but that's right after a very long football season, going right into wrestling. And if you know how physical wrestling is and how much it taxes your body, he was able to just keep that momentum going through his season as a wrestler. But he's a bowling ball of a player. His comparisons would be somebody like a Mike Allstott, Jerome Bettis, not going to break away for 50 yards, but he will run everybody over along the way. And if you watch the state game, we still have some plays that, in our little coaches group chat, we'll share them every now and then. It's just memories from that game of Mickey just kind of dominating people. And we saw it all year, and then it kind of came to a head in that state game. But, yeah, we've got some reloading to do, as we did the year before. So, obviously, a couple years ago, you had Sir Hale there. Sir Hale left. You bring in Gio Jimenez, and you had Mickey Daring, and you have those guys. Now they're gone, so we'll be reloading again. One of the things that I'm always telling these kids, and some of them are in here that we're going to be looking at to fill some spots in, is they got some big shoes to fill. But it's not impossible, because every year that happens. We lose guys, we got to bring more in, and we've been really fortunate and been able to put some special sauce in it to keep this thing going after having a lot of turnover, even at the quarterback position. So if you look at that, going from Carson Clark to Charlie Stansky to Cohen McKenzie and continuing that success through that turnover is special. So I'm glad to be a part of it. But especially in that running back class, we really got to try to find somebody that can come in and fill some roles for us.
And a lot of good young running backs in the SAC. One of them, not many people have heard of, but a young guy that's no stranger to these combines and showcases is Caleb Kingley from Northside High School, projected as a starting running back next year. Just keeps getting bigger and stronger. I don't know of anybody in Fort Wayne that works as hard as that kid does at his craft. He's going to have a good young offensive lineman in Marion Engel. So both these guys played middle school ball together. Marion, keep an eye out for him as a sophomore. Of course, Jordan King, one of the top offensive linemen for many years in the SAC and Northeast Indiana. He is heading to Purdue to play at West Lafayette. Ethan Dotson going to the Air Force Academy. So once again, Fort Wayne, as you were talking about earlier, putting out young athletes.
Yep, and a lot of those are Northside athletes, and B.J. Johnson does a good job over there promoting his athletes and making sure they get the exposure. Obviously, there was the entire series of long takes that they did on the school, which kind of highlighted the football program and some of the players. So that was pretty much a lot of Tay Johnson in that if anybody's interested. But Caleb is a really good player. So he's one that I see kind of being in place to maybe try to win a Ewell Wilson Award. After Uriah's obviously had the season he's had, we're going to state. That game that he had in state was amazing. I remember watching it, and it was a close game at first, and then all of a sudden it was a Uriah Buchanan show in the last half, and he just kind of went crazy with a lot of long runs. They were like 40-yard runs, but to follow up with him, I think Caleb has the opportunity. Northside likes to run the ball. You do lose Jordan King. That's a huge piece. I think Jordan King also, is one of the best kids that I've ever been around. That kid is just, you look at him, he's huge. He looks like he just wants to throw stuff and people around, and he does.
And he can.
And he can. But when you talk to the kid, he's such a nice kid, well put together, very good parents. I think he did a great job with him, so he deserved everything he's getting going off to play school ball at Purdue, which I think they're trying to turn the corner too. But if you look toward the future, they have a really good line that's returning. Caleb is going to be toting the rock. He didn't get a lot of touches last year, but I think that obviously increases this year, and he's going to be dangerous. He's going to be dangerous. I've had a chance to see him in the offseason. He's been playing some 7-on-7, and if you look at the kid, if I can have a comparison, I would say like Darren Sproles. It's kind of, compacted but very, built up like a boulder. He's not a huge kid, but he's definitely quick. He's got the speed, and he's got the strength to be able to hold the ball and get 30 touches a game if needed.
Yeah, 100%. And, you can see it with his brother, too, Josh Masasu, who's been one of the top linebackers since his sophomore year. He'll be a senior this year at Northside. But both the guys, Darion, they just have bodies where when you run into them, you go backwards. They're just dense, just thick athletes.
Yeah, for sure. And then you gotta love genetics. So we would love to recreate them. Hopefully, Mom has some more that are coming down the line because we could use one here real soon. But no, those two together, if they could ever play together, that would be dangerous. They're both hard to bring down. The thing about Caleb, too, is if you have a huge line like a Jordan King type of line, which Northside has some towers like that on their line, he just gets lost back there, man. And you don't know where he's at until he pops out and all of a sudden he's, broken down the field for 30 yards. I had a chance to watch him some in middle school, and it almost just wasn't fair, to be honest.
No.
It wasn't fair. So, and really, I think if they didn't have a guy to tote the ball last year at Northside in his place, I think he would have been a freshman starter.
No, agreed. They had Cam Johnson last year, who was an established running back. Going back to Uriah Buchanan, and you had talked about it, both Bishop Luers and Snyder had dominant wins, and especially in Bishop Luers' standpoint, 40-3 over North Posey. North Posey did not really seem like they wanted to play in the second half, and a lot of that is a credit to the tough running by Mickey Daring, and that just takes a toll on a defense when you got to deal with somebody that big. But going back to Uriah Buchanan, it started in week 1 against Warren Central, then continued against East Noble in week 2. What do you see from that young running back that he's able to just hit that second level, make guys miss, and he must have had about 6 or 7 runs of over 60 yards this past year?
Oh, easily. And I think it really is his speed in small spaces. So obviously he's not a small running back. So if you get a kid like him who's a little bit taller, he's more lean and taller. If we were talking about Caleb. Caleb's a little bit more knotty and smaller. Well, Uriah's a little bit taller, so longer muscles, longer stride. Sometimes it doesn't look like he's moving as fast as he is. Like even when you watched him in that state game, he just tend to glide. Even on those long runs, it didn't look like he was trying that hard, but he's separating from everybody else. And I think it's his feet in small spaces. So as things get congested and you're getting that handoff and there's bodies falling all over the place, he's really good at changing direction in a small space. And then once he sees daylight, he hits it. If you watch him, there's not a lot of dancing around. He's going to get the handoff. He's going to stick his foot in the ground and get north. And that's really that's Snyder's game. That's what they do. They want to get the ball to their backs, and they want to run it right down your throat, and he was the perfect person to do that. And you watched him, and a lot of times in their philosophy, it's like three yards cloud of dust type of philosophy. Then you just work your way into a first down. But with a guy like him who can do that 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but then can also break for 40, then your offense tends to take it to the next level. And I think that's what we saw. And, of course, now with the new way the SAC is doing things with the schedules, Snyder was fortunate to be able to play a team that's more so on their level as far as the class that they're in. And so that breeds a lot of confidence, too. You start the season off playing a team out of Indy. You're a big program down there, and they did a really good job. He did a good job in that game. So it just gave a lot of confidence going forward. And I think you saw him just hit some momentum and just continue it all the way through the state title game. And, in fact, I think maybe that state title game might have been his best game of the season.
Oh, 100%. You look at the way that Bishop Luers started off the season with back-to-back losses, 45-7 and 36-7. A tough start, and many people were down on the program, and many people were pointing to the offensive line as well. But the guys really rallied, and honestly, this was not the year for Snyder not to play Luers, because that game would have been for a SAC championship. As it is, I guess it's split up into two. But you have two offensive linemen here today from Bishop Luers, and Michael and Peter. Is it Bro?
Yeah, it's Brow. Last name Brow. Yeah, two brothers. Obviously, you mentioned a little bit about having some struggles in the beginning of the season, and we did have some with the offensive line, and a lot of it was because they were very young. We had a kid that was a freshman that was a starter. We had a sophomore that was a starter. And we had a junior that was a starter on that offensive line. So very young, inexperienced. A lot of them didn't have any game experience. I think there was one returner that had game experience from the year before. So it took the first couple games to kind of get settled in, understand what we wanted to do. There was some movement around, trying kids in different spots until we found the right mix that worked. And then unfortunately, we had to play teams like East Noble and New Haven to start the year. And both of those teams, if you paid attention to the NE8, were very good teams throughout the year. And so I think it was a wake-up call for us, which was good. One thing that we always tell the kids early on, and because we realize the nature of playing to a state championship, it's about getting better each week. So week 1 might not be great, week 2 might not be great, but if we can take some things and kind of take care of the low-hanging fruit along the way, make some adjustments, get better throughout the year, obviously be competitive in the SAC. If you can win an SAC, even better, but we're always looking toward the end goal, which is to win the state title. And so you're talking 15, 16 games, throughout the season. So the first couple were not good. I don't think we really practiced onside kicks too much there in that East Noble game. I think they got 3 onside kicks in a row on us. So we had to obviously fix that part of our special teams going forward. You never saw us give up another one after that. I was actually surprised that more teams didn't try that after seeing it on film. It's like, geez, yeah, but we fixed it. And obviously we were successful after that. But couple bumps in the road early on is not a bad thing if you learn how to take something from it and move forward. So you saw us do that, and obviously Snyder playing them would have been great. The schedule gods kind of were in our favor, obviously, with not playing Snyder, not playing Carroll. I mean, if anybody in the world knows those two programs are tough programs, I would have loved to have been able to ring an SAC bell with having victories over them. But we played the schedule we won in the schedule we had, and so we're appreciative of it. But I think the one drawback from doing the whole two schedule games in the beginning of the season that can be non-conference games, I think that's the only drawback from it, is you don't get everybody playing everybody. But I do like the fact that we can throw a New Haven on our schedule, an East Noble, a Leo, because we always want to play those guys. We want to see if we can compete against them, and now this gives us an opportunity to do that. And the same for a Snyder. I mean, you're getting teams, we're playing, look at the schedules now, like even with Carroll, you're playing teams like Warren Central and, those big programs, Ben Davis, huge programs from Indy. And I know growing up in Fort Wayne, there's always been this huge debate, like who's better in football, Indy or Fort Wayne, high school sports, who puts out the most pros. And I think now you're starting to see it's a little more even than people thought. I'm going to be honest. All the time I would debate with college, when I played at St. Francis, a lot of those guys were from Indianapolis, and so we would always have those locker room debates, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, and now we get to play each other. So it's really cool to see, to be honest.
Well, 100%. Per capita, Fort Wayne being about the size of 330,000. Pretty impressive. Football's always been a big deal. Indiana's a basketball state. We like to say Fort Wayne is a football city, and throughout the years it definitely shows. For sure. Darian, I'm wondering if maybe we could talk with some of these linemen. And I don't know if you have Michael Brow down there, who will be a senior offensive lineman for you next year. But it would be nice to hear from him and see how the season went on and what he's improving upon. So, yeah, it looks like Darian's got him right now. We'll go to you.
So I'll be honest, I told Mike a few minutes ago, he asked me if he can come on here and say something, and I told him no, because he's a goofball. But since you asked for him personally, he asked for you personally, I figure we'll do that for you, Jeff.
Oh, perfect.
So we have Michael Brow here. Obviously, Mike, we've been talking about the last year in the state championship run. having a little bit of adversity early in the season, dropping a couple games, and then kind of rolling from there, being able to win a state title at the end of it. There was some conversation about the offensive line being young, being inexperienced, and what that was like going forward, how you guys had to fix some stuff. So talk a little bit about what those first couple games were like, some of the things you guys had to fix. Now, obviously, you were playing center a lot of the time, so a big, important position on that offensive line. So you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, we just had to, come together as a team more because none of us we got along until, later to the games, like Northrop and stuff like that. So we just had to do, bonding and stuff. And the coach just put us in the shoes, the whole practice. And, I mean, that really got us together, I guess, yeah.
And so now you've got a little brother. Pete's back here. We don't need to interview Pete. Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete. We don't need to interview Pete. Pete's young. But we got a little brother back here. So now your job is to kind of bring him along and make sure he's got a position on that offensive line and might be able to help us. I know he gave us a little bit of help during last year. But talk a little bit about what it's like to win a state championship with your brother. I know your dad was excited.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was cool. It's special. We're going to remember that for a long time. So, I mean, it's just good memories.
Good memory. Yeah. So looking forward to next year. Obviously, we get Leo on the schedule now, so we drop East Noble off. We still play New Haven, so we get two of those. We get to try to get some get back on New Haven, but we got a new interesting prospect, interesting competition with Leo. So we talked a little bit about Brock Schott coming up here next year. You're on that offensive line, so tell me a little bit about what you think you're going to do as far as preparation going into the game to play somebody like Brock Schott.
Well, I mean, obviously Brock is good. I mean, of course. But I mean, we just got to get our tackles prepared. I got to get Zach Wall. I got to get him in the lab, push him as hard as he can, and we'll see. I
actually love the fact that you're going to grab somebody else and pull them along, get them ready to go. So I appreciate that. Jeff, you got any questions for Mike while we got him?
Yeah, Mike. Who's one guy from that football team this upcoming season that maybe we don't know about that he feels like is going to shine on the field?
Oh. Well, he did play, and I love this guy, Evan Wilkins. He's gonna have a breakout year. Trust me. Yeah. He's gonna go nuts this year.
Yes, I agree. So Evan Wilkins is who he mentioned. Evan is actually a transfer from Homestead High School a couple years prior, who is a receiver with Lures now. And so we losing Isaac Zay to the University of Toledo. We have some shoes to fill there. So just like I mentioned before, we're always turning over. But as Mike mentioned, we got a kid we think that can fill those shoes pretty well. So appreciate that.
Well, another big name that came from Homestead, went over to Lures, was Felger, the linebacker, who also had a kickoff return for a touchdown against Northside. What a heated game that was. So much social media. Talk about it. I know you guys were the underdogs heading into that one. To come out with a win against the Legends, what was that experience like?
I mean, if you had to ask me what game kind of galvanized us to go forward, I would say it was that game.
Yeah,
there was obviously a lot going on prior to it. There was a lot of social media talking on their part, on our part, and we both shared in that, kids-wise. Nowadays with this whole barstool thing, man, you never know what the heck these kids are posting and saying on that stuff, and we try to encourage the kids not to pay attention to it, but, they do. So there was a lot of talk prior to the game. Then we go into the game, and there was, they like to run over to our sideline and, try to, pump their chest out and do that kind of thing, which we were playing on the road at their place, and they wanted to kind of show us that we were in a hostile environment. And so they did that. So we really just looked at our sideline and we said, hey, look, I mean, either you're going to take that and have that affect the way you approach this game in a negative way, or you could take that and use that as energy to go out and fight in this game. And if you saw it, it was one of the wildest beginnings to a game like that. It's already a quote-unquote rivalry game just because of the familiarity between the staffs. I mean, we know all the guys over there. BJ was a coach at Bishop Luce High School before, so we know BJ very well. So familiarity between staffs, familiarity between players. I mean, they're all coming from, somewhere around that southeast side of town, and they decide where to go. And some ended up at Northside, some ended up at Lures. And so then you start the game off, opening kickoff is return for a touchdown. So we're, jumping up and down on our sideline. We're excited. We're like, here we go. That's one way that you can respond. And then next thing you know, the next kickoff, they return it for a touchdown. So crazy way to start a game. And if you paid attention to that game, it was very close throughout. Tay was just a difficult person to try to contain that entire time. He didn't end up finishing the game, which really worked in our favor, obviously. and we were able to pull out a tight game at the end. So I think after that, being on the road, being in a hostile environment, kind of back against the rope kind of deal, and then to come out of it on top, I think that really spurred us to go on forward.
And I asked Michael, who's one of the players that will break out for Bishop Luers. One guy that definitely broke out last year was a safety by the name of D. Hogue. And anybody that really, really follows and was looking at the stats week in, week out could see that D. Hogue was a difference maker. But to be honest with you, you have to watch a full game to see how he really impacts a game. Coming down from that third level, he can really lower the boom. Darian, do you think he might be the next big recruit out of Luers?
I think he definitely has the potential for sure. And he was really young, too. So that's another thing. I mean, he was a sophomore last year, didn't start the year before as a freshman, just played some freshman ball. So it took him some time to get acclimated. But just like you said, not going to wow you with amazing, huge stats. But if you watch the game and his effect, tackling, coming downhill, getting into the box, getting his nose dirty, and then occasionally when they would try him deep, he would pick the ball off. The kid had a good year. I would say he was probably our best defensive player before he unfortunately got hurt at one point in the season. He ended up missing a game or two. But the good thing about that is we were able to get some other kids who were kind of on the fringe of playing some playing time, which I think really gave us some depth going forward in the season. So, again, you're always looking at silver linings and things. He was playing really well, had to miss some time. We got some other kids out there to get better. And then when he came back, we were just even stronger.
Yeah, and being a part of arguably the best defensive backfield in the SAC, I'm sure Snyder would have something to say about that. But when you look at Davion Surrey, who's been certainly making a name for himself, and Woodson, Isaac Zay, as you mentioned earlier, Isaac Zay might have been the best two-way in the SAC last year from what he was able to do. You look at a guy like Brandon Logan at Snyder, he really doesn't play a whole lot of offense. That could change this year. That'll be exciting to see who Snyder plugs in as their quarterback, as Brandon Logan can certainly do that. And he's also a Division I baseball player, him and Logan Fry playing Division I baseball, a heck of a linebacker for Snyder. So going to be interesting heading into this year. But I think one thing that most people kind of know will be true is that Bishop Luers will have, once again, one of the best DB combinations in the SAC.
I love Brandon Logan. You watch him, and it's like anytime the ball is in the air, he plays it like a true center fielder. Obviously, like you mentioned, he's a baseball player. Probably has, really good potential to go far in baseball. Obviously, he does in football as well, but we know baseball has some pretty nice contracts, and you can play for a really long time. So I wouldn't be upset with him if he stuck with baseball. But, man, on the football field, even in that state run that they were on, he was such a big part of that secondary. He just kind of locked one side of the field down. You just couldn't throw a deep ball on him. And then not only would he pick it off, but he's returning it. He's going to damage you with the return on it too. So, but, yeah, if you switch gears over to what Isaac Zay did, having to play both sides of the ball, like I mentioned before, he led the team in receiving yards and touchdowns. And so he played safety as well. We really moved him around in some different spots. We put him in the box sometimes to try to help us with, stopping the run. So obviously that has gotten him some really good interest from colleges, and he's going to sign to go play with Toledo Rockets next year. So he follows in the footsteps of Nick Thompson, who was a safety at Bishop Luers the prior year, who is now at Toledo. So Toledo's taking a liking to some safeties over there at Bishop Luers, which is a good thing because we got some more coming. We just mentioned D. Hogue and Jalen White and some other guys that we really think can help a secondary on the next level.
Yeah, no doubt about that one. Offensive line-wise, going to be interesting. Some of the names here that really stand out on today. Are you seeing a lot of size down there, Darian? It's hard to tell from the roster right now, but looks like we got some big boys.
Yeah, there's some decent-sized kids here. I'm looking at a couple now. None that are absolutely huge. When you come from, like, Jordan King, it's kind of hard to say that, maybe they're not as big as some of the other ones that we've seen. But we got some decent-sized kids here. There's a kid, Cameron Cordy, here that's pretty good size. We've got a kid down here named Avery Freemian, who's a good size, and I know Avery well. He's a kid I actually used to coach in baseball a long time ago. But, yeah, no, decent-sized kids. Look like a lot of guards maybe, some centers, a couple a couple that look like they could play some tackle. But yeah, no, decent size. They're definitely thick for sure. They're definitely some solid kids, but not a lot of height, not a ton of height.
Well, I'll tell you what, it seemed like it was a special year last year for offensive linemen. When you look at Mason Noak over there at New Haven High School, is going to go on to play at Valparaiso. And I forgot to mention, but yes, Brandon Logan going to Vanderbilt. He's been committed for over a year now to play baseball. Landon Fry over at he's going to go to IU, a great linebacker. He'll arguably be one of the best linebackers in the SAC this year. But once again, yeah, Brandon Logan's been offered D1 football. I think Iowa offered him in season after that game against Carroll where he had 2 pick sixes in the last minute and a half of the first half. I mean, that right there is crazy, especially when you look at Carroll quarterback Jimmy Sullivan, who's been offered by a lot of the Big Ten schools. I think Iowa, is he committed now to Iowa?
Yeah, I think he's actually verbally committed to Iowa. He hasn't signed yet, obviously, with him being so still young. I mean, shoot, you think Jimmy's a senior. He's not. He's still got,
I know, right?
He's still got some time left. But, yeah, Jimmy's been doing some 7-on-7 stuff and working out in the offseason. I had a chance to watch him compete a couple weekends ago, man. He can throw the ball around. So if he does end up going to Iowa, which it looks like it's a good bet that he does, the Big Ten's going to be in trouble. They'll have a guy that can sit back there and throw the ball around. I know Iowa is really big on their tight ends. So maybe he can convince Brock to go there with him. you might have a nice Fort Wayne combo going toward Iowa. But, yeah, I think he's excited about the opportunity. He's got other offers as well. But there was something about the relationship with Iowa that he felt like that was going to be the next home for him.
Well, he's definitely known as a thrower. He's got deceptive speed. I mean, he can run with the best of them, can Jimmy Sullivan, as far as running quarterbacks. But, yeah, he's really got a chance to make a name for himself. And it looks like Darion's got one of the bigs for us as we'll take it down to the field.
All right, I got a kid here. He's from East Noble, so I wanted to make sure I interviewed him because I wanted to be able to ask him personally. I coach at Lures, okay? And so what was it about the onside kick that worked? Like, did you have a special ball or what? Like, how did you do it?
Something like that, no. But our kicker's really good. His name's Alex Sprague. He keeps working on it every single time, so it's just something he does real good. But.
So I see you're class of 2025, so you'll be a junior. You're a junior this year, going to be a senior next year. So if you want, just give us your name, height, and weight, because we were talking about some of the linemen, and we're like, yeah, we don't see any that are 6'7". So tell us your name, height, and weight, and let us know why you need to be recruited to the next level, regardless of height.
Yes, sir. So I'm James Miller, 6'1", 257, and I deserve to be recruited because I'm the hardest worker there is. And I'll just work my butt off.
Let's go. I love it. Now, so let's talk about last year. So you guys obviously had a great run. I mean, you were so close. We were sitting there and we're like, man, if we can get you guys, us, and Snyder down, that would have been an excellent time. So unfortunately, you were game short. I think you have a great team coming back. So talk a little bit about what the future looks like for East Noble.
So we just got a new coach because Coach Amstutz resigned, but he's a really good guy. He says he doesn't want to change up too much, just wants to add his little spin onto things. But I think that we're going to be really good. Got a lot of good returning kids. Yeah, I just think we're going to be good.
So what does the offensive line look like there over there at East Noble with you on that line now? What does it look like? You got some guys around you?
Yes, sir. We got Hunter Shire. He's like 6'4", really good. Then we got Ian Smith. He's our right tackle, really big guy. And then we got guard and center. We're still trying to figure it out, but we got good underclassmen. They're going to be good.
So tell me a little bit about you. So good job promoting other people. Now about you. What position do you play? How are you in those trenches, man? Because I know it gets kind of nasty in there. How are you?
See, I play left guard, and I'd say like my strength would probably be just down blocks, just getting dirty on those power plays and everything.
Like pull,
yes, sir. Yeah, pulling too. Hey, I'm fine with that. Kicking people out. It's a fun time. I love it.
Well, congratulations on last year's success. Hopefully we see you guys make a run this year. Jeff, you got any questions for him while we have him?
Yeah, what was it like for him to play with Dylan Krell? I know we're going to see Dylan Krell in the, I think the second session.
He's arguably one of the best kids we got on that team, and he just has a motive that doesn't quit, dude. It's amazing. He's amazing, dude. I'm so glad we have him.
There you go. Well, I'm not as glad, but
yeah, love to hear him talk about Dylan Krell. Man, at points you thought that he was the most valuable player in the NE8 last year, and that's saying a lot when you have guys like Caden Hurst and Mylan Graham and Boy, even a Johnny Washington had a nice season last year. You know, we're still waiting to kind of see where he's going to commit to, but it most likely will be on the basketball court. But I got to tell you, Dylan Krell is a linebacker and kind of do everything, running back, can play the slot for you. Keep an eye out on him, folks, in his senior season. He is a good player. And I've got to double check here to see East Noble's new head coach. He was referring to Luke Amstutz as the coach. Luke Amstutz stepped down to take on the role as athletic director, but certainly had a great career there at East Noble coaching that football team, including a state runner-up finish with Bailey Parker. So we're going to head back down to Darien, who's got another old lineman for us.
All right, I figured we could have the Northside representation since I was able to talk about the Northside Lures game from my perspective. I had to grab Tobias here, who's a lineman at Northside. So, Tobias, just initially introduce yourself to the world, your name, your position, what school, what grade.
I'm Tobias Delaney, class of 2025, defensive tackle, offensive lineman, Northside High School. Yeah.
So, last year, Lures Northside. It was a heated environment over there at Northside. Yeah. Brand new. Well, not yet. You get the turf this year, so you'll get brand new turf this year. But last year, the last game on that grass for us at Lures, it was heated, man. So tell me a little bit about that week going in. I know there was a lot of bar stools and a lot of kids that were going back and forth, and it got a little crazy during the game. But you can tell us from your perspective. I had a chance to say it from mine, so you can tell me yours.
Yeah, just going into the week, it's just a competition, man. It was just on the social media. We all real close and friends outside of sports. So it was just a lot of trolling, kind of just a competition, showing the competitive. And then going to the game Friday, you could just feel that energy from the whole week in the build-up, with the opening, both back-to-back opening touchdowns, kickoff returns. And, just the environment was great. Even though, we came out with the L, just going into the week, everybody felt that energy from the players to the student sections to coaches. Everybody knew they wanted to come out that game with a win and that it was going to be a hard-fought game for real.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about going forward. So obviously next year you lose a guy like Jordan King, who we've been talking about as an excellent player and, great representation for Fort Wayne in general, going on to go play at Purdue. So there's some holes to fill there. You play on that offensive line. Yeah. What is your comments about how you guys are going to replace a guy like Jordan and being able to block for a guy like Caleb? Because we mentioned Caleb too, and we know how dangerous he can be, but he needs guys like you. So if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Just going into next year is just building what we got, man, building up our future. Being as a group, we know we can move people around. We really just only losing Jordan and pieces like Tank, a lot of our seniors. But they was there for a while. Last 4 years, they got to build our future up and be able to just teach the youth and the other kids the techniques and skills and what they need to do, get them in the weight room, and just paint the picture of what the standard should be of Northside offensive line. And we looking for a good season.
And I love BJ. That's a good friend of mine. So I love your coach. I think you guys are in good hands. So tell us a little bit about you, man. So this is your chance to promote yourself. What do these colleges look like? What are these coaches on the next level? What can they expect out of you? Why would they need to come and find you?
What they can expect is just a kid that's ready to work, ready to fight for a spot, nice, strong, big kid, and they're ready, not scared of nobody, never will back down, always looking for the next competition. And for my next opponent, just the battle one in the trench is all about aggression, technique, and smartness. So that's all you really just got to practice and train with. I know I've been working with Big Meech over there. He got me in that lab a lot. So just getting better, working, getting stronger before I could be able to play at that next level and compete real well.
There you go. You play some D-line too. You play the other side?
I started D-line half of our season. Got a couple injuries at the O-line, so I had to switch spots and just filled in that role there, be able to continue to move opposing defenses around. So, yeah.
Jeff, you got any questions for Tobias while we got him?
I do. Tobias, who is the hardest working offensive lineman in the weight room, yourself excluded?
Jeremiah Adams. He was a senior this year. I would say he's the hardest working. He's not a fat or big kind of O-line guy. He's straight muscle. Could probably compete with a lot of the skilled players in the city. And I say he's the hardest worker. I'd have seen Tank do backflips and all type of stuff and he wrestles real well. He made it to semi-state a couple times in wrestling, so I say Jeremiah Adams is definitely the hardest worker I've definitely seen, regardless of position. I think Jeremiah Adams is the best worker I've seen.
How about the young guys? Any young guys?
Young guys, Caleb and Malik. Everybody know they put themselves on the map, put the city on the map. Malik Moore is a phenomenal receiver.
Yes, he is.
That kid got the strongest hands I've probably seen since Tate Johnson, for real. if it's up there, he's coming down with it. And Caleb's just a phenomenal player. He got all the technique, the speed, and speed kills in football. And he shows how bad, and he a juke a defender right out their socks. So I say them two has very bright futures.
Listen, when you go to school, go for sports media. I think you
No
could do
doubt
it.
about it.
I think you would be great at this, man. Really good job, Tobias. Hey, I'm excited to see you in competition too.
Man, going to be hard to top that interview right there. That's Tobias Delaney, class of 2025 at Northside. And you heard him talk about Caleb, who we talked about earlier, Kingley, and Malik Moore. Malik Moore is a special three-sport athlete at Northside. Right now they got him clocked at 89 miles an hour on his fastball. So Malik Moore, as a true freshman last year, really shined in the Wayne game when Jamari Pearson was at quarterback, getting him the rock. And you could just tell that this kid's got next-level talent by his body demeanor and his ability to get separation from the defensive backs, which give his quarterback a huge target. Malik Moore is absolutely special, Darian, and I cannot wait to see what his sophomore year brings. I'm not sure if you heard, but they're telling me he's an ace pitcher clocking in at 89 miles an hour.
The kid is a freak athlete. I don't think there's anything he can't do. Like if I grab one of these coaches and I mention his name, like watch this. Hey, what do you think about Malik Moore?
99 overall.
Look, listen, the kid is special, man. He really is, and that's everything. So, like you mentioned, he could play baseball. He's dunking. He was dunking in middle school in basketball. He's effective on the basketball court. And in football, he could play both sides of the ball. I mean, we put him at receiver. He's jumping over people, catching the ball in the back of the end zone. You put him at safety. He's playing center field. I mean, it's a joy to watch. And then he's doing all this as a freshman and 6'2", 6'3" already and growing. I know his father personally. We went to high school together. His dad is 6'7".
Oh, wow.
He's got a brother that's at Northside that's probably about 6'6" himself. So I think he's got room to grow. You just got to be careful there because there's not a lot of 6'7" safeties or receivers in the NFL. But I think if he can stay around 6'5", 6'4", which it looks like projection-wise he can probably stay in that range. Oh, you've got a taller Tay on your hands, to be honest. I mean, Tay had a lot of raw talent. I think Malik's just as raw. Tay special, though. There's a lot of God-given things you just can't make up with Tay. But physically, the frames are similar. I think Malik is a little bit more sturdier, though, in his build. But he's exciting to watch.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. He and Kingley made two freshmen right there. At one point, they were both starting wide receivers as freshmen for that Northside team. And, man, folks, that is not easy to do, to start as a true freshman. I don't want to say true freshman, but to start as a freshman in high school might even be harder than to start as a freshman in college just because of the older guys and how much time they have in the weight room. And but these kids these days, especially with the kind of training they get from Traction AP and the 7-on-7 stuff that they do in the offseason, these kids are ready, and they are talented. Darian, we're good. We're ready for you.
So I wanted to grab one of the running backs out of the group. So, yeah, we've got a camera right there. So I want you to tell them who you are, what school you go to, height, weight, what position you play.
I'm Victor Sawyer. I go to Concordia Lutheran High School. 2026, 5'11", 170.
So, Concordia. You guys got some building to do there. So you had coaches leave, new guys coming in. There's a lot of turnover going on. It's a program, though, that not too long ago won a state championship. So you're not too far away from reaching the pinnacle of football. What is it that you guys need to do to be competitive in the SAC next year?
We just need to grow as a team. I know we were a really young team last year. We only had 3 seniors. 2 of them didn't even play. So most of the linemen are all my age group, and they came straight from freshman to varsity, so it's just like we just got to grow as a team. We weren't ready. We weren't very experienced, and I have a feeling next year we'll do way better.
I agree. And then you also have a really good player in Avery Cook over there who offensively was tearing it up last year all year long. So regardless of the wins and losses, he was out there doing his thing. So you played running back. And Avery's back. He comes back next year. So how can you be an assistant to him to get some wins next year?
Just making them fear the running game so we can pass the ball, get him open more. So they can't just go 3 front all year.
Yeah. So what are you doing in the off season? Obviously, this is something that you're doing. You're getting yourself exposed. You're trying to come out here, get seen. Obviously, probably have some aspirations to play on the next level. So what are some of the things, if you're working with Ty, are you in training, or what are the things you're doing so you could be in a position to play some varsity football next year?
Just a lot of work, traction, a lot of lifting. Just making sure my grades are good so I can play next year, stuff like that. Just, yeah.
And you also got a few options at quarterback, because I know a couple kids, you're kind of jumbling around trying to figure out which one is going to work. Do you feel like there's a certain direction they're going, and maybe you don't want to say? I don't know how touchy the subject is, but maybe there's a direction they want to go, and how do you think that guy is going to be able to help?
I know exactly who I want. I've been playing with him since 8th grade. Braden Corbett. I mean, he's a little shorter, but I believe in him. He's accurate. Yep. He can throw that thing. So, and we got the chemistry, the handoff. So. Yep.
You're absolutely right. I love Brayden. So I know Brayden very well, and I was just asking because I didn't know. I'm not inside over there. So I'm glad you said his name because I think he's a great kid. So a little bit more about yourself. So what is your style of running? There's so many different types of running backs nowadays. You got the scat back, you got the power back, you got the guys that could do both. What's your game like?
I'd just say, I know I'm a little lighter, but I'd say I'm right in between. I can get shifty when I need to, but when I need to get the yard, I'm going to just go straight through somebody's chest. Yeah.
I love it. Well, congratulations. Jeff, do you have anything else that you need to say for our guy here?
Yeah, who's one of the young kids coming up that we're going to know about playing at Concordia next year?
One, Bodie Thompson, big lineman, big boy. He's a freshman right now. I just want to see what he can do next year, yeah.
Especially as a running back. You're like, let's get that guy going, right? Yeah, all right. All right, well, we'll see you in some competition, man. Good job.
So you heard it from Victor Sawyer right there. Had a great season last year, and it was a tough season for Concordia as they definitely took their lumps. But, passing-wise, you heard Darion talk about Avery Cook, who at one point was ranked in the top 10 in the country last year in receiving yards as he was just killing it. Carter Ripke, their senior quarterback, set a record for yards thrown in a game, and that was in a loss to Eastbrook. So they did some good things there. But, yeah, once you get into SAC play, it was tough on the cadets, and you could just tell that they are in rebuild mode. But guys like Victor Sawyer was there for him all year long, and he's kind of one of those staples, somebody that can anchor this team heading forward. And I'm super excited to see the young offensive lineman. Boy, it looks like we got some nice-looking tight ends over your right shoulder as well, Darion. You see them getting some works here. Got some quarterbacks throwing them the ball. Look at number 395.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty huge group here. Let me grab one of these guys. Let's see. Let's see.
Daquan Fields from Portage High School. So coming here from the region. Darion's got him.
All right, I want you to tell the world, 'cause we're on live right now, so you tell everybody what your name is, what school you go to, what position you play.
My name is Daquan Fields. I go to Portage High School. I play running back in DN.
Portage High School. So all the way here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, man. How'd you hear about the showcase?
I was going through Twitter, and I found out, so I told my dad about it, and I just signed up.
And what high school do you go to?
Portage High School.
Portage High School. How did Portage do last year?
So we got a new coaching staff. So it was a part of a new team. We had to build up a new team. So basically we had to, build up the chemistry, but people wasn't, as coming as a unit. So, our team wasn't, as full as a unit. So based off last year, this upcoming season we're going to be coming up, building up a new chemistry, and trying to win.
That's it. And it sounds like you're going to try to be a leader and a catalyst and all that. And so you're obviously doing the right thing. You're out here. You're getting exposure. You obviously want to play on the next level. What is it that you bring to Portage's football team that the college coaches need to know about so they can come check you out?
I bring leadership, and I bring, my good attitude, good mentality, and good sportsmanship.
So what type of tight end are you? We got a lot of tight ends nowadays. You got your wide tight ends who are a little flexed out. They like to be more of a slot type, your Kelseys. Then you got your inline tight ends, a little bigger, like the block more, sneak flat type route. So what type of guy are you? Can you do it all, or are you more so one side of it than the other?
No, I could do it all. If it comes up to I have to do it all, I can do it all for real.
I love it. So getting some exposure. We will compete. That means you'll get a chance to probably do some one-on-ones against some backs and things like that. How you think you're going to do?
No, I feel I'm going to do great. I just got to keep my hand in the game.
All right, Jeff, you got any questions for our guy here from Portage High School?
Yeah, coming from Portage, and I'm assuming he doesn't know many of these players, but what's it like coming to a kind of new place and competing with new guys?
It's very new. You just got to see how they is and just build on what they're doing and just try to bring new stuff and new things.
Well, anything else, last words you could tell people watching, whether it's a college coach that might be thinking about you, what is it that the last impression you want to give them?
I'm a hard-working young adult.
I love it. Real simple, to the point. I love that. I love it.
Wow, I got to tell you, these kids these days are awesome on the interviews. Another great interview right there, kid that came to us from Portage High School, getting some reps in, getting some competition against other guys. And, I mean, ultimately, that's what it's all about. If you don't train against a certain type of athlete, then it's going to be hard to compete against that athlete on Friday nights. We saw that last year when we went to Mississinawa for the Leo game. And I think the Ole Miss players were taken aback by Brock Schott and the kind of speed that he had, along with Darius Carter and Caden Hurst. Caden Hurst, who's heading to the University of Ohio to be a Bobcat for this upcoming season. Darion's got another good-looking athlete down on the field as we're going to take it down to Darion.
So we have a kid that has a lineage in Fort Wayne that's very well established, but he's going to try to make his own name here. So tell him your name, where you're from, and who they might be interested that you're related to. That's Fort Wayne connected.
I'm Leslie Woodson. I'm down from Texas, moving back. People, Jalen Smith, Rod Woodson, and people like that. Yeah.
So we have Jalen and Rod's younger brother here. He's actually coming up from Texas, come up to do the showcase. So traveled here all the way to come do the showcase. Interested in some schools in town, maybe move back, maybe stay in Texas. I know the family all moved down when Jalen had his success down in Dallas, and they kind of just made a home there. So he's coming all the way back to Fort Wayne. He's got his roots here. I remember we knew each other. They used to train you when you were a little guy back in the day, and you're not a little guy anymore. So talk to us a little bit about height, weight, what position you play, what school you go to, how they did last year.
School, I go to McKinney North in Texas. I'm 6'3", 190. I play DN and tight end. Down there it's rough. You gotta come with it. They not little. They
Texas
big.
Football, man. It's different.
It's football. You gotta be ready. You gotta be big. If you're not ready to go, then it's not looking good for you.
So you obviously had a chance to go down and experience what high school football is like in Texas. And I know that is on a much larger scale. Some of their high school stadiums are stadiums for real. I mean, they're packed. The whole town comes out. Talk a little bit about Texas football, how competitive it is.
It's competitive. In my opinion, I think Texas football is the best in the whole world.
And so now you're interested in maybe coming back here. So talk a little bit about you and what kind of player you are. What can you bring to a team, no matter what team it is that you're going to? What is it that we can look forward to seeing out of you? I know you got some names that you got coming behind you, so there's going to be some high expectations. How are you going to handle those expectations?
I'm going to handle them well. What I bring to a team, I bring it. I bring the energy, all of it. I bring anything. I bring the hypeness, all of it.
And you're just ready to play some ball, huh? All right, so tell us a little bit about what you did last year on a high school level, what if you played JV, varsity, or whatever that was, and then what you expect for next year going forward.
Well, last year, varsity, it's a lot of traveling. Texas is big, so everywhere you travel to, it's at least 2 hours or more. I mean, you just got to be ready to go, though. It's workout 3 times a day, school, morning, afternoon. You got to be up at 6 in the morning. It's wild, man, yeah.
So you ready to translate all of that, what you learned back here to Fort Wayne, if that's the case, if you end up coming back here. So obviously being from a family that's very successful, you have an older brother that played the position that you play, the defensive end, and played it really well. Are there some certain tips and tricks that you learned? Does he teach anything, or is he trying to let you learn on your own?
Both, really. He sent me stuff, he showed me stuff. But most of the part, he let me develop on my own and stuff like that. And he helped me, but not really. He let me do me, focus on myself, train myself. Yeah.
Get better. So, Jeff, you got any questions for Leslie Woodson before we let him go?
Yeah, what's the best piece of advice that Leslie's got from a family member, any family member?
Anything good.
I don't know.
So it's all so much good stuff. It's hard
Everything.
to pick one. It's hard. Because I know Jalen be talking to you all the time, trying to tell you some things to get ready to go. Well, we're glad to have you here, man. We're going to let you get out here. We're going to have a competition circuit later on. We're going to have some eyes on you. How you think you're going to do in competition?
I'm going to do well. I'm ready to work with these boys. Show them what I got. I'm coming back. I'm not here to play.
Let's go. All right, Les.
And I believe that 100%. That's Leslie Woodson, everybody. 6'3", 190 pounds, class of 2027, so just a freshman. And, you know, Darian, you had a nice Woodson in the backfield, Mikhail Woodson, and he's related to Leslie. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a relation there obviously, with the last name. And he obviously mentioned Rod. So Mikhail Woodson is Rod's nephew. He's at Bishop Lewis High School. He's playing corner. Kid's a really good athlete. He was a sophomore last year, so it was his first time playing varsity, coming from the freshman level straight to varsity, and he did a really good job. I've been seeing him in this offseason, and he's just getting bigger, more athletic. I got word that he was going to be traveling out to Las Vegas to hang out with Rod a little bit, to get a little bit of training from Rod. And can you imagine you get trained by one of the best defensive backs of all time? I mean, some of these kids are spoiled. They just don't even realize how spoiled they are. That's like Leslie's like, oh, yeah, I get a little, you know, Jalen might send me some stuff. I mean, this is Jalen Smith. This is, you know, Rod Smith. I mean, these guys are, you know, football royalty here in Fort Wayne, and he's just like, oh, yeah, you know, Big Bro sends me some stuff every now and then. I mean, come on, you got to be kidding me.
But once again, that just kind of speaks to this area of rich football talent here in Northeast Indiana, specifically Fort Wayne, Indiana, where this is nothing new. It hasn't just been the last couple years when Jalen Smith becomes the first ever Mr. Football Indiana from Northeast Indiana, a Dick Butkus Award winner. I mean, you name it. Jalen Smith absolutely did it all. As a matter of fact, Jalen Smith was so big on the scene that he's kind of the reason why a lot of guys might skip out on a bowl game because of the injury that happened to Jalen against Ohio State his senior year at Notre Dame. Just a devastating injury that he still feels some of the effects of, but now it's kind of considered the Jalen Smith rule, where a lot of guys that are projected high in the NFL won't play. Darian, down to you.
Yeah, and I'll just touch on that real quick because that really has changed the landscape. So yes. Obviously, if you pay attention now, if you're a top pick in a draft, they're foregoing their bowl game. If you look, Caleb Williams didn't play in the bowl game. I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. played in the bowl game. And that all kind of started with Jalen. Yes. Notre Dame was playing Ohio State in their bowl game, and there's a famous picture where Jalen, he hurts his knee, and then Ezekiel Elliott is over there, yes. who they end up being teammates later on, which was kind of cool. But he's kind of consoling him, and ever since then, people kind of just decide not to play in that game because there's a lot of money on the line. Yes. Fortunately for Jalen, he made a lot of really smart decisions going into that, so he wasn't as effective financially as he could have been if he didn't make some smart decisions. So he's always had really good representation and people around him, like people like Mike Lito and Rise, who are doing a really good job managing these players off the field, building brands for them and that kind of thing. But, yeah, that injury, and I still remember it because I remember watching it and my stomach just sank because you just knew. You knew with an injury like that and the draft coming up what effect that would have. But we also knew the kind of kid Jalen was, that coming back from that, if anybody could do it, he could, and he did that. And he's still playing now today. And there are a lot of people that were saying that would be the end of him. And then even when he did go to the league, it was more charity than anything. And then he goes to a Pro Bowl. Oh, yeah, he wasn't that good. The guy's still playing. Years later, he's still playing. He's still on the roster, and that's a beautiful story. Him getting hurt to go play with his older brother is also a part of that story. So if anybody could have happened to come out of it, it was Jalen. He did a great job. But I got Jackson Keller here. So Jackson plays for Leo High School. I wanted to get a little bit of more NE8 representation here. I know we talked a little bit earlier. Lures is going to play Leo this year. Didn't get a chance to play him last year, but you guys had a great year last year. Yeah. So talk a little bit about what Leo is like as far as competitive-wise in the NE8, and then talk a little bit about what you guys think you're going to do next year.
So we're really competitive. We are really serious in practice. So, I mean, that really helps against, like, game time and stuff like that. But next year I think we're going to be good. We're going to be straight. We got a good quarterback, good players.
So speaking quarterback, I know you're going to have a new quarterback. So last year you had a guy who's gone now. We have Grayson the Square who's over here throwing the ball around, who's a potential person to take that job over. You also have a guy like Landon Hepner who you can give the ball to. So this is a special offense next year that you can have with Brock and Landon and Grayson, guys like yourself who can help out. So talk to me about you. So what position do you play there, Leo? Tell us your height, your weight, and what kind of impact you have on that team or going to have.
Yeah, I'm outside linebacker, wide receiver, and I'm playing like kind of H-back this year too also, so like that's going to help a lot. And I'm 208 pounds, so I mean.
So how was your season last year, and what do you think you're going to do to affect wins this year coming up?
Last year I had around 90 tackles, so I was doing pretty good. We almost went to state. Sadly didn't, but that also happened. Kaden got hurt in halftime, so a lot went into that game, but we did pretty good last year. I think we're going to do better this year,
So you say you play receiver too. Yeah. And you're losing Caden Hurst. Caden Hurst was a huge part of that team. Obviously, you got weapons all over the place, but Caden Hurst had an amazing season last year. I think he ended the season, top receiver and all kinds of different stuff, especially for the NE8. And that's a league that had Mylan Graham in it and a lot of other players. And, I mean, you could have argued who that had the better season. So how are you guys going to refill that kind of offensive production? You play some receiver. Can you see yourself filling some holes?
Yeah, I definitely think not as much as Caden because he's Caden. He's a legend. Dang near Leo. So, but I think we'll be good. I mean, me and Brock are pretty solid, and Landon is really fast slot, so I think we'll be fine.
So week 1 next year, we have to play you guys, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So what is your? Can you give me some tips on how to beat you guys? Is there anything that I should take back to Lures so we can win that game?
I mean, you can't really take too much back. It's gonna be a dub. So
give me a break, Jackson. All right. Well, hey Jeff, do you have any questions for Jackson Keller, Leo aficionado, before we let him get back in it?
Yeah, who's somebody from the JV or freshman squad that have been really coming up and that we're gonna know about next year?
Grayson, I think he's gonna have a big year. He's got me, Brock, and Landon, so he's gonna have a big year. Kellen Halbert he's probably gonna start next year also. Well, he played last year, but not the whole time, I guess. And I would say Luke Tackwell too.
Luke Tackwell, that's good. Okay, well, thanks, Jackson. Go enjoy the rest.
There you go, Jackson Keller. What a year for Leo, winning the sectional championship, just the third ever. Was it the third ever or fourth ever sectional championship in program history? So they just feed into a tough sectional year in, year out. And you heard him talk about it, and we got another interview. But before we go there, what Caden Hurst was able to do last year was absolutely special as a punt returner, kick returner, wide receiver, even a Wildcat quarterback. And he will be at the University of Ohio. So, Darian, take it away.
So I have Grayson Square here. I wanted to talk to him right after Jackson because Jackson mentioned his name, and so whenever there's a guy in the room, I'll usually try to get their input on things too. So, Grayson, you want to tell everybody your name, school you go to, what position you play?
My name is Grayson Square. I'm a quarterback. I go to Leo High School, class of 2026.
2026. So you have an opportunity to take over a team that was pretty good last year. You're going to have a lot of offensive weapons. Obviously, we just talked about Caden Hurst being on, but you got Brock Schott coming back. You got Landon Hepner. So what do you think you can do to help that team next year?
I think I just got to put the ball in the right spot, just give my guys an opportunity to make the plays,
Yeah, I get it. And you've been doing a lot in the offseason. Talk a little bit about some of the work that you've been doing in the offseason so that you're ready for that.
I'm playing traction 7-on-7, and then I'm training with Matrix QB with Antoine Taylor.
Cool, good to go. Jeff, you got any questions for Grayson? I'll let him go. We really should be talking to Lineman.
Let him go. We'll get him in the next period. Okay, so, once again, Leo High School, and I love that we're hearing the name Landon Hepner being mentioned a lot. Landon will be in the second session here. The second session starts at 3 p.m., wide receiver, DB, QB, so a lot of times at these combines, that's what really gets people excited. We even have a young Sheely on the roster, Harrison Sheely, so I'm really intrigued to see what that young man can do. Tucker Sheely and Steely. So, but obviously the younger brother of Owen Sheely, the great quarterback that was over at Carroll, who passed away just way too early. But, Leo, NE8's going to be good again. New Haven has been getting it done at the middle school level, constantly competing for area-wide basketball championships. They got a young freshman over there by the name of Tavar Baskerville, who's going to be, I think, one of the next real prime elite players coming up on the scene.
Yeah, I actually like Tavar a lot. I know him well. He played with my kids in youth ball growing up. He's always been a huge athlete. He's a basketball player. I think he starts on that team for New Haven, too, as a freshman, which is impressive. But, yeah, he could run the ball. Very stout running back. He's an athletic kid. You can really move him around, put him in the slot. I heard you mention Harrison Sheely earlier. That's another kid where if I grab one of these coaches and I mention his name, they're going to say the same thing that they said about Malik. That kid is dynamic. And he's so different than Owen. I know you mentioned Owen earlier. Unfortunately, we lost him, and obviously he's still always in our hearts. So he's a really good kid. But Harrison is playing with our 7-on-7 team, and he's obviously going to be playing at Carroll High School. But that kid, man, he is impressive. He's playing receiver. He goes up and gets the ball. Every 50-50 ball is his. I'm really excited to see him. Just almost as excited as I am to see Malik, I really want to see what Harrison Sheely does. He's one that we'll probably see later on today. Hopefully he's in this. But really impressive kid.
Yeah, they got two other wide receivers in Van Pelt. I think it was Jaden Van Pelt, who was a sophomore last year. And how about Mason Boffman, who's on the list as well? I mean, reloading at wide receiver is Carroll.
Yeah, they are going to be loaded. So you have Jaden Van Pelt. Jaden's already started getting some offers from college already, which is really impressive. Mason Boffman as well. Those two and Harrison Sheely all work with Dre Muhammad, and we obviously talked about how great Dre is and what he does as far as training receivers and getting them ready for the next level. Obviously, the college coaches believe that same thing. So you see kids like that who don't have a ton of varsity film. If you go back, you'll see Jaden Van Pelt on film, and he jumps off the film. Yes. But there isn't a lot of it. Yeah, 1 year of playing, they shared the ball a lot there, so the numbers aren't going to wow you. But if you watch film of them playing, he stands out on film.
Yeah, just go to the Carroll Snyder game early on in the season. Something special about Van Pelt. He's one of those guys, as you had mentioned earlier, kind of glides on the turf. His steps are very precise. Caught some sideline balls that were just amazing. One for a touchdown. Seemed to be a little bit light, but you're going to get that with sophomores in high school.
Yeah, I mean, they're at that age, they're 15 or so. Right. So, I mean, they're really young. And that's the one thing that you want to be careful of when you have a sophomore that's playing is can they physically be able to take the pounding of a football game? You have a kid that's 15, and there's some kids out there that may be 19. Yeah. So that's a big difference, especially in that age. There's a lot of maturity that happens physically in that age and in that span between 15 and 18. So some of them can do it. Some of them need a little, maybe it's in spots. You put them in, you take them out. And that's why you don't see a lot of numbers, because they can't get utilized as much as you really want to, because you kind of got to keep them healthy. I can remember when Austin Mack, who was at Bishop Luers, played at Ohio State, played for the New York Giants. He was actually playing in the Canadian League last year, won what we would consider their Super Bowl and MVP there. He was a sophomore, and he was starting, and he struggled a little as a sophomore. And it was really because we put a lot of pressure on him. We had him returning kicks. We had him returning punts. He was playing defense. He was playing offense because we knew how talented he was. And then it kind of took a couple games where he dropped the ball on a couple punt returns or kick returns, and then we said maybe we were kind of using him too much, and we pulled some off his plate, and he got better. And it was because, sometimes it's a little bit too much pressure, so we see talent, and we want to try to use them as much as we can, and then you got to be careful that you don't overuse them as well.
I think when people think about Traction AP, they definitely think about, Tay and the Mylans and the great wide receivers, quarterbacks, all that have come through this program. But talk about the offensive linemen, defensive linemen. We're showing you the group right now on camera. But is this a group that has consistently rose throughout the years as far as you got more and more people participating to get specific offensive line and defensive line training?
Yes, and it's really a testament to the trainers. Like we have Lamar Smith here, who's really good. Lamar Scott, I'm sorry. Lamar.
I was about to say.
Yeah, and Lamar Smith's a different. That's Southside High School running back, played for the Dolphins. Yeah, different guy. And Dimitri's also really good, too. So they do the offensive and defensive lines, so you can see them obviously working their position groups. And I think since they've decided to be trainers, and obviously we gave them a home at Traction, and they do a really good job. As you mentioned, as some of the players that we've interviewed have mentioned, they've been working with them, and they feel like they're giving them an edge so that they can be able to play high school football next year at a higher level. But it's like that at every position now. And in fact, if you look across sports in general, I have a niece that plays soccer. All this sports-specific training stuff is just taking off. Oh, yeah. It's because if you're not doing it, you're not going to be able to compete. Yeah. You're just not. And so as you can see, the end of this facility, they cordoned off this whole section here, probably an eighth of the field, specifically for soccer personal training. That's it, nothing else. And so obviously if there wasn't money in that and people doing it, they wouldn't have taken a part of this field for it. So I think skill-specific training is becoming more and more popular because it's so necessary for these kids to be able to compete. And I've seen kids compete without it, but they're special and they can do that. But on a normal scale, if everything's equal and you have one kid that goes to training 2 times a week and one that doesn't, the kid that goes to training is typically a better player.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And once again, with these offensive linemen, it might be the most technical position on the football team. You see these guys taking their drops, 3 choppy steps. They have to be straight up and down. They can't be lunging forward or backwards, or else they'll be put on their tail, so to speak. I mean, this is a real specific type of training that these guys are getting. Right now they're working on pass protection.
Yeah, because it's so difficult to play the position now. And I think it's because as we evolve as humans and in the sport of football, these defensive linemen are fast now. Yes. I mean, you look at the numbers that – even the offensive linemen, you look at the numbers that come out of the combine, you got guys that are like 6'4", 260, 6'5", who are running sub-5 40s. It's insane. And so for a lineman, for him to come from a position with his hand in the ground – to be able to get enough depth to catch a defensive end who's flying off the edge and is using all kind of different variations of hand techniques and chops and that kind of thing, you have to be very technically sound. And, of course, it translates on a pro level. Those guys are getting paid lots of money to do it. And, they're always in that. If you look at the first, 20 picks in the draft, a lot of them end up being tackles. It's just the way it is, because if the best player on the defense is a defensive end, you better have a really good tackle.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen a lot of defensive ends really getting paid in the NFL because it's such a valued position to get pressure on the quarterback. As we know, today's game has turned into more of a speed and more of a passing game. Looks like Darion's got another young athlete ready to join us.
I got Musa Mahitula here from Northrop High School. So we're trying to spread our bandwidth. We hit a lot of the NE8, so we're going back into the SAC. So Northrop High School. So first of all, tell us who you are. Tell us your height and weight, what position you play.
I'm Musa Mahitula, 6'2". I play offensive tackle at Northrop High School.
Northrop High School. So a little bit about Northrop last year, a little bit of a struggle. You had some turnover. You had a coach that left. You had a new coach come in from Snyder, Quentin Bowen. So it's a new program trying to get it off the ground. And I know, Jeff, we talked about that turnover and how it's hard to breed that consistency with some turnover. So tell us a little bit about what Northrop is doing now to try to create a new culture.
I mean, we just working, man. We just trying to figure out what we could do best. Right now, we're just working and just trying to figure something out.
And so you guys always had a really good running game. And I think last year you leaned on the running game a lot. And now you have David Callison, who was a sophomore, who was a starting quarterback last year. And so he'll be back as a junior this year. So you get some consistency at that position. But there's also some new blood coming around. So you got some pieces that are coming in I'm privy to. And so you got a lot of skill guys that are going to be coming in that are dangerous. And so from your perspective as an offensive lineman, what do you think that can do to help your offense next year?
Oh, yeah, that could definitely help us out a lot. I mean, we didn't really struggle that much in the pass game, but that will definitely help us out a lot.
For sure. So tell us about you. What do you do? How are you in the trenches? The trenches can be a dangerous place, man. I'm looking around at all these guys, and you're going to have to compete with some of these D linemen. So tell us about you and the way you dominate on the field.
I mean, I'm really just quick. I really don't talk a lot. I just play the game of football, and I just play my style of football. So whoever steps up, steps up.
And so obviously you're here to get some exposure, to have people see who you are. Have you done anything else in the offseason to try to help you either get better or get seen?
Yes, sir. I just been in the weight room working and really looking forward to go. I'm looking forward to go to a Rivals camp.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Get out and get seen. It's the best way. So obviously we're going to compete here later on. What kind of player are you as far as your tenacity when it comes to competition?
I'm very competitive. You know what I mean? I really don't talk a lot. Like I said, I'm very humble. But like I said, whoever steps up, steps up.
Jeff, you got any questions for Musa while we have him here?
Yeah, great sophomores last year. When you look at Don LeRae Reese and you look at Sexton, the linebacker, along with Quay Guilford, who's somebody that they're going to be able to add to that group that we may not know about that can that'll really step out next year?
You talking about sophomore class?
Yeah, anybody outside of them. So we mentioned Guilford, we mentioned Don LeRae Reese, some of those guys. Now, who do we not know about that you think is going to step up?
I'm going to just go back to the O-line. I'm going to give it to Corey Pittman. He's a hard-working. He's very hard-working. That's all I got to say about him. And he's very competitive, too.
So is he a leader on the team, or do you lead him? Which one, or is it both?
I mean, we both the leaders, but I'm really the leader on the team. But he's a class of 25, too, so he's in my class.
So a junior going into your senior year. It's your last run, man. What do you think you're going to do?
Man, I'm really trying to make a run for it, so I just got to lock in this offseason and do what I got to do.
Love it. All right.
Yeah, arguably one of the better sophomore classes last year in the SAC was Northrop with the three that I had mentioned right there. And you love to hear him talking about leadership because Jelante Hinton was all conference all 4 years that he was at Northrop. And I'm not 100% sure, Darion, do you know, is he going to Trine University now to continue?
I believe so. I think you're accurate on that. I was just sitting here trying to figure out where to. And I know you mentioned him the last 4 years. Just that guy is a bowling ball, and he can take 40 handoffs in the first quarter and come back and give you another 40 in the second. It was nonstop. It was like you just wind them up and send them. And behind that offensive line, who was actually a pretty good offensive line last year, they were able to run the ball well. I think this year you keep that all the same, and then you add a more experienced David Callison in there, and I think there's some more offensive weapons that are going to come to Northrop. They can really be good.
Yeah, Jerquadian Guilford, who's ranked in the top 25 in the state for his class. He was a sophomore last year. He'll be a junior, and hopefully we'll see him at the second session. But, yeah, I think they're starting to form that leadership over at Northrop that they need. We talked about Quentin Bowen going in there, spent many, many, many years at Snyder, so learned the Snyder way. And anybody that had coached Jelante or even his teammates, they just said he was like a coach on the field. And I think that rubbed off on some of the younger guys.
Yeah, and you have to have that, especially as a new coach like Quentin Bowen is, and you're trying to establish culture, and you're talking in front of the group, and you're trying to tell them exactly what it is that you want and how they're supposed to execute that. To have a guy that is in it with them, that has a helmet on, that can talk to them and say the same things, that is important to have. And I think sometimes I've been on teams where we didn't have that kind of leadership from a player perspective, and we were really talented and didn't win. I think sometimes people don't realize the value of having that kind of leadership until you don't have it. And then when you don't have it, you realize it.
Outstanding move there as we got tight ends and running backs going up against linebackers. Definitely seems like there's more offensive players than we have defensive out there right now, but good defensive play by that linebacker.
And you know it's always like that. and it's because everybody wants to score the touchdowns and catch the balls, and then they don't realize that, you know, at some point you get to a point where they kind of tell you, like, hey, you're going to be better over here. And you end up getting in where you fit in, especially if it's going to be the difference between you getting a scholarship and not. And so that's why sometimes these things are really good, because you get a guy to come out here and see against other competition, you know, if they need to be in that position or maybe try something else. So we let them sign up for whatever they want to sign up for, but you know how it is. They get to school, and a lot of them end up playing both ways.
Yeah, especially at some of the smaller schools. So here you're going to see a one-on-one drill, an example of kind of what we're talking about from the competitive side with the offensive line and defensive line. And I feel like this is something that you see more and more at these combines as these guys, man, we've been talking about the defensive end position, and so much goes into it with your hand contact and just all these different moves that you can use to get around an offensive lineman or even a running back or a H-back that's coming to block you in the backfield.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's why you see, like, obviously we were talking to Jackson Keller with Leo, and he said he's going to be playing some H-back with them, and that's because they want to lean on the run, and having somebody back there that's literally there just to open holes and create roadways is really important. So the H-back, it's an old thing. You know what I mean? When you used to see a lot of the wing tees and all of that stuff, it's starting to creep its way back in football because of the emphasis on the running game. And these D linemen are just getting better and better, so you have to have extra blockers a lot nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it with Juszczyk over there at the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, for a while there, you felt like the fullback position was dead, but 100% absolutely valuable. And, going back to Leo High School and what they've been able to do throughout the years, what Snyder High School has been able to do is they'll ground and pound you. And what that does is it eats seconds off the clock. Just look at the Carroll-Warsaw game last year where I don't even think Carroll had a possession in the third quarter because Warsaw was just able to hold on to it. So football is a game of attrition. It's not how good you are in week 1. It's how good you are in week 10 and going on. And certainly the run game can help with that.
Absolutely. And so especially when you start playing later on in the season. So obviously, after the regular season's over, the weather tends to start to change and you lean more so on the running game. And honestly, teams that are, if they don't feel like they have an offensive advantage, a lot of times the strategy is to shorten the game, run the ball, keep the clock down, keep the score down to give yourself a chance to win. And so you'll see that happen a lot in the playoffs. It's a little bit more of a conservative approach rather than just air raid it out the entire time and, trying to outscore people. Sometimes the route is to run the ball and put the ball on the ground. So speaking of, I have Danny Arnold here. Danny Arnold is class of 2026. We got the camera right up there if you want to look at it. Danny goes to Bishop Lewis High School. So, Danny, we talked earlier about Bishop Lewis having the likes of Sir Hell, having the likes of Gio Jimenez, Mickey Daring, and now they're all gone. So next year, we got big shoes to fill. So I just saw you make a nice, nifty little catch out here. Got me excited. I figured we'd bring you over here and ask you about what you think your opportunity is next year at Bishop Lewis.
Well, I think I'll be able to do great things next year and maybe fill those positions that got left last year.
Yeah. And I see you've been working hard. I mean, I know because I know you. I see you all the time. Yeah. The physical change in you from last year to this year has been huge. So what are the kind of things that you've been doing in the offseason to get yourself ready for that type of opportunity?
I mean, I've been lifting a lot, putting on a good diet, and just getting bigger.
There you go. So speak about it last year. Of course, we're still in the haze of a state championship, so we're all still really celebratory right now before we lock in and get ready for the next year. So talk a little bit about last year, what it was like to go win a state title. It was your first one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, honestly, it was just a great experience, like once in a lifetime, but hopefully not once. It's just amazing,
So then next year, we got Tough Road. We were just talking to some kids from Leo. They got a pretty good team. We got New Haven again to start the first couple weeks. And you saw last year, we dropped the first couple games pretty bad before we took a roll. So what are some of the things that you think Lures can do differently to be better prepared against a team like Leo with Brock Schott, Landon Hepner, and all those guys?
I mean, I think by getting our team bigger, that'd be a big advantage and just putting in the work,
So tell me a little bit about you. What kind of running back are you? There's a lot of different types of running backs. Now, I saw you just catch a football. So I know you could do that. But what else? What other skill set you got?
Obviously, I can catch, but I like to just pound the ball through, That's my favorite thing.
Or punch him in the nose, right?
Just a bit, yeah.
There you go. Jeff, you got any questions for Danny Arnold while we have him?
Yeah, I mean, is he able to get a word in on that football team? A lot of big personalities over there at Bishop Lures, but what's it like playing with all that talent, especially the DBs that we've been talking about?
I mean, it's honestly great. The guys are such good players and such good teammates. It just makes it all more fun.
There you go. I love it. So good luck next year. We're going to need you. So let's go. Go catch some more footballs.
It is a lot of fun when you go to Bishop Lures practice. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of lighthearted guys that kind of keep practice fresh there. So we've been talking about Davion Surrey. We're going to see Patterson, the quarterback, coming up here in the second session. Actually, there's a lot of Bishop Lures guys, it looks like, at the combine here.
Yeah, we got a few of them out here. We really encourage them to come to stuff like this because we understand how important recruiting is. And I'm sure we'll talk to Devin later. He's about to throw the ball now, but he is going to be a junior next year, and he's in competition with Jace White. So you have 438 and 460 here. Both of them are throwing. We invited the quarterbacks to come out, obviously, so we can have somebody throw to the running backs. They'll have their session later where they'll do their competition. But these two, Jason and Devin, are in the competition at Lures. One of them has to be the starter next year. Maybe it'll be a mix of both. They both have a really good skill set. They complement each other, really, which is odd. And the most important thing about it is they're really good friends, which is crazy. You would think, especially in a quarterback competition, that they would be scratching and clawing each other. And Devin's coming over the house all the time, hanging out with Jace, and Jace is hanging out with Devin. And these two really encourage each other. I saw it all year. When one's on the field, the other one's rooting for him. It's not like they're secretly, nudging the coach every time the other one makes a mistake. So it's good to see. I think iron sharpens iron. And I think they both have a hell of a lot of potential to do well next year, regardless of if one's starting or not, or if it's a blend.
Now, is it true that Jalen White can also play some QB? I mean, we haven't heard that name thrown around. I know he's an outstanding defensive back, but from what I understand, that kid's got a heck of an arm.
Yeah, so he'll play around every now and then and tell Kyle, like, hey, man, maybe I'll play quarterback next year. He can do it, though, honestly. I mean, he did it 1 year. We needed him to on the JV level, and I mean, I can show you film where he was he's dual threat quarterback. He can run, he can throw it. He can throw the ball 60 yards, really. Honestly, he's okay, as like a technical quarterback. So meaning reading defenses, throwing the ball on time where it's supposed to go. He's more of an athlete playing that position, but very dangerous though. Could really help us out if we needed to. So for instance, these two would be very new to starting next year, and if we run into any bumps in the road, or if we want to put any kind of particular package out there where we can have somebody be a dual threat, I think Jalen will be great for that. Especially as a senior, you kind of want a guy a little older with a little more to lose to have the ball in his hands a lot, especially late in the season and late in games. So it's definitely an option. He's joked about it before. If we need it, we may break the glass and hit the red button.
Well, Devin Patterson, Jace White, going to be interesting to see. Good-looking throw right there, as that one was intended for Woodson, Leslie Woodson, the freshman that we talked about. Boy, Patterson's got a little bit of zip on that throw.
Oh, yeah, no, if you're talking about just life on a football when it leaves his hands, it's got life. I mean, there's a term that you hear a lot, especially like combines, things like that. They talk about how the ball leaves somebody's hand, just jumps out of their hand. Devin's one of those guys. So Devin's got a strong arm. He's athletic. He can get out and run. Jace is more of the pocket guy, chip away, be a little bit more accurate in the pocket, make the reads, that kind of thing. And Devin's like, hey, if I need a 40-yard bomb, or if it's the end of a half or end of a game and I need an explosive play, he's going to be your explosive play guy. Jace is more first quarter. Let's get, establish things. Let's build what we want to do. We're going to run the right play. We're going to make the right reads, that kind of thing. More traditional pocket guy. And Devin is your trick. He can kind of pull some tricks out and get outside the pocket and hurt you there, too.
As you see Devin right there, that was Jace who threw that last ball. We're back to some of these bigs and some of the running backs. Once again, what a great running back class we had here in Fort Wayne. You think of Trey Bates from New Haven High School. Trey going on to play college ball here following graduation. Nate Stark's another one. I think he's going to be a senior now this year at Carroll High School. He's been playing for the last couple of years.
So speaking of running backs, I have a running back that's made a trip up here from Fremont. So I'll let him tell you who he is and what school he goes to, height, weight, that kind of thing.
Yep. I'm Carmine Marino. I'm from Fremont, class of 2026. I'm 5'11", 210 pounds, and yeah.
So 5'11", 210. You look like a bowling ball of a running back. So I won't make that assumption. I'll let you tell me what type of running back you are. So you have different types. You got your bowling balls, you got your scat guys, you got guys that can do both. What kind of back are you? And what kind of system does Fremont run?
We're switching it up this year. We're going to be just run up the middle type of team. But I'm more just like everything, I guess.
Do a little bit of everything?
Yep, everything I can do.
So how was the season last year with Fremont?
As a team, we had our ups and downs. We didn't have the best record, but I feel like we definitely progressed from the year before that, and it's definitely just going to keep on getting better.
There you go. So what do you think your impact is going to be on the team as far as wins and losses next year? What can you bring to the table to help?
I think now that since I'm getting back in training with Traction, the best program, I think I'm going to bring a lot to the table, should have a lot of rushing yards, and I should be good for the team.
Jeff, you got any questions for Carmine while we have him?
Yeah, Junior, talk about changing the culture there at Fremont so you can get more wins under their belt. What are some of the things they're doing to change that culture?
I feel like we need to have some more leaders on getting people in the weight room, building a bigger team, and I feel like I'm going to really try to crack down on that this year.
Yes.
And just really get everyone working so we can really have a good team, because it takes more than just one player.
Absolutely. Teams need leaders. And so especially when you can get a leader from your running back, that's huge, because you guys carry the load literally and physically, figuratively the entire season. So talk a little bit about what you've been doing in the offseason to get ready for that. Obviously you're here, you're getting some exposure. That's good for you. So anything else?
So I'm coming off of a shoulder injury, but I've been in with Ty a lot, just off-season training, just trying to get back to where I was.
Yep.
Try to just progress and get better.
That's good. Well, there you go. Good luck today, man.
And once again, we've seen that routinely throughout the years where a lot of the guys, even if they're up in Fremont just up 69, about 40-minute drive to Fort Wayne, but really 40 to an hour square mile radius, a lot of guys will come into Fort Wayne to get that specialized training. Looks like we got another running back. I think this guy might be out of...
Do you know Jeff?
Fairfield.
Fairfield, bingo. He knew it. All right, I'll let you tell the world. So we got a camera up there. You can tell them your name and what school you go to.
My name is Cole McLeod. I go to Fairfield. I'm a sophomore.
And you play?
Running back and safety.
All right, tell us a little bit about Fairfield. So we had a Fremont guy over here tell us all about Fremont. Tell us about Fairfield. What kind of season did you guys have last year?
Last year we had a decent season, and we went positive, 6-5. Lost out in the second round of sectionals. First round went our way. Beat Jimtown first time in about 30 years, I'm pretty sure.
Wow, big. Jimtown was usually good.
Yeah. It went pretty good. I got more playing time, a lot of playing time, more than I hoped for. I mean, especially as a sophomore. Yeah. Lots of special teams time, good looks from the coaches.
Yeah. So this year, going into this year, you were a sophomore last year, so you'd be going into your junior year. So you had somebody in front of you because you said you started to get more time. What does that look like? Is he still there? Are you going to compliment him, or is he gone now?
On defense, we actually lost 3 of our 4 DBs. Two of our corners graduated and the safety graduated, but on offense with the new coach coming in, we just got Stoner from Jimtown because our coach went to Wallace. So I really don't know what offense is going to look like, being how it's going to change. But on defense, I'm hoping for a starting safety spot, maybe DB.
There you go. So tell us a little bit what type of football player you are. So you obviously are talking about some defense, so you play both. And we were having that conversation because we saw everybody doing offense, and we're like, man, nobody wants to play defense. So you play defense and offense. Tell us about what type of player you are and how you're going to impact that team, get some wins next year.
I've been told by my coaches I'm really a Swiss Army knife of a player. I can play anywhere. I just got to learn it. I like the ball in my hands.
There you go. Yep. Any more?
No, I'm good.
Jeff, you got any questions from our representative from Fairfield?
Yeah, who was one of the best athletes that he went up against last year on Friday night?
Seth Pruitt.
Yes. Seth Pruitt. Easy answer, right? So how did Seth play against you guys?
He's a hard runner. Yeah. He could pound the rock.
What high school?
West Noble.
West Noble. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Good. All right, well, we'll let you go, man. Good job.
Yeah, Seth Pruitt is going to break his brother's records. He's probably going to go down as the all-time leading rusher over there at West Noble. They're going to have a great team coming back, Darion. They just cannot get past that sectional championship game. So going to be interesting. You know, the NECC has really picked it up. Good football being played, as you know, for many years there with Eastside, the Blazers. They've got a new coach now who's righted that ship again, and you know, another tough squad, but the NECC puts out some good football.
They sure do. They've shown us that a few years in the playoffs. Obviously, we had a little run there with Eastside where it was like each year we traded off who was going to win that game. They obviously had Laban Davis at one point, who was really good. He ended up going to St. Francis to play there. I think he played quarterback there and ended up switching positions, but he was a really good player there. Eastside's always dangerous, man. We had the upper hand the last time we played them, I think last couple times, but that's one that we always see. We always try to find out where they are in that bracket whenever the sectional draw comes out, for sure.
Yeah, Central Noble having a nice season last year with Brody Morgan as their quarterback, ended up setting passing records at Central Noble. So
Cherubusco, always tough to deal with as well. So a lot of good football conferences. And then on the big side over there with Lakeland, boy, Lakeland really made a name for themselves with Sean Connolly and Holbrook, their quarterback. Holbrook, who goes 6'5", 210 pounds. So Darion's got another interview for us.
So anytime we get kids that are taking some time to come up here from far away, well, generally far away, we usually like to put them on camera and interview them because we can learn a little bit about them. So I've got a player here from Pike High School. We got Pierce Collins. Pierce, if you want to tell the camera up there who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
Yeah, my name is Pierce Collins. I'm class of 2025. I go to Pike High School, and I play tight end.
Pike High School, tight end. You got some good size on you, man. I don't know much about Pike High School other than Coach Brevard. So we do know Coach Brevard. He was up here for a while. I actually, he was from my alma mater in college. He went to St. Francis, so I know him from that. And he was at Northside High School here, brought them back to life, and then ended up going down to Pike. How was it last year with Coach down there?
It's really him just trying to change the culture of our team. You know, we had a bad culture. We're not doing things right, but we're on a good path. We're on a good path to be successful. He talks about Fort Wayne the Line, how we changed the culture over here, and he's just trying to bring the same thing to our area.
So I'll vouch for him, and I'll agree. He did. He took a Northside program that needed some upgrading, and he did a great job, and they're still building it, but he put them in the right direction so that it could continue to be built. And so I was actually upset to see him leave. I'm like, man, we kind of like to have him around here, but he went down to Pike. I know you guys came up a couple years ago. You brought your team up for some 7-on-7 stuff that we were doing up here at St. Francis, so we got a chance to see you guys. You guys are huge. Yeah. You have a huge team. So are you a small guy or a big guy on that team?
I'm pretty big, but there's a lot of other big guys at our school too. Yeah.
So tell me about yourself. You play tight end. Do you only play tight end? You look like you might be able to do both.
Yeah, I only play tight end.
Okay, so tell me what type of tight end you are. You got different kind of tight end. You got your Kelsey tight ends who can get out there, catch the football. They're more like slot receivers. And then you got the guys that spend a lot of time blocking. So are you a hybrid? You kind of do both, or do you lean on one side rather than the other?
I can do both, but I'm more like a Kelsey receiver. I can really play right receiver too, be on the outside, but I can do a hybrid.
You do a little bit of everything. So what kind of season did you have last year? So class of 2025, you were a junior this past football season. So what kind of season did you have?
I didn't have the best season. I didn't get a lot of opportunities. I tried to take most of it, though, but I'm looking to have a way better season this senior year.
But you know what's good? You're here. You're getting better. You could be at home playing video games. You're traveling all the way to Fort Wayne to get some exposure, so that is going to help you. What are you doing in the offseason to get put in a position, outside of just these kind of things, what are you doing to get in a position so that you can take advantage of opportunities next year?
Yeah, I've been in the weight room with my coach, Coach Smith. Shout out to Coach Smith. I've also just gotten into speed and acceleration training, so I'm really just focused on my overall athleticism, just getting stronger, everything else.
Excellent. Jeff, you got any questions for our guy down here from Pike High School?
Yeah, what are some of the things that he's doing to work on his overall athleticism? What's a goal for him as far as it pertains to getting quicker and faster?
It's really just getting stronger, being able to move more, be able to, like, my hip mobility and all that. I stretch a lot, make sure I stay loose and all that.
Yoga. All right. Hip mobility, man. He nailed it on the head, and we see this a lot. There is starting to become more and more nowadays issues with these kids' hips. And I think a lot of times it's because, and I had to talk to a couple PTs because I'm trying to figure out why are we getting a lot of hip flexor issues or hip mobility issues. And a lot of it is because they're doing a lot of weightlifting in areas other than like their glutes and abs. And so I was told when you have weaker glutes and abs, the hip flexor has to use a little bit more energy to get that leg up, and then that causes some injuries in that hip. So yoga, things like that, proper stretching, so important. I'm glad he mentioned it.
Yeah, you know, back in the day, you were able to have more multi-sported athletes, like you were saying, Darion. A lot of times now you got to kind of concentrate on a sport by your sophomore year because it is so competitive. So with that, you're losing some of the, training that you might have in certain body parts that you don't use if you're training football all the time. So a lot of different things that you can do out there. Darion had mentioned yoga and how great yoga is for keeping guys loose and working on their flexibility. And, with these young athletes, you always want to see the athletes that can control their body and control their body weight. And that's what a lot of these little training exercises come into play for that.
And a lot of it is about availability, too. I mean, sometimes you can get these little nagging injuries that kind of last the season. You miss a game here and there. And obviously in sports, your best ability is availability. You have to be able to play. And little nagging injuries that can be avoided just with proper stretching and mobility, then you got to kind of stay out of those if you can.
Yeah, and what do you think is the main injury that keeps kids off the sidelines that doesn't seem like it's that serious, but it limits their ability?
I would say a lot of soft tissue injuries, so your pulls and strains and things like that. And I think a lot of it is just a lack of stretching. I know some programs don't emphasize stretching much. Some of them don't properly stretch. So I think the soft tissue stuff, the pulls and strains are the worst. And then, of course, the main one in this sport is concussions. And they're ones that are kind of difficult to diagnose. They're kind of difficult to know when the kid's ready. So there's a lot of precautions in place, and a lot of times we're extra careful, and we leave kids out maybe a little longer than they should just so that we're sure. So many studies nowadays are talking about the long-term effects, obviously, of concussions and things like that, so we have to be really careful. But I would say those are ones that tend to be difficult because a lot of times the kid themselves either don't want to tell you something's wrong with them, or they might not be as honest as they can sometimes because they're trying to get back to playing. So we have to really make sure we educate them on the long-term effects of trying to play through something like a concussion.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one for me. Growing up playing in the 90s, you feel like when you look back at it, we probably had concussions a lot more than we may have let on.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a thing called a concussion. I mean, this is all the way through. I played high school, I played college ball, and that was just not something that you spent time off for. If you got banged up and you were seeing stars, you went over to the side, you drank some water, you sat down for a second, and then you told coach when you were ready.
Yep.
And that may not have been the best course of action for us, but that was the way football was. I can remember a game getting hit, and you know when your nose just starts running. Sinuses started clearing on their own. I'm like, whoa. And it's like, okay, I feel a little bit better, get back out there. So we're obviously a lot more attentive to that now with new studies and things. As with anything else, there's this period where it has to kind of settle into what exactly it is. You have some that are on varying sides of that argument, as far as you don't need to play football at all the way to, what are we worried about? You signed up to play. So I think smart to lie somewhere in the middle of that until we get more information out.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you might remember the name Lance Larimore, but boy, I went nose up with Lance, and we collided so hard that when I got up, it looked like somebody had put a yellow highlighter over my eyes. Everything was just kind of yellow for a second. So, but I say it all the time, the aches and the pains and all that, the life lessons learned through football far outweigh any of these injuries. And obviously you never want to see a kid get injured, but it is part of the sports. But, it's just that team camaraderie, the friendships and the lessons learned that really can take you just beyond in life. Darion's all set.
All right, I had to grab this kid because I was watching him do this session over here. He was playing a little bit of right tackle, and he was dominating.
Nice.
And so I figured I'd pull you over here. I saw you go to Carroll High School. We haven't had a kid from Carroll yet on the mic, so you'll be the first one. So tell us who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
Yep, I'm Adam Klein. I go to Carroll, and I play center and right tackle.
Carroll High School, man. Carroll High School. That is a beautiful high school, by the way. I mean, everything is amazing. It really is. I had a chance to play in that state. I didn't play. I coached at Bishop Lures. And that stadium, man, with the fireworks and the dimming lights and all that stuff is insane, dude. So tell me a little bit about what it's like to play for Carroll. Again, it's a program that's been very good. You guys made a state run a couple years ago, had some adversity in the beginning of that year, and you guys were able to kind of get through that with Jimmy Sullivan kind of filling in some shoes, and you had a state run. The city was behind you guys. We all wanted you to win. Of course, you didn't, but I think it was significant. You had the amount of wins that you did, which was really cool because it was Owen's number.
13.
Yeah, so I think some things happen for a reason. So I'll let you tell a story of what it was like to be on that team for that whole run.
I was not actually on that team. I joined Carroll this year. I'm a freshman.
Oh, freshman.
Just a freshman.
He's a freshman.
I got you.
Okay, so you didn't get a chance to do that. So let's talk about next year. As a freshman, what I just saw you doing against kids that are 3 years older than you right now, I think you can help. So you can tell a world about what you can bring to Carroll next year so that you can insert yourself on that team. You're going to have some talent. We were talking about Jaden Van Pelt. We're talking about Harrison Sheely. We're talking about Sullivan, Jimmy Sullivan over there. A lot of good pieces, Mason Boffman, some good guys there. So what are you going to do to insert yourself into that?
Be able to do whatever I can do, be able to play whatever the coaches want me to, be open to anything. They told me last year, be prepared to play anything on the offensive line or even like defensive line. So I'd just be open to whatever. I can provide a lot.
So for a kid like you that's a freshman, obviously they're saying, hey, there's a lot of opportunity for you. What are you doing in the offseason to get prepared for that? So there's a lot of different things. Obviously you're here, you're getting exposed, but what else are you doing?
Lots of weightlifting, going to traction, footwork. Footwork's very important, but weight room too.
There you go. And you'll be playing for Coach Papagiannis. So me and Coach Poppy played together at St. Francis. He was a receiver. We played the same position. So I've known him for a long time. So I know that offense is a high-flying offense. You like to score a lot of points. You like to put it up there. So is it exciting to play in Coach Papagiannis' offense?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Especially like high scoring, lots of passes. That's really nice. Yeah.
So for a lineman next year, what is your differentiation in the trenches? So the trenches are tough, and I just saw you out there kind of holding your own. What is it that is different about you? Is the reason why you can come out here and compete against some kids older than you?
I'm quicker, obviously more like I'm physically more than other people that are my grade. I'm like taller, but quicker, and I've been playing football for a while, and I know my position well.
It's nothing new for you. No. All right, Jeff, you got any questions from our kid from Carroll here? Freshman, offensive lineman.
Yeah, and just asking about that freshman class, how special they are. We saw Eli Newhouser last year, a big linebacker that ended up starting on the varsity level. Asher Wagner, another one. I know both those guys are great baseball players, but it seems like they have a pretty special freshman class because he looks phenomenal out there.
Talk a little bit about those other guys.
Eli started varsity a couple games. He's a beast. Asher, he did special teams, started that. He could start next year, anything. Harry started JV the whole year. Yeah. We got like Billy Lauer, he's here too. Yeah. He had like 13 rushing touchdowns on the freshman team. There's a lot of guys we have here.
So are there any other freshman linemen coming in with you that you can kind of tie yourself to?
Here today I have Luke Reno. He's here. But also we have guys, Brady Muhammad Ali. He's another good guy. Braden Lothamer. He's a defensive lineman, but he did a little bit of offense. He's another big guy. We got lots of height on the offensive line.
And last question.
Do they learn a lot from Caden Abbs, who's a big-time recruit?
Definitely. He's told me a lot. He's been helping me, telling me like how I need to like gain weight, like how I should do it. He's definitely been super helpful to me.
That's good. Keep doing a good job, man. I pulled you out here because you were playing well over there. I saw you freaking almost pancake a guy.
Wow. So spoil of riches over there at Carroll. You know, they do a great job with the Carroll youth football program there, and the guys are just ready to go. And, man, what I saw from that Eli Newhouser last year as a true freshman, you look at him on the field, Darion, he looked like he could be a junior, even a senior at 6'2", 215 pounds. So just a big athlete for him. Wow, good competition going on over there. That was Woodson.
Yeah, so obviously you've seen, and he talked about his versatility. So you see him out there playing tight end, and then he's coming over and he's playing defensive end. Yeah. So athletic kid. He's obviously going to show both sides of his talent over here at the defensive end. I think he just won a rep a second ago. So he's a big kid, young as well. I'd love to see these two freshmen go at it. You know, this kid that was a freshman last year and this other kid, I would love to see them go at it. But, man, Carroll's just spoiled. I mean, this kid is 6'3". He's built. I mean, he's rough and tough, and I just love it. I love it. I think Carroll's got a good program, obviously, with Coach Papagiannis over there. I think offensively they're great, and then they have some really good players too to back it up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now here's Leslie Woodson once again going up against a young man from Paulding High School. Now Woodson once again is just a freshman. You see him extend his arms right there to get a little separation to keep the offensive lineman out from inside his body with that separation, then he can utilize the rip technique to really get in after the quarterback. He's very athletic. He showed a spin move. I'm not sure if I got that on film earlier today, but Leslie Woodson is definitely someone to keep an eye out for. And we still don't know if he's going to be competing in Texas next year or if he'll be moving to Fort Wayne.
Yeah, and you can see here the linemen are taking a bit of a break here. So I'm not sure if they're done for the day, but they're getting a little bit of water. They had a little bit of an intense competition going on over here with this the first of the cone drill. So I actually love watching that. And it's unique for some linemen because there's not a lot for linemen to do in the offseason. So the skill guys, the quarterbacks, the receivers, the running backs, they can all play 7-on-7. We can throw the ball around indoors and that whole thing. And then these linemen, a lot of time, they're either stuck with trainers until the showcases and camps, or there really isn't any competitive nature for them outside of showcases and camps. So it's fun to see them come out here and actually get competitive for a second.
Yeah, they can throw shot, throw disc, and do the fat man relays.
Yeah, track is so I always encourage that, man. I know there's that big debate going on all the time whether you should play multiple sports or you should start being more specific. I think that if you have the talent to play multiple sports, you need to do it. I think it makes you more well-rounded athlete. Works different muscles. You're getting different coaching, different strategy. I've had things in baseball help me in football. Yep. I've had things in basketball help me in other sports as well. And then the coaching and the direction, it translates between all of them. Most of it is about being prepared and being prepared to compete and dealing with adversity. And the more voices that you can have telling you some of those things, the better. I just think it's great for an athlete. And a lot of times when I'm talking to college coaches, they prefer players that play multiple sports.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. We had touched on it earlier. Different sports require different skill sets. You're training different muscle groups. You want to play as many sports as you can for as long as you can. I mean, we saw, oh, wow, nice tip to himself. That's the running back, I believe, from Fremont that we interviewed earlier. But, yeah, you want to play as many sports for as long as you possibly can. We saw it with Tay Johnson, who was a standout varsity basketball player at Northside for many years, as well as being one of the state's best football players. Mylan, a lot of these guys are playing multiple sports. Malik Moore, the freshman at Northside, playing basketball and baseball along with football. So, yeah, you definitely want to play as many sports as you possibly can. But you know what, Darian, it's a big difference from, am I a three-sport athlete at a small school like Fairfield or Fremont, or am I a three-sport athlete at Carroll High School? Because it is just so competitive at those bigger schools.
Yeah, and you have a larger amount of kids to choose from. So a lot of times if a kid specifies in a sport, like I've seen this in baseball in particular a lot, because they can do so much focus on that one sport. When you're at a school that has a lot of options like a Carroll, it's difficult for a kid that doesn't just play baseball to play. So I've seen it work both ways where multiple sports are good, and then I've also seen where if you specify that could be good too. I just hope that if a kid does specify that they know this is what I want to do and they want to put it all into that. I just think it's better to be multiple. But, yeah, no, it's definitely means more if you could be a multiple sport athlete at a big school like Carroll as opposed to a school that has 300 total kids and, you only have so much to choose from.
100%. I know Darian's going to have another interview coming up for us shortly. Remember, folks, Session 2, the DBs, quarterbacks, wide receivers, starts at 3 p.m. Darian, down to you.
So I'm with Daniel Warmick here. Daniel Warmick is from Portage. So we interviewed a guy that played line from your school. So did you guys come up here together?
I know, sir. Wait, are you talking about DQ?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's my brother.
Oh, that's your brother. Okay. Not real brother, but that's your brother. So you came here together because you show us solidarity, right, for Portage. So tell me a little bit about who you are. You can give us your name again so the world can hear it. Your height, weight, school, grade.
My name is Daniel Warmick. I go for Portage High School. I'm a sophomore going into a junior year. I'm 171 pounds. I do both sports, football and wrestling.
There we go. I love it. We were just talking about multiple sport athletes. So I brought you over because we were having a conversation earlier, and there's not a lot of people in your line over there. What's it with people, man? Why don't they want to play defense? Does it take a certain person to play defense?
No, sir. Just dedication and courage. That's really it is.
Yeah. And I see you locked the guy up here just a second ago. That's why I pulled you over here. So what is some of the things that you can do to help your team be in a better position to win next year?
Footwork. I need to work on my speed and strength more. And I just need better reading.
So you're obviously here getting looked at. What are some of the things? Are you doing any training or anything like that, or are you just working with your high school?
I do working with my dad, who's also a coach. I do lifts with my wrestling team and football team.
I love it. So does your dad coach you in high school? Oh, man, that's unique. So I coach my kids. I got 3 kids that play for me. It's unique. It's different. So from a kid's perspective about a parent, is it difficult to have your dad there all the time? Does he stay on you? Do you get any leeway in practice, man, or is it like every time you turn around, he's watching?
Every time I turn around, he's watching. He's always on me, but he's also on me about grades too.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. So, but that's also good for you though, because you can approach practice a different way because somebody's always watching, as opposed to dad's away. You can kind of take a few plays off. He don't let you do that. So, talk a little bit about the type of player you are. So, you said you play DB, right? And what was the other one?
Linebacker.
And linebacker. That's a different combination. So, talk a little bit about the differences between DB and linebacker.
Linebacker. They don't really have as much speed as the DB. That's why I'm really trying to work my speed more. And strength and reading skills. Because different coming from, a guard pulling versus the wide receiver.
Okay, so we talked to your buddy, your brother, about Portage last year. He said you guys were okay but could be better. I think you had a winning season, but it was just barely a winning season last year. So what are you going to bring to that team to help them push them in the right direction, maybe try to make a state run?
My hard work, my dedication, and uplifting people.
That's it. I love it.
Yeah.
Being a leader. That's good. We all need them. All right, Jeff, you have any questions for our guy from Portage?
Yeah, what is it that he's been able to take away from wrestling that's maybe helped him on the football field? Does he feel like they complement each other?
Wrestling helped me stay low and tackling, everything, all that, and footwork.
It's about leverage, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Core strength and leverage.
Yes, sir.
Bingo. Good job.
Yeah, so important. Football is a game of leverage. And you see why it's so important for these offensive linemen to do things the right way. And the young freshman from Carroll is still putting in work. Just won that one. His name's Andrew Klein. No, excuse me, Adam Klein. He's over there at right tackle right now. He's wearing 4-1-4. Another big offensive lineman. And you know what? He doesn't really have much bad weight on him at all. This young kid, there he goes, going up again. Now, I think he's going to learn this going forward, but leaning forward a little bit too much on that rep right there. They teach the guys you want your back just absolutely straight. Once again, if you're leaning forward, then that's ammunition for a defensive lineman to be able to pull you forward and get to the QB. And same if you're leaning backwards, then they can just bull rush you and push you back into the quarterback.
And you're absolutely right. It's such a technical position to play, especially on that edge, because you don't have any help on one side. And so you really have to make sure you're getting depth in that first step. And everything you said is right. If you're leaning, you're going to be susceptible to a push-pull. If you're too far back, then the bull rush is there. You can see the double chop move right there, which I thought was a very impressive move. So even if you're reaching out with both hands, if you're not sitting in your stance, then you get that double chop there that he just got beat on. So the linemen have a tough job. I think they're one of the tougher jobs in football, to be honest, because every play is a competitive nature. You got a guy that's really trying to get to the quarterback. And, it doesn't take very many sacks in a game to be the difference maker.
Yeah, and the double chop, that was Tobias Delaney, who we heard from earlier. Your next ESPN broadcaster, potentially right there for Tobias. But and with these defensive linemen, these defensive ends, I mean, so much has gone into it with this hand-to-hand combat, if you will. I mean, the slightest little adjustments can mean the world of a difference from them getting to the quarterback or not.
Absolutely. I just love watching these guys in the trenches. I get so worried because they don't have pads on. I'm like, man, I could just see them like bumping heads or something. But they're doing a great job of being competitive and safe at the same time. I really like what I'm seeing here out of Freemian, who's a defensive end here closest to the camera. He had a good rep last time, just a straight-up bull rush on this right tackle or this left tackle that was here. We'll see if he can do it again in the next rep. But he's a big kid. I know him well. He's a Lures kid. He's going to be a junior next year. He's leaving his sophomore year, going to be a junior. And he's just been working hard in the offseason, a lot of like what these other kids are talking about. He's been working with Dimitri on the offensive line. He's been working on getting a little bit stronger. And I saw that in that first rep, but hopefully we keep seeing it. He's going to get ready to go here soon.
So that's Freeman at the right defensive end position right now. Looks like his number got ripped off.
Yeah, Avery Freeman.
Avery Freeman getting ready to go up here shortly. There's a classic example of a bull rush. The young man is just big and he's got good feet, was able to push the offensive lineman back. You want to get your hands inside, basically settle right inside on those breastplates of the shoulder pads. You got to get your hands inside, and then when you can extend out, that's pretty much when you've won that initial battle right there. Everybody knows it's when your hands, and here's Freeman going for his set right there. That was a great job by the offensive tackle too as well. You can tell he's got really, really good feet. His number's 4.24, but yeah, when your hands get to the outside, that's Musa Mahota, okay, from Northrop.
Yeah, we interviewed him earlier, and he talked about him being really aggressive in the trenches, so this is a good matchup here for these two. You can see there, he got a little bit of a bull rush. He might have set a little bit too far back. But again, he got beat on an inside move. A lot of times that guard is going to be somewhere in that bow with you, so you may have some help to one side. So it's a little different when you're doing one-on-ones as a lineman. Everybody's kind of on an island. It's a little bit different.
Oh, 100%. And now we got Leslie Woodson getting ready to come up here against the Northrop offensive lineman in a second.
Oh, this kid is I don't know if he lost a rep yet. The one from the broadcaster, Tobias Delaney from Northside, I don't think he's lost a rep yet that I've watched.
No, then the athleticism and just the sheer girth, you can tell he's going to be a problem along with Devon Haney over there at Northside.
Absolutely, and that's one thing they do. They reload really well in those trenches.
Well, and the one thing that they're really doing a good job of is Coach BJ, Ben Johnson, has his guys in the weight room, and they really do not miss. I mean, it is the number one thing over there at Northside. You are not going to miss in the weight room. And the young offensive lineman I was talking to you about, Marion Engel, Coach BJ said, first one in the weight room, last one to leave. And that's the kind of mentality you really have to have.
Absolutely. I think speed kills, but strength mauls. And a mauling is a long, slow process, man. Sometimes, if it is that, you want speed to be a factor because you want it to be over fast. And, with these guys that are really strong like they are at Northside, and you're absolutely right. I mean, they put a huge emphasis on the weight room. You can tell by the way the kids look coming out. And I think that that really gives you an edge in football, obviously, especially in the trenches. And you watch these Northside kids, whether it's a Jordan King or the kid Tobias here is really doing a good job. They're competitive. They're nasty. I think that's a part of their culture. And they want to get in the weight room and work hard. You can see it. It's definitely showing.
Well, you're seeing it here from Leslie Woodson. I mean, he looks like he can be a Myles Garrett type of player at the next level. I'm seeing all these different moves, so he already knows. Like, he's added to his bag of tricks already. And I think that's one thing that people may not understand when it comes from the defensive line position is there are so many things that can be taught to you to accompany your quick feet and your strength. And we talked about this hand-to-hand kind of combat, and that's exactly what it is. But Woodson also has the spin move that is just kind of natural with his athleticism.
Yeah, and to be honest, the hand fighting stuff is translatable, so we like to call it jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
So receivers use it a lot to get off a DB's press, but you can see the defensive lineman using some of the same kind of techniques because it's all the same. It all translates.
Right, and that goes back all the way to the 60s and 70s with Bruce Lee. And, Jeet Kune Do was his martial art, but it's the way of the intercepting fist. And basically, Bruce Lee would teach that you use your opponent's body momentum against them.
Yeah, absolutely. Be like water, right? That's Bruce Lee's thing is be like water. Water can flow and water can crash, but it's up to the environment that changes it. But it can do both. And I think versatility in this world is one of the best things you can have, is being able to do both. And we talked about that with a lot of kids here today that play both sides. And we were talking about Leslie Woodson. He went and played some tight end. He showed his skill there, and then he showed us what he could do at defensive end. And then there was variety in the skill set, even at defensive end. He had a bull rush there at the end. I saw him try to use a chop move before. So obviously the talks with the big brother have been helping. So he's got some skill that we obviously think can be used at a high school level, whether it's in Texas or it's here in Indiana.
You know, and it's something that you love to see, you know. Sometimes a really accomplished, talented athlete might wait till their senior year to get started with the process. Oh, it's my senior year, I got to get looked by college coaches. When really, give yourself a chance. Get started. I mean, Darian, we're seeing kids getting started with this as early as 6th, 7th grade.
Yeah, and it's everything that we talked about earlier. It's just nowadays with the world being closer together with social media, you can't hide anymore. So the pool that people are looking at is a lot bigger than it ever was before. There are other factors that are slowing down some of the recruitment for high school seniors. Obviously, you have transfer portal now. You've got NIL deals and things like that. So especially with the transfer portal, and I've had colleges say two different things. Some of them say, hey, we really want to build with high school seniors because we're starting a new culture here. Maybe it's a new coaching staff. And then I've had people like Toledo, who is in the MAC championship, say, we're going to look at the transfer portal. Like, if I need a kid to come in and play receiver, I'm going to go to one that was at Ohio State that maybe didn't play as much and wants to leave, but I know he's going to go to class. I know what his GPA is. I know he's going to be a professional. He's going to come to practice. Whereas I can put my career on the line as a recruiter and go get a high school senior, and maybe he doesn't do those things. So a lot of them, especially the more established teams that are ready to compete and win now, they want to get the transfer portal kids first.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it that recruiting is more competitive now than it's ever been. We're finally kind of getting through that COVID year, Darian, that made it so hard on some of these high school athletes to get the kind of scholarship that they wanted at the next level. But once again, it also kind of just stresses that positive body language, being a good person, being a good teammate, not being confrontational in the locker room could be what takes you to the next level.
Absolutely right. And what ends up happening a lot of times is you have a kid that's, let's say if we're talking about Indiana, IU is recruiting. There's a kid in Indiana that's 6'2", and everything that you want. Well, guess what? Now with the way things are, they can recruit from Texas and California and everywhere else. And there's a lot of kids that are 6'2" and run the same speed and have the same vertical jump and broad jump and everything. And so those small things that you talk about are now becoming the difference makers. So GPA, attitude, makeup. When I talk to your coach, what is he saying? Are you a leader in the locker room? Are you not? Are you the guy they got to come find to get them to come to the locker room? So all of those things are starting to become reasons to they're more so looking for a reason not to recruit you rather than recruit you, so that they can filter through a lot of different kids at one time. So it's not just the measurables, though. They start there. They'll start with your height, your weight, and whether you look the part and can you run the 40 and all those things. But if I end that and I have 50 kids still, now what I use to eliminate kids are GPA. What is the coach is saying? What is his history? Does he have an issue? Maybe there's drugs or something that we can get a sniff on, and somebody lets us know that a kid might have an issue. So all of those things are factors. We try to tell the kid, don't give them a reason to not pick you. So go get the GPA, go to class, make sure the report that a guy like Dre is giving the coach, or a guy like the head coach at your school or your athletic director, they're all saying good things about you. Because it could be that one thing they say, he's got really trouble, he's got a lot of trouble getting to class. Okay, well, that might be the difference between you and the other 5 kids that look just like you.
Yeah, and it's like you said, don't get mad at Dre for telling the truth, because he's got a reputation to protect as well. And these college coaches know. I mean, if you're going to give them some lie about a player saying they can do this and they really can't, they're probably not going to come back to you for your advice.
Probably not. Yeah. So it's and then kids come and go. So if Dre is going to have any longevity in this, then his reputation is going to be based on how honest he is. You can lie for one kid, and that might work the one time, but if that becomes a habit, then they will tend to go the other direction. So he really bases everything about the kid, and he makes sure he uses that as the conversation with the coaches. And that's why it's important for him also, and any other trainer or anybody that's close to these kids, is to have a personal relationship with them. There's so many other factors too. I mean, mental health is a huge thing nowadays. Yes. And to be honest, that's creeping itself in more and more, yes, especially with these kids who are competitive, and they're trying to get these offers, and everything is a social media thing, and they're on there talking, I got 5 offers, and now it's a competition to see how many offers, when really all you need is one. I mean, it's wild that they get into that, but they're so competitive, and now everybody has their own platform with social media, so sometimes you get kids that are really good players that may not be getting the looks that they deserve, and then they have some issues with identity and who they are and that kind of thing. So we want to really make sure that if we do have kids and we're in a position to be an influence on them, that we're making sure that we're conscious about their mental health more so than what they can do physically.
And so obviously we're at our closing right now. We've brought all the guys together. We saw Dre out there talking. There was another member of the staff out there talking. Now LB is talking. What's going on at this portion of the combine?
So this is when they're kind of talking to them about everything they just went through, what it's going to be like when they go to colleges in June, because June is what we call money month. So this is kind of just a small scale of what they're going to go do when they go to the Toledos and the Ohio States and the IUs and the Purdues. It's going to be this just on a larger scale with a lot more kids. So this kind of gets the ones that are a little green, maybe they were freshmen, an opportunity to see what it's like before they go do it. So what the coaches are talking to them about is, different things that they saw that they think that they can do to get better, approach to it, that kind of thing, what they need to be doing in between time. So maybe they're talking and encouraging them to go to training, whether it's with us or with somebody else. It's going to be important that they do that. And then also talking to them about the importance of some of those other things that we talked about, like making sure their grades are right, making sure that they have a good report when people come and inquire about them.
Yeah, and once again, just being involved in these specific showcases / combines, when you do go to a college where you're going to have a bunch of the college coaches observing you, a lot of this is just how comfortable you are in a specific drill up against specific athletes. And the more, I guess, different athletes that you can go up and compete against, obviously the better off you're going to be, because everybody usually has something unique about them that kind of sets them apart that's going to be different from anybody else.
Yeah, we tell these kids all the time, sometimes you can be a really good player in a small fishbowl. Then you realize once you break out that bowl into the large tank that maybe you aren't as good as you thought. And so we're really conscious of that too. Fort Wayne is obviously growing as a football town. I think it's a football town. Everybody says Indiana's basketball. I mean, it still is. Don't get me wrong. But football is just becoming so big here. And I think for a lot of these kids, they need to realize that although you might be good, even at Allures, you make a good 2A run, the competition in 2A is different than the competition in 6A. It just is. It's not the same. So they need to understand that. And that's why going to these college camps sometimes is a shocker for some of these kids, because they go, oh, wow, in Fort Wayne, I'm like the biggest guy in the group. And then I come here and I might be like middle of the road. And I've seen kids get that shock sometimes, or, hey, I'm the fastest guy in my school. And then you go to a camp and you're not in the top half of the fast guys there. So getting out of the fishbowl, getting exposed and things like this is good for you. Going up against different competition of varying degrees is always a good thing. Shows your versatility.
So, Darion, just to kind of put some numbers behind what you said. So last year at Summit City Sports, we had 71 football broadcasts and 210,000 views, 516. So 210, 516,000 views for football. Basketball, we had a lot, don't get me wrong. Basketball, we had, almost 300 broadcasts, 279 broadcasts, and you're looking just over about 205,000 views. So many more broadcasts in basketball, but a lot more views in football. And granted, that's just one platform. That's our YouTube, and we're on Facebook and ihsatv.org. So we have a lot of different platforms that we stream to, but YouTube are our main numbers. So boys basketball had 233,000 views, as opposed to football, where we were at 211,000.
That is incredible for this reason. The amount of exposure that Summit City Sports is providing people, that is, and I'll just say this, it has been a game changer in Fort Wayne and in other places too, because people from out of town have used that as a way that they can see loved ones and players that they can't see in person be able to play. And I think it's been huge, man. I wish we had it around when I was playing. I'd pull up old YouTube clips of me, but they don't exist. That was back in the VHS days. So those things don't exist anymore. But just a testament. I think those numbers are more a testament to what you guys are doing and giving these kids some exposure, even like stuff like today. It gets streamed on your platform, and they can always go back and watch it anytime. I would say, I think that, and because I've actually thought about this before too, I think that there's some noise in those numbers because I think most people would prefer to go to a basketball game because it's climate controlled.
There you go.
So I would love to see what those numbers look like early in the football season when it's hot, warm, that kind of thing, as opposed to like state run type numbers when it's freezing outside. I think you get more views on the internet when it starts to get a little colder out.
No, you're definitely right about that, but I can say that our number one broadcast last year was Carol Snyder at 30,000 views on YouTube, and the temperature was pretty nice out that night.
That is a huge game, though. I wish I could have gone to that game. If we weren't playing the game ourselves, I would have definitely gone to that one. There were a lot of them like that last year that were great matchups. I hope we get a chance to see a lot of those this year too.
See, and the one thing to think about with those views are one view is an IP address. A lot of times you got the whole family, sitting down on their couch watching a game. So the views are much greater than that. And our sponsors can tell you that they love it because people will tell them they see them on Summit City Sports all the time.
Yeah, it's a platform that I'm sure the city appreciates because, like I said, that exposure is second to none. It's great quality. The announcers that you have on there have character too, so it makes the games fun to watch because they're like into it.
Yeah.
They're knowledgeable.
Yeah.
They're speaking from a position of knowing, so that's always good to see, man. I actually really enjoy watching games. I have a friend that's all he does is watch Summit City Sports. That's it. He doesn't. He does not go to the games. He just goes Summit City Sports. If it's not on there, he just doesn't see it.
Yeah, a lot of times people like to stay home with a laptop, an iPad, a TV, and they'll have like 5 games going on at once. And I would like to mention that Dre has been a long-time sponsor of Summit City Sports, a reason we're able to do what we do. Bernard Hollins with Always 100. They appreciate what we do, and they kind of put their money where their mouth is from that standpoint, literally, with sponsorships on the platform so that we can pay the guys to go out and get it done. Looks like Darion's got Dre for us.
So we couldn't have the end of the first session without talking to the man that's responsible for all of it. So I know he never likes to be on camera. He never likes to say anything. So we've talked highly of him this whole time. So it's good for the world to at least hear it from the man himself. Dre, tell us about today. Why we're doing what we do, what you do as being a mentor and a coach to a lot of these kids in here. A lot of them mentioned you when we interviewed them. So it's your chance to kind of tell the world.
So put me on the spot, huh? I was waiting to the second session to do this, but this event is really just an opportunity for players to learn what it looks like to really train and compete for what is going to happen in June when we have to go get exposure. We have to go in front of college coaches. The reality is we kind of are unfair a little bit because we give them a lot of reps, and we want them to get a lot of reps. When they go into the actual camp schedule where they compete in front of college coaches, that's not the reality. So we just want them to get as much prep work as possible when they come here. And really give them a chance from an exposure standpoint to do huddle, to get film, all of those things that coaches are looking for that can kind of help them as they navigate through their way throughout recruiting.
Excellent. Jeff, you got any questions for Dre before we cut it?
Yeah, obviously a great recruiting class that's just got graduated. Quay Guilford's a big name. But who are some of the big names he feels like in the second session that we're going to be able to see?
So let me just tell you this. As good as that class was, the 2025 class is really good. And the 2026 class, I put this out last year. You can go check my Twitter.
the 2026 class, in my opinion, is going to be the best class.
Oh, wow.
And so you can talk. Milan's on his way up here. He'll probably get interviewed, whatever. But overall, I think we have a really good group of foundational players. Today, you'll see players like Stratton Fuller in the 2025 class, Brady Rode at Carroll, who's coming along really well. Brock Schott obviously leads that class from a rating standpoint. You have Harold Mack, who will be here as well. Who else you got? You got Avery Cook, who's about to start taking off a little bit more as well from Concordia. So this is a really good class offensively. Defensively, you still have some really good players. You got Jalen, your son, actually, who's not right now training right now, but Jalen. You have, I think he's here. What is Andrew? Is it Wooten? I ain't saying this.
Wayne from Wayne.
Wooten from Wayne, who's a pretty good fast guy. You also have what's Woot's guy who does all the talking. From
Victor Doty.
Vic Doty does all the talking. And so you have a really good group of 2025 class that will kind of follow the 2026 or 2024. But to me, the best class is going to be the 2026 class. And I'm gonna put my money on it right now. That means we have a lot of work from now until when they graduate to go make sure that's a reality. But in my mind, that's gonna be the best class.
Well, you heard it here first. 2026.
Reputation's on the line, Darian. So now I love what Coach Dre had to say there, is because when you go to a camp in June and there's a bunch of college coaches around, you don't get 10 reps to put out a good rep. You got to be ready to go when they say, son, over here on the line, let's go. And that could be your only rep. That could be your only chance to prove to these guys what you got.
Yeah, that actually happens a lot. And so we talk to the kids about that. And when they go to a camp, they need to be aware that they're not going to or make sure you get reps. No. What happens is there's a line, and you get in it, and you make sure you don't get jumped in it. Yeah. And what you'll see is some guys will go do a rep, they'll come off, they'll hop right back to the front of the line. And if you're not adamant, like, hey, no, this is my rep, they'll just keep taking your reps because they understand what's on the line. And the more they're seeing, the better it is for them. So if you're going to be shy and meek and be in the background, the college coaches don't want you anyway.
No, that's not going to work. And once again, you just have to be ready to perform. And showcases like this give you that confidence because you've kind of been there and done that. And we saw it over here with LB doing the 10 and 40 training. Like these are the L drill and the shuttle. These are things. It's no secret. This is what the NFL guys are doing.
Yeah, and obviously with his experience in the Combine, he was at the Combine in Indianapolis training players. I think he's got 13 guys that might go. Last year, I believe he had 16 guys that got drafted. So he's bringing that kind of understanding of the process of being ready for a Combine to this process. And so he's the one that set up all the drills. He talks to our kids all the time about different advantages that you can have in doing them, whatever the strategy might be, so that they can go and perform well. So again, having that kind of person around who can fly here from Florida and just to give back to this environment and this culture of traction athletic performance is invaluable. It really is.
So we're about 19 minutes away from the start of the second session. I didn't know if, Darian, you wanted to take a quick break. I know you got the two Lures QBs that maybe if you wanted to grab them early we could, or we could always wait. And then I love that we heard Dre talk about Harold Mack is going to be here, the great versatile wide receiver from Wayne High School. Harold Mack was right on par with Caden Hurst before he suffered his injury earlier in the year. But further ado, let's send it back down to Darian, who's got a QB battle over at Bishop Lewis High School.
So we're going to start the second session, obviously, like we talked about. So these guys had a chance to kind of throw the ball a little bit to the running back. So they were here early just to get some extra work in. But you guys will compete later. So we wanted to talk to you guys about the competition that's going to be at Lures next year. So you guys are both in the same grade, both play the same position. One of the things that I said, though, that I thought was different about this type of situation is you guys really support each other. Like when he's in the game and you're not, you're supporting him. When you're out the game and he's in, you're supporting him. And I've never heard it or seen it otherwise. So talk a little bit about what it's like to play the position with a buddy of yours and how competitive it is, because you guys are going to compete. That's just the way it is. So talk a little bit about what that's like. And you can talk a little bit about what the state championship run was like, too.
It's fun, playing with Jace because, he's somebody that's going to push me to the next level. And I feel like it's really good for me to compete.
Right, and I forgot to tell your name, Devin Patterson.
Yeah, Devin Patterson, class of 2026, Bishop Lewis High School, state champion.
I'll say I like to compete. I don't want it to be too easy for me. If it's just me, there's nobody pushing me. So competing really helped me a lot. Know that there's somebody always pushing me. And about state, I like getting our guys better, like in practice, working with the bigger seniors and the best of our team and getting them better and help us get into state. I love it.
And your name in class?
Jay Swight, class of 2026.
So what I thought was interesting, and we had a chance to do this last year, and I always talk to you guys about this, is that whole run to the state title, how important your job was to make sure our defense was on the right page. And you guys running that scout team, I think, is a big part of why we had that defense played the way they did in the state championship game. So talk a little bit about the difficulties of running a scout team, kind of waiting your chance. You know, you get to watch another guy go out there. Sometimes you're like, man, I could have did that too. So talk a little bit about what it's like to be on a scout team, kind of take that pounding when you got Damian Jackson that's chasing you down all day in practice.
It was really hard, like, at first, because, like, we ain't really have the best players on scout. So what you have to do is just make it like, what could I say? Like,
make do what you got.
Make do what you got. And so, like, that right there is just, it really pushed me, because when I don't have the best receivers or best people in, it just makes me to, like throw better and, like, just to get better as a teammate and just to push our defense to where we had, I'll say, the best secondary and the best defense we had all year. That's just me, though. So, yeah.
I'll say it helped us work better. Not having the best of the best receivers at practice, going against our best defense, it really helped us a lot. And it helps us so when we do get our best receivers that it might be a little easier for us, and obviously because they're good receivers. But working with kids that were freshmen coming in and stuff, it really helped us get better, and yeah.
So if you look at the history of Lures the last few years, you had Carson Clark, Ewell Wilson Award winner, went to a state title game, lost it. You had Charlie Stansky come the year later, go to a semi-state, lose semi-state, but there's a lot of tradition. Cohen comes in after that, goes to a state championship, wins it. So no matter the turnover, we're always bringing a guy that can help out. So what do you guys think that you can bring to the table next year to get us back to a 3A state championship?
I feel like I could put my skills to the test, and anybody, I just feel like I could do what I have to do to make my team win. And so on a second note, we're going to go back. That's on me.
I'm ready to work hard with the people that I got, and I'm ready for whatever comes. And, yeah.
I love it. I love it. Jeff, I'm gonna add a bonus. David Callison, get over here real quick. So we're going to get David Callison, Northrop.
He was over there taking pictures.
I interrupted his picture taking so he can come over here and interview real quick. But I figured I'd get you guys done because we got Grayson earlier. So then that way when the session starts, you guys just worry about throwing the football. So we got David Callison here, Northrop High School. David, tell us your class. What do you think you're going to do for Northrop next year to get you guys in the right direction? I know you were a young quarterback last year, something they didn't have an experience doing. And it's tough to be a sophomore quarterback. So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was a growth year for sure. We're working on changing the culture at Northrop right now, but hopefully we're going to get to a 500 season.
Yeah, and we had a couple guys. One of the guys here was a lineman for Northrop. He was doing a great job over there. So you're going to have a little bit of help. Somebody can keep you upright more so. Running the ball over there at Northrop has always been something that you leaned on in the past. I think you're going to have an influx of some skill position players. So talk a little bit about how you're going to balance that out next year.
We're going to be like 60-40 pass run, and we're going to try to get our pass game going first, and then hopefully the run will work with our new lineman training. So
I love it. Quentin Bowen, you hear that? You guys are going to throw the ball next year. This is from your quarterback that says that. So, all right, Jeff, you got any questions for any of our quarterbacks? So we have Jace White here, Lures High School. We got Devin Patterson, Lures High School. We have Grayson the Square, Leo High School. And we have David Callison, Northrop High School.
Well, I would say for the two Lures guys, what position group needs to be improved upon after all this graduation? What do they feel like the biggest need will be?
I say our DN spot really needs to be filled from Damian Jackson and Wesley Javins. We need those two. But honestly, I feel like our offense is going to be really good this year. You know, me, Surrey, D-Hogue, and Jalen White and Evan Wilkins, I feel like we're going to be good this year. And our secondary coming back too, so get ready to see that.
For sure.
I'll say our running back spot is an open running back spot, and I feel like Darier Williams, he's been working hard in the gym and stuff, so I feel like he'll get that spot, but there's always going to be somebody pushing him, and we got good people coming in.
And we had Danny Arnold today, was showing a good showing. He did a good job. We interviewed him. So we have some young kids, and along with Darier, who's going to be a senior next year, that might help us out.
And then for David, a lot of the great sophomore class over there at Northrop last year, they went through some injuries. I talked about Sexton and talked about Quay Guilford. What they learned from last year, and do they feel like they can ride that sophomore class to a winning season next year?
Yeah, we learned we just got to work in the weight room more, and we got to rely on our backups and be ready to play.
There you go. Anything for Grayson, Jeff?
We talked to him earlier. I'm just excited to see Leo's run. But seriously, Kyler Decker had a great year last year at quarterback. What Grayson take from Kyler as far as his game? What did he take from his game, and how will he be different than what Kyler Decker was?
I feel like the most I took from him was his mental aspect of the game. He was really able to read the defenses, spending time with Dorfler in the mornings in the off season, looking at film. I've been doing that as well. Honestly, I think I'm being more prepared than he was his junior year. So,
excellent.
There we go.
Yeah, no, and he's 100% correct. Kyler, when I had interviewed him earlier in the season, obviously Leo did so many great things last year that they warranted being a team of the week, as well did Lures. But that's one thing that Kyler Decker said was his preparation in the film room, if you will, and to be able to sit down with Coach Dorfler. And honestly, it's the pre-snap reads. Right, Darian? Like, I come up to the line of scrimmage. Where's my middle linebacker? How many safeties deep do I have? Are the corners on press? There's so many things as a quarterback that you can read before the snap.
Yeah, you're really trying to give yourself a clue. Defensive coaches, obviously, with the evolution of football, are getting smarter and smarter at disguising what they want to do. So there's things that we do offensively that can kind of give us a clue. You might use motion to see if the guy follows, if he's in man-to-man, if he doesn't. A lot of times they're in zone. You might, like you said, see what kind of access you have. So at the snap, so there's pre-snap and then there's post-snap reads. At the pre-snap, you're looking at safeties. Are they in the cover 2? Do they roll at the post snap? Are they going to give us a cover 3 look? What kind of shade are the corners giving us? Do they have their butt to the sideline? Are they squared up with the receiver? So all of those things we want to try to get them to do cognitively before the play begins. And it takes a lot of repetitions to do that. And you have to do it quickly because you have a play clock. And then especially depending on how the play comes out, if you're late in that clock, sometimes you don't get a chance to do that. So we want to try to get them doing that as quickly as possible. So I take a look over, I look at the corner, see what he's giving me. I look at the safety, see what they're giving me. I snap the ball. Does the middle backer drop to one side or the other, which he gives me access to one side of him or not, depending on what the pass concept is. What kind of pressures are we seeing up front? Do we have – and then when you start getting on the next level and farther than that, it gets even more complicated because now you have to adjust the lineman according to the pressure that you see too. And I think a lot of times these quarterbacks are being judged on whether or not they can be good at doing that. It's more than just throwing the ball nowadays. So if it was just throwing the ball, there's a lot of guys that would be great. I'm a Bears fan, so I look at Justin Fields, and there was a lot of those things that he didn't do well. He could run the ball pretty well. He could throw the ball decent, but when it was sliding protections, trying to see what the defense was giving him, he struggled a little bit there. So I think for these quarterbacks, understanding what clues you can get pre-snap, what clues you can get post-snap, and then being able to diagnose that and use your discernment to get to a answer, I think is going to be really important for them in their success on the next level, which is why you hear Grayson talking about doing film and things like that, because it slows the game down and allows you to go through those reads slower so that when you get in the game, it can become muscle memory.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bishop Lures seems to do it maybe better than most. When you look at the history of the Summit Athletic Conference, your top passers, I'd say probably 3 out of 5, if you look at career and even single season totals, come from Bishop Lures. How are you guys able to, we talk about going over film, but how are you guys able to instill that and make sure it actually works into your QBs? Because as you just said, Cohen McKenzie had a good season this year for Lures, but you had 2 other guys in Devin Patterson and Jace White that probably could have done just as good of a job, because it seems like that position is always ready to play at that school.
Yeah, and I think a lot of their time on the JV level helps them. So the more reps they can get on the JV level, going through some of the things that we do on the varsity level helps them. Obviously, it's really good coaching. So Kyle Lindsey is really good about getting the quarterback in a position to help him be successful. We understand what some kids can do and what some kids can't. I mean, Carson Clark is a different thrower over the football than Cohen is. So I think play calling, putting people in the different positions around them, whether it be receivers and slots, really help if we tailor that to the quarterback, and I think we do a really good job of that. And then we don't recreate the wheel. We have a system, even though it switched from Jeff Stansky over to Kyle Lindsey as far as the actual play call, the terminology and all that stayed the same. So it's different meat on the bones, but the bones were the same. Yeah, and I think that's important.
And I think that's one thing that gets lost in the shuffle that makes last year's run even that much more special, is that you had one of the best offensive coordinators in the state decide to step down because his son was going on to play at the next level, and he's coaching baseball, so he's coaching 2 sports. But one of the best offensive minds in the state leave the program, and then you get back to state and win it.
Yeah, and that's a testament to Kyle. And Kyle wasn't green, so before Stansky was there, Kyle was calling the plays. So it's kind of just going back to what Kyle was used to. And to be honest, it really made Kyle a better offensive coordinator having Stansky there. Because you have what you have, and you like to run what you run. And then when you kind of step out the way and give it to somebody else and let them do it, you kind of see some things you like and then some things you want to build on. So there were elements of Stansky's offense that we kept because we thought it was successful. It worked. Obviously, like you said, he was one of the best in the state. So we didn't want to change a lot. And so Kyle comes in and kind of adds his bit of identity to that. And then with Cohen being a varsity starter for the first time, we really wanted to make sure that we simplified things for him. So we didn't have it be too complex. Before, when Carson Clark was a 2-year starter, because he started as a sophomore, we ended up going to state as a junior, and then he came back his senior year. When you have somebody who has that kind of consistency, you can really add on to that. So, really, Carson was out there making some of his own checks. You could see him and Brody Glenn were signaling to each other, and they would kind of be creative that way because they had that synergy and that continuity together. So we didn't do a lot of that last year. Cohen didn't have that same kind of maturity. Not that he was immature, but he didn't have 3 years as a starter to back him. So he didn't have that kind of rapport with his receiver where they can hand signal and do things that way. We did a little bit of it, not nearly as much as Carson Clark did. Him and Brody were just a different breed. They kind of just make up what they wanted to do sometimes, change a route, and as long as it worked, we didn't yell at them. And when it didn't work, we yelled at them. So, but we didn't. Cohen and Charlie, and then of course with Charlie Stansky, his dad was the coordinator, so he grew up with the playbook. He knew it like the back of his hand. He could have called his own plays if he wanted to. So,
well, we got the next group coming down. Darian, I'm going to send us to a 3-minute break, let you get some water, and then we'll be back with the start of the second session. Coming shortly, folks. This is the 2024 Traction Athletic Performance Midwest Exposure Showcase. We're here at Empowered Sports Club in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So we'll be back after this quick break. Stay tuned, everybody.
Anderson Heating and Air, locally owned and operated with over 50 years of experience. Call us today and get a free quote on a brand new furnace and AC, financed and available. Don't wait. Call us today and sign up for a maintenance agreement and stay cool. Our maintenance agreements will ensure that you're first in line if you have an emergency, and we'll send one of our service techs out for cleanings twice a year. Call us at 557-0958 or request an appointment on our website. Call Anderson Heating and Air, where your emergency is our emergency.
Why choose Kelly Chevrolet? We offer a wide selection of new and used inventory with a team that guides you to your perfect fit. Our certified pre-owned options ensure peace of mind with warranties and rigorous inspections. Competitive pricing, flexible financing, and convenient trade and services, making your dream Chevrolet a reality. Trust our experienced service team to keep your vehicle in top shape and enjoy free car washes as long as you own your vehicle.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Yo, what's going on? It's Antoine Taylor with Matrix QB. I'm so excited to announce our new book, The Quarterback Toolshed, strictly designed to help you slow the game down so that you can speed up. Whether you're a parent, a coach, or a player, it's jam-packed with information. We're going to help you slow the game down by giving you a mental processor so that you can speed up. This resource has all the things you need, from reading the defense, passing mechanics, pre-snap filters, coverage ID, and much, much more. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to see you on the inside.
Welcome back, everybody. Fort Wayne, Indiana, here at the Empowered Sports Club. This is the 2024 Traction AP Midwest Exposure Showcase. This is going to be a good one, folks. We got a chance to hear from Dre Muhammad putting on the event, and Dre was saying he thinks that class of 2027 is going to be a special one here in Fort Wayne. Leading up to that conversation, we were talking about the class of 2024. And the great players in Braden Steely and Mylan Graham and Tay Johnson, a part of that class. We know Jaquadian Guilford and Harold Mack are known around the state for their talents. That's the class of 2026 and 25, respectfully. So, and we're going to see a lot of these guys on display. We're going to see Danny Arnold, a running back from Bishop Lures. He'll be a junior this year. How about Mikhail Armstrong, a class of 2026 quarterback from Prairie Heights. So Prairie Heights really looking to change the culture up there, get things turned around. With the advanced, the more exposure that we have, and the football exposure is just second to none in this area. And it's really, kids are taking notice. And kids almost more than ever want to compete, want to get out there, want to get their name known to all the high school football fans here in Northeast Indiana. So some of the other names that we're going to see Connor Beam and Dylan Beam. These are two defensive backs from Carroll High School. How about Riley Biddle? Riley Biddle, who is a quarterback at East Noble. He'll be a junior this upcoming season. East Noble graduating Xander Brazel, who many know around this area, 3-year starter at East Noble, spent a lot of time with Antoine Taylor and QB Matrix, putting in work, and really just another coach on the field. A lot of times when you see the guys that come to Traction or train with Antoine, they literally are at that next level, and when they go back to their high school practices, they are the type of kids that are training up some of the younger kids. We heard from David Callison. His arm will be on display, the quarterback from Northrop. We have Anthony Catino from Bishop Lures. He's a wide receiver, kind of a do-everything football player there for the Saints. Avery Cook supposed to be on hand today. Avery Cook put together an outstanding season over there at Concordia High School. We heard from Victor Sawyer, the running back, in the early session, and Victor had good things to say about Avery Cook. We also heard, there's Jaquadian Guilford right there, number 401. So he was the first wide receiver through the line, and you got to love these guys that come to the showcase early, and more importantly, they are ready to go. So there's number 401 who's going to take off first. He was a sophomore this past year at Northrop High School, So he's one of the guys that David Collison will be throwing to. And you heard the QB say that Northrop's going to be throwing it a lot this year. But this kid right here was one of the top 25 players in the state of Indiana for the class of 2026, and that was this past season. And he did suffer some injuries early on, but it's programs like Traction AP that allow these guys to get recognized in the summer months by a lot of the college coaches. So Darion White, who was with us in the morning session, will be with us shortly here. Got a chance there for a little break in between the two sessions for a glass of water. He's been talking a lot, doing a great job getting down on the field and getting interviews and perspectives from the players at this showcase. One of the players that really stood out from the morning session is the freshman from Texas, and that is Leslie Woodson. Woodson, who obviously he's related to Rod Woodson, who was a top 50 all-time NFL player. Did a great job as a cornerback for the Steelers and then transitioned to a safety, where I believe he ended his career maybe with the Baltimore Ravens. Once again, there's Quay Guilford, who played with his brother this past season. His brother was a senior. It's going to be interesting to see some of the new faces that really make themselves known at Northrop this upcoming season, as they've always, talking with Coach Q, Quentin Bowen over there. This will be his third year as the head football coach at Northrop, and he's always said, he's got a young roster. That's Harold Mack right there, the last one to go through with that skip drill. Harold Mack, in my mind, is Caden Hurst out there on the football field. I think Caden might be an inch or two taller, but both of these guys get it done in every facet of the game. Early on in the season, it was Harold Mack who was returning kickoffs back for a touchdown. As a matter of fact, I think he returned one to the house against Bishop Lures in week number 3. I'm not sure if you remember that one, Darion.
I do remember that. I remember it very well. Actually, Harold had a really good game and probably would have played better if he didn't have one hand. So in that game against us, he was actually in a cast with one hand, and he had a fumble that was obviously any fumble is costly, but I think if he had both hands available to him, he may have been able to be a little more effective.
There you go. There's Darion beating up on Mack right there. Harold Mack along with Jacob Sharon. These two, I believe they split reps at quarterback their freshman year at Wayne, and now you get Mack and Sharon in the backfield together, and they are a dynamic duo. Both can play either side of the ball. Obviously, last year they had was it Darius Alexander, the safety?
It was Darion. So Darius is the other brother. He is at Toledo,
right?
And he's actually doing really well at Toledo. He's going to try to go pro. I think next year, not for this draft, obviously. But Darion Alexander was the safety. Had a really good season. And so, yes, Jake and Harold had spent some time in the backfield together. And so they had Marcus White there last year, who did a really good – or I'm sorry, Marcus Cooper, who did a really good job there last year. But they're going to need to replace him. They're going to have to be somebody else that steps in. I know Coach Haydock has a son that plays – or grandson that plays quarterback that they're looking at. So, but, yeah, Wayne's going to be a team that has a heck of a lot of talent. I mean, they were scary last year. When we played them, I think we only won by 4 points. And, again – there was a fumble there that kind of helped us out. Outside of that, I think we would have had our backs on the ropes.
Yeah, and when you look at what they're returning, obviously it starts with Harold Mack and Jacob Sharon, but also Kemar Nelson, the younger brother to Lamarion Nelson, really broke onto the scene last year. Kemar, from what I understand, is one of the top students in his class also there at Wayne. But Kemar Nelson is a big running back at about 6'2", 215 pounds. Kemar goes both ways. They say he's a better linebacker than he is a running back. But we're also most likely going to see Tyree Eldridge this year. Last year he got some carries as a freshman running back. But, man, ever since his
his middle school days at Miami, really getting it done on the football field. Him and Kemar in the backfield would be one of the largest backfields I think the conference has ever seen.
And that's a dream for Haydock.
Yes, it is.
Haydock wants to run the ball. It's everything that we talked about earlier. He wants to try to keep the game short, time-wise. He wants to keep the scores low and then win a tight one. And it's a recipe that's worked for him before. Obviously, he was at Harding High School, and they went to a state championship. But he's got a team this year that's skill-heavy. I mean, you've got, like you mentioned, Mac, and you've got Sharon, who can really do some things. They're really good on the defensive side of the ball, too. Dre mentioned Victor Doty and Wooten from their secondary. But, again, you mentioned the running backs, and you have to ask yourself, what are they missing? I think the only thing they don't have that we are aware of right now is a quarterback with any experience. So we'll see what they do at that position and see if that affects their win-loss total next year.
Yeah, and we just saw Victor Doty go through the line. He was in that first group there. At one point, I think Adrian Wooten leading the area in interceptions a year ago. So once again, just really good DBs. A lot of times, I think what we've been seeing the last couple years is Wayne very strong at the beginning of the season, but then injuries kind of take their tolls. So, and Darian, I know that you know, it's really not only is it about your first team, but it's also about the people that back up the first teamers. And that's one thing that you would love all athletes to take away from this broadcast is knowing that you're just one play away. And everybody wants to be the starter, but every once in a while, you know, the guy in front of you goes down, you get your time to shine, and next thing you know, the coach has got to find a position for you because you're ready to go and you're making plays.
There's nothing that can affect a team more than losing a good player and then not having a serviceable backup. And so one of the most important things that we teach in the program is having those second and third guys ready to go, because so many times in a football season you're going to lose somebody. Last year we lost Colin Weber, who was one of the better linebackers on our team, was really a force in the middle of the field, and we lost him for the state run. He ended up having to watch it from the sideline, so he'll be back. But when he went down, we were fortunate enough to have guys like Jacob Felger and guys like that who can step in and fill his role. And I think we didn't take a seat back. We actually got a little bit better because we had to become more versatile. And over time, it helped us a lot once we got to state. But you always want to have good depth. That is so important.
Yeah, and you could see that with the Bishop Lures teams as guys were really starting to emerge as the season went on. I know I'd mentioned this guy earlier, but Jacob Felger seemed to have a really nice season for you guys, a consistent, steady force. Seems like he could contribute in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, he was. If you saw him walk in here, you go, okay, it's kind of another guy. He's not going to wow you with his size, speed, or athleticism, but he's one of those kids that can do everything decently well. And he does, and he's so well-rounded, we could use him in so many different positions. And we were actually having a conversation about what do we do with him. And say he's got so much talent. Like, do we put him back where he was at last year? There's some other spots that he could help us fill in. Being a transfer from Homestead, he just, it's hard to get lost there. There's so many kids, and sometimes, if you're that third guy there, you could possibly be a starter somewhere else. So we were fortunate enough to have him come in and be able to use him in multiple positions. Really helped us with our success last year.
So I just noticed a guy down there. His name is Evan Shirk, a defensive back, class of 2026 from Carroll High School. He's got that red hair. At first I thought he might look like a young Braden Steely.
I tell you what, man, if there's anything in a Carroll jersey with red hair, it just gives me nightmares, because anything named Steely that came out of that school was incredible. So hopefully that's some kind of a superpower. So with him being at Carroll and that red hair, maybe he can help fill some shoes there. That would be huge to fill. I can remember one of the I think it was, I forgot which one, Braden, who returned the opening kickoff a couple years ago when Carroll opened their stadium. Was the first game in their stadium. He returns the first play in that stadium. He took it to the house for a touchdown. Very impressive.
And then Lures won the game.
I wasn't going to bring that up. I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, we ended up winning. It was a really tough game. Again, it just shows the adversity that we have. If you talk about even that Northside game when there was back-to-back kickoff returns for touchdowns, sometimes that could break a team, especially an early score. And on the road in a new stadium. I mean, if you look at that stadium and you look at Lure Stadium, we're talking about two different things here, like completely different. Yeah. So, I mean, it's, for some of the kids, it was a little intimidating going in that environment and everything. They got the blinking lights and the fireworks and all that stuff. And they looked at that and said, hey, this is an opportunity for us to win a game on the road. And they did that even after Steely's heroics of returning the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Now, I'm way up here in the cheap seats, but one number that has already stood out to me, a good-looking athlete, is from the class of 2027, and his name is Jannard Moore.
Yeah, so Jannard Moore is a freshman. So he's a sophomore. No, he was a freshman. He
will be a sophomore.
He's going to be a sophomore, and he played a little bit of JV last year. We didn't have a freshman team, so he had to play up on JV. But he's been getting better and better this offseason. He knows he's in an environment that's competitive at Lures. We talked about for a little bit last time how good we think that secondary can be, and that's not including his name. So he knows that he's going to have to get better to be able to play at a young age because a lot of those guys that are playing in front of him are just a year ahead of him. So he can crack the rotation. We really think we have some spots where he can help us next year. He's an athletic kid. He had an older brother, Jannarion Moore, that played for Bishop Lures, ended up transferring to Wayne, was also a really good player, too, in his own right.
No, that's 100%. So you look at guys like that, and it's interesting to hear Dre say, and it gets you super, super excited that the class of 2027 might just be the best yet to come through the Traction Athletic Performance Program.
Yeah, there's some really good athletes in that class. There's a few that probably are unknown names on a large scale that are going to be going into Northrop, some transfers from Chicago that are really good athletes. I thought they might be competing today, but they are not. I just talked to a couple of them. They registered later, something like that. But they're here, so they're here and supporting. But also in that class, I think he was talking about the 2026 class, so that would be the guys that are going to be sophomores next year.
Going to be
juniors. So it's a sophomore class. So you're talking Jaden Van Pelt. You're talking those guys. So that class is pretty impressive. And they're the ones that really have been the ones Dre's been taking around a lot of these colleges, and these kids are getting offers. So I know they lean on a lot of game film. That helps. Sometimes having the right person say the right things and then going out and competing in an environment in front of a coach is enough for them to put their careers on the line and offer you money to come to their school. So although a guy like Jaden Van Pelt is not going to have huge numbers, so if you go to Max Preps, you pull up his name, you're not going to be wild, and there'll be some kids that go, I had better numbers than that. But if you watch him play and you see him compete, that answers all the questions you need.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's just the system that they're in, or in Jaden Van Pelt's situation, the fact that the ball was going to so many different hands. You had Brady Road, who's going to be a Division I tight end, Hanson Hafner, who was there, who was a senior, and obviously just screamed, give me the ball. And then you had Mason Boffman. So you had four really talented guys for Jimmy Sullivan to throw to, more than just Jaden Van Pelt.
Absolutely, they're deep. I mean, Carroll does a really good job of having a lot of talent and then using that talent. Sometimes you have a lot of kids and they say, well, there's not enough footballs to go around. I think Andy Papagiannis does a great job of making sure that guys get used in their offense, and it is a high-flying, high-scoring offense. That's what they want to do. They are not going to pack it in and just run the ball down your throat. They are going to use Jimmy. They're going to get him on the move. And Jimmy's dangerous. I mean, we've watched it now last year after having the loss that they did, for a kid like that to unexpectedly be thrown into the spotlight and then take that team to state. That is a huge, huge accomplishment for him. And
I don't think many know this, but Mylan Graham necessarily didn't have those stats that wowed you, heading into his senior year. Yet, training here at Traction and playing throughout the summer and stuff like that. I mean, he was a major Division I recruit. Obviously, he's going to the University of the Ohio State University. But he's one of those guys that really, really benefited from the summer because given the program that he was in at the time, I mean, the ball wasn't getting thrown as much as maybe he would have liked, but ended up having a fantastic senior year, which would have been even better had he not gotten injured. But some of the numbers were not as great as what you might expect to see from a major Division I wide receiver. I feel like Milan is one of the guys that really took advantage of getting these extra reps and getting the specialized training.
Yes, so everything is accurate that you said. Milan, if you just were going to lean on film alone, he didn't have a lot of stats to go off of.
Well, the film was beautiful. It's just that the reps weren't aplenty.
Right, yeah. He wasn't a volume guy. You know,
Right.
If you look at a guy who's out here like Avery Cook for Concordia, I mean,
Volume.
he's a volume guy. They're going to get him the ball multiple times in the game, and he's going to be effective. And, like, for instance, when we played New Haven last year, Milan had one catch, but his one catch was like a 60-yard screen he took to the house.
Right.
So, I mean, if you want to talk about effective even with the small numbers, he was that. And I think he really helped himself out in everything that he did in the offseason. And so he was going to camps, for instance, like Ohio State, to be honest. I was there. We were talking to Brian Hartline, and Brian really was interested in Tay-Tay, and they kind of just brought Milan on just kind of to get a look, too. So that's something that happens a lot is they might be looking at one guy, and then just because they're looking at him and you happen to be on the same film or you might go with them or whatever it is, next thing you know, the eyes are on you, and that's kind of what happened. And on the way home, we got a phone call, and they're like, yeah, we want to offer Milan. And this was Ohio State. It was his first offer. So he didn't get NAIAs and all this stuff first. It was Ohio State was the first one to say yes. And so I know that nowadays, too, these coaches, they're smart. They're not dumb. They know. They go, okay, maybe he's in a program where if you're at a Leo traditionally over the last few years until last year, it was a pack it in, run all the time. So if you're a receiver at Leo, it really wasn't – you weren't going to have huge numbers.
Rylan Crawford,
excellent example, who also went on to play Division I football at Illinois State University. And he's doing a great job up there. But he was a guy who was in a program, didn't use him a lot, but college coaches can see talent. And, of course, we all have big egos, and we think that we can make something out of them. So sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. But more so nowadays, they're getting better and better at identifying talent regardless of playing time.
Well, I will not to brag on myself, but, man, when I saw Milan as a freshman wearing number 87 at New Haven, it got me excited, and you knew he was special. And, Darion, one of the things I always loved most about Milan is, number one, he's the most personable guy. I mean, he's very cordial, just a great, great human being. But, you know, when you would come to these showcases, he would be here 45 minutes early.
That's who he is. And these are the things, those attributes were the things that Ohio State really liked hearing from Dre when they asked him. He's there early, he leaves late, he's no nonsense. You see him come in here, he's not, and I mean, everybody's different. They're all kids, they're all different. But he's not with the goofy, playing around stuff. He doesn't even have headphones on. He's in the corner, lacing it up, stretching, ready to go, completely focused, and he's always been like that. He's not a talkative kid. He doesn't talk a lot. He's about his business. And really, he comes from he has some brothers that have special needs, so he's used to being selfless. It's not always about him, and I think that's his best quality.
Well, getting ready to go here on the 40-yard dash is Landon Hepner, and you know, in my mind, Landon really made a name for himself in the New Haven game this past year, their first New Haven game. Look at that. That's about perfect form. You saw how he came out of the gate.
He's fast, and he can be faster. So I was fortunate to be at a combine that we were at down in Columbus, Indiana, a couple months ago, and he ran a 4.340 down there. And so you had guys like Tom Lloyd and things like that, 24/7 Sports that were there. They were like, wow, you know, it's
4.3.
He ran a 4.4. It was like 4.39 or something like that. It was right at 4.4.
Because I know people throw those numbers out all the time. 4.4 is extremely hard to accomplish.
It is. I mean, it's not normal for humans to move that fast. So if you see in a combine where guys are running like high 4.2s now or high 4, it's insane. And I think we're only going to get faster as humans. I mean, it's just, you know, it's like the guy that ran the mile in under 9 minutes or whatever it was the first time, and then all of a sudden after that, multiple people can do it. Sometimes it just takes a guy to break the seal, and next thing you know, and people believe they can do it. So, but Landon's one of those guys. So he ran fast, starting to get some looks. Of course, we were talking about him at Leo. He's going to be playing both sides of the ball there. So he's a utility knife. You can use him anywhere, but that speed, you got to figure out how to use it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, last year against New Haven, I mean, he did such a great job intercepting the ball, but as a defensive back, I know he's going to be playing probably more of a role at slot this year. He and Brock will be some devastating weapons for that team, talking about Brock Schott, one of the most sought-after football recruits in the country. But Landon Hepner, what he did on the defensive side of the ball was impressive in that New Haven game, and Darion's got Landon right now.
So we cannot talk about Landon so much and not actually talk to Landon and let him speak for himself. So Landon Hepner. So Landon, you tell the world, we obviously know your name, Landon Hepner, but you tell them what school you go to, what class you're in, what position you play.
I go to Leo Junior Senior High School. I'm class of 2025, safety/DB.
So we had a chance to talk to Grayson a little bit. We talked to Jackson Keller a little bit. And so we're all talking about what you guys lost last year, obviously, with Caden Hurst, what you got coming back with Brock Schott, and then your name always comes up in that conversation. So from your perspective, what do you think you guys need to do to get better next year, and what do you think your role is going to be in that?
You know, honestly, we returned. I mean, we lost a lot on defense and offense. I think it's going to be mainly about filling those gaps and some of those underclassmen from last year stepping up and filling those holes. But, you know, with me, Brock Jackson, you know, all the other athletes that aren't even mentioned within the training and traction, I think we'll be solid. We'll be all right.
So talk a little bit about the offseason for you. I know you've been busy. A lot of combines, a lot of camps, going a lot of places, getting seen. How's that been? What are some of the things that you're doing to help in that, whether it be training or whatever?
Yeah, so I've been with LB and Dre and all of them a lot, training a lot on speed because, you know, I would say that's one of my attributes that is, like, the best for me.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm trying to sharpen that more because it helped me out. And then as far as, like, the combines, you know, I've been busy and really cutting the speed off each combine, like trying to cut down the time has been my big thing, my big goal.
So just talking about, because you play multiple positions, if you had to tell colleges what you prefer to play, does it matter? I'll come in, I'll play whatever, or do you have a preference?
I don't really have a preference. You know, I've been talking with LB about position because some stereotypical things on the defensive side, but I tell him safety when I say, but I always mention that I can play DB too because I see myself that I can play anywhere in that secondary, so.
I love it. Jeff, you got any questions for Landon while we have him here?
Great season last year for him and his team. What do you think the biggest hurdle will be for them as a team to get another sectional championship?
You know, like I said earlier, just filling those gaps and those younger guys kind of just maturing throughout the season. Yeah. And last year, I think our biggest thing is we kind of started off slow, and we're preaching on, like, kind of getting off to a hot start. Yeah. And then kind of letting it continue throughout the whole season. So,
well, if I can put in a request, can you please not have a hot start the first game of the season next year? I mean, just if you got a heart at all, can you not have a hot start next year?
We'll see about it, Coach White. We'll see.
All right, thanks, Lynn.
That's funny right there. And, yeah, 100%. That is nice, though, to see these SAC teams breaking out of their mold and getting to play teams that maybe they normally wouldn't see on a year-to-year basis. So, Leo going to open up with Bishop Luers, and then they'll be at Angola before they head into NE8 play. And obviously it's going to be another good season for the NE8. That's always been kind of the big three, right, with Leo, New Haven, and East Noble. Particularly Leo and East Noble, I'd say the last 5 years. But New Haven's really got a great group of kids coming in, and Columbia City has kind of ignited themselves in with that top three right there. So Columbia City, and they've got Stratton Fuller, who has been turning heads ever since he stepped on the gridiron. Stratton Fuller getting a ton of looks from colleges. What would you say, mostly mid-major? I think I saw Army on his list the other day. And I think Army does a great job of coming into Fort Wayne and talking to these kids.
Yeah, they actually do a really good job. I'm surprised, too, and then we actually had a kid, I'm not sure, was it Simon Dellinger from Snyder?
Yes.
That ended up going to Army? He's just graduating, I think, this year.
That's right. He went there as a tight end and then ballooned up to an offensive tackle for him.
Yep, out of West Point. So, I mean, that's obviously always good because there's a long career that you can have after that. And I think these kids really need to take that into consideration is when you go to these schools is what are the opportunities that can come out of it when you leave. And some of these schools like Notre Dame, Ohio State, sometimes if you just put that on your application, people will hire you. It's just the way it is. So I think obviously going to West Point is very similar to that. But no, you were mentioning the NE8 next year, and I think I'm glad that you mentioned Columbia City because I think obviously with watching Stratton Fuller kind of get warmed up here to go run his 40, I think a guy like that on that team, they can creep into that conversation, especially because New Haven is going to take a little bit of a knock. We'll see how they respond to it, but you're losing to Johnny Washington, you're losing Mylan Graham, and those two were huge pieces of that offense. And so we'll see how they respond to that. But you got Stratton Fuller at Columbia City who's coming back. Obviously, we've been talking about how loaded Leo is. And East Noble's right in there and on the fringe too. So, and of course, after the run they made last year and almost went to state, you can't keep them out of the conversation. But I do think Columbia City is a program that can be in that top 3.
Well, I did not catch the number of who just ran that 40, but he's got those neon yellow shoes looking good, running the 40. Yeah, and Dylan Krell is supposed to be here. We talked about him in the morning session a little bit. I thought he might have been the most valuable player in the NE8 last year for all that he does for East Noble. And yeah, no doubt about it. When you talk about New Haven, not only do they lose Mylan and Johnny Washington, but you're talking about James Hardy, who is going to be a preferred walk-on at Purdue next year as a tight end. Mason Note, who we talked about. Trey Bates, who I thought was maybe, I don't want to say undervalued, but I just feel like he brought so much to the New Haven team. And if he was having a good day, then New Haven was going to win that game. And the other guy is Chris Stewart, their linebacker, who I just loved watching play, and Corin Harris. I mean, wow, they graduated a ton.
Yeah, they did. I forgot all about James Hardy. He's leaving. Big tight end, could play both sides of the ball, going to be a preferred walk-on over at Purdue. That's big time. And, of course, his dad was a very, very famous athlete here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Went to Elmhurst High School that doesn't exist anymore, but he went on to go to IU and actually played 2 sports at IU. He's a basketball player and a football player. So
I don't think it's been done since.
No, I don't. I don't either. I haven't seen it. He played both sides. I mean, you're talking Julius Peppers. He was after that. So,
yes.
And then he goes to the NFL, and he has a decent career in the NFL, cut short by injuries, but good DNA in that kid. He also comes from the Nolan family, which was a good family of athletes back in the day with Danny Nolan and Eddie Nolan. Eddie Nolan's been coaching forever over at the University of St. Francis. So they're very proud of him, James, being able to finish his career and then go on and play Division I football. It's excellent.
Well, what else is excellent is he's a top 3 student at New Haven.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about him, you have to start with the academics.
Yes.
And his mom, Kyra, I know is on him about it. She works for Fort Wayne Community Schools, so she knows all about that. And then plus, too, we understand that, after sports, you really want to lean on what you know because that's going to help you move forward in life. Sometimes it's not always degrees and where you went from. Sometimes it's about building a good base of understanding in things and then taking that on into life. And James has such a great background of people behind him that are pushing him. That kid can't help but be successful. He really can.
Yeah, and honestly, I think with James, his best days are ahead of him as far as athletically. I feel like it took him a while to kind of grow into his body because he is a big kid. But I'll tell you what, Darion, I was telling some of the people I know, Major Division I said, you should just go recruit all 3. See if you can't get a package deal. We'll bring in Tay, Mylan, and James. I feel like that'd be pretty good.
You know what? I think there may be some of that in the future. We'll see. But I think the more and more that you can package deal people, the better for the program and better for the kids. I really do. I've actually seen that approach before. Of course, colleges, sometimes they'll do it, sometimes they don't. But it's just like the whole Bronny James LeBron thing. I mean, they're really honestly trying to project Bronny James going to the NBA, and somebody's probably going to pick him up for the chance that maybe LeBron comes and plays with him. It's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, no, 100% right there. And Hepner just went again. He's definitely showing off his speed here. He's said that's one of the things he really leans on because he knows that's a strength to his game. But I got to tell you, he's looking pretty thick too as well for to get down the line, in a 4-4, 4-3 type of way.
Yeah, so I just heard him yell his result. He just ran a 4-4.
Okay.
And that is laser time. So that isn't a generous coach with a stopwatch. That's whenever he passes this last set of lasers. So true 4-4 there.
No, and you can see it too. You can see it with him blazing down here. Okay, getting ready to go here is going to be Jaquadian Guilford. He is second in line, so we're going to get that when he steps up. But once again, a big name that people have been looking out for. He had a couple of big plays early on in the season, then some injuries kind of cut his season a little bit short. This is a nice 40 time.
Yeah, so that's Harold Mack just finished running his. Ran through the curtain there. So, and now you're going to get Jaquaden Guilford come up to run his. But, yeah, Jaquaden had a really good season last year. It was a little bit cut short by injuries. We talked to David Callison earlier. I'm sure he would have liked to have had him a lot more last year as a safety blanket. I think he's going to have more of that this year in him and a couple other kids that we know may be going into Northrop who are some good players athletically. None that we know of, like as far as Fort Wayne's concerned. They're kids from Chicago, last name Brown, Jamari Brown, Gabe. Some really good players. But I think Jaquaden Guilford obviously is going to be a great player. He's been going on his camp circuit. He's been getting his offers and everything like that.
Well, just watching him run his 40 right there, he made it look really, really easy. Like he doesn't have to work too hard to put down good numbers. So we're going to hear from Quay Guilford.
So I got Jaquaden Guilford here. And Quay, we've talked to David Callison earlier, and he talked about a little bit about last year and how you were obviously cut short a little bit with some injuries, kind of took his safety blanket away from him a little bit, and what you guys are going to do differently this year to get that team moving in the right direction. So 1-9 last year. You got a new coach who's trying to establish culture there. So what are you doing for that culture?
Really just staying focused, staying consistent really with the guys, and building the chemistry that we didn't have last year. Obviously, we were sophomores going into last season, so we're juniors this year, and that we have more experience now. We play varsity snaps, so we won't be as nervous and on our heels as much as we were last year. So really just staying in the weight room, staying focused, keeping them all focused, and doing better next year.
How important is that varsity experience early? So going out there and playing as a sophomore, we were talking about it earlier, and I mentioned Austin Mack. We put him out there on the field as a sophomore, and it was tough for him. He had a couple games where it was a little bit rough, and we realized we were putting probably too much on him. We had him returning kicks, returning punts, playing offense, playing defense, but ultimately it was good for him in the long run. So as a sophomore, how important is it for you guys to get on the field early?
It's really important. We really had the big head last year, so it leveled our heads out more. So this year we're going with a level head, knowing what we're up against, knowing the teams we're up against, knowing the coverages they run, everything. We're just staying consistent with everything we're doing. Not one day we're doing this, one day we're doing something different. Always staying consistent and doing everything me and David and, of course, the offense can do, especially with defense. We're just doing everything we can do.
So talk a little bit about yourself. So I know you've been working hard this offseason, and you've been going around to these camps and things like that. There's teams that are starting to talk to you. They're offering you. You're getting some interest. What did you do different this year than you did last year? How come everything's turning up for you now?
Competing more. Obviously, having varsity snaps helped a lot because last year I didn't have that. So now going in, competing one-on-ones at showcases, I can win more, do more things. Of course, my coaches have confidence in me. So when I'm around my coaches, I'm talking to them. They're giving me advice that I'm taking in with Jeff Mahoney and Quentin Bowen, of course, taking advice from both of them and just staying on track.
So what type of receiver are you? So you 6'3" or whatever it is, maybe a little more than that. And so they say nowadays in football you don't have a lot of good X receivers. So a guy that could be on the left side of the ball is kind of a possession guy, a little taller. You got the scat guy over on the right side. So who are you? Can you play in between? Can you play the slot? Can you play outside? What can you do? What can't you do?
I can do everything that the coach put me there to do.
I love it.
Everything. I can play X. I can play whatever you want me to play. I got it.
So are you to take the top off, or are you more a possession guy?
Possession and take the top off. Whatever the coach wants, whatever he's feeling that game, or whatever he wrote up before the game, I got him. Whatever he wants me to do.
All right, Jeff, you got any questions for Jaquaden Guilford while we have him here?
Yeah, what does he think will be the strength to Northrop's team this year? And I guess if he had to predict, what would the win-loss look like?
Win-loss, I say way better than last year. 6-4, 5-5, a winning season for sure. Our offensive line is getting in, so I love our offensive guys. Our offensive line, that's our strength of our team. So if that's strong, then we will do good this year.
And you had a guy here from Northrop who was clowning in that first session. So I talked to him about it, and he's ready to go. He's ready to get in the trenches. So I think you guys got a lot of improvement that you can make this year. So I'm excited to see it. We'll see you. We'll see you later. We'll see you later.
Jaquady and Guilford. Yeah, I mean, just sparks of brilliance last year. You hated to see it when he wasn't able to compete. But when he does, I mean, I'm telling you, that sophomore class over there at Northrop is as good as I would say any in the Fort Wayne area, and a lot of that is led by Guilford. And, man, I mean, he's a good-sized wide receiver. Darion, you go, what, 6'1"?
So I'm 6'1" and some change. I like to say 6'2" on a good day when my spine isn't compressed. So he's got to be, after a good session of yoga, I might grow an inch. But no, he's got to be about 6'3" for sure.
Good-looking football player. So, and it's good to know that from a reference standpoint as far as how tall a lot of these other guys are. So, and we're seeing a ton of athleticism on display here. This is the L drill. And it looks like Darion has got another young athlete for us. Who do you got, Darion?
We got Adrian Wooten here. I wanted to bring him over because his name came up earlier. We were talking about Wayne football and everything they're going to have going on next year. So tell a little bit. We got the camera up there. So if you want to tell them who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
Adrian Wooten, Wayne High School, class of 2025.
And you had a pretty good year last year. What that stat line look like?
5 interceptions and 1 pick six for 92 yards, and I had about 20 tackles, like 5 PBUs.
I love it. So looking at Wayne next year, you got you here, Wooten's here, you got Doty here, you got Harold Mack here, you got Sharon who's around somewhere. What do you guys think you could do next year? So last year, obviously, maybe you didn't do what you wanted to do. What's going to be the difference this year?
Come playoff time, go far in the playoffs, and probably win the sectional. That's our goal for this year.
Let's go. Let's start with sectional. So usually you got to have a decent quarterback. Now, I know there's going to be a hole you need to fill. How you think you guys are going to do as far as filling that hole?
As of right now, Jacob Sharon playing quarterback.
There you go.
That's really it as of right now. That's what he playing quarterback as of right now.
That's a heck of an athlete at quarterback.
Yeah.
All right, so what about you in particular? What kind of DB are you, man? Are you shutdown island type of guy? You a cover 2 guy? You a man-to-man guy? What are you?
I say I'm a shutdown man-to-man type of corner. Got good ball skills, can cover, can do everything for real.
So how have you been doing this offseason as far as getting looked at? Are you going to start hitting some camps here in June? I know you're here at the showcase, so that's a good start. So is that on the agenda?
Yeah, I got a camp May 31st at Toledo, and I signed up for the mega camp.
There you go. A couple good ones. Jeff, you got any questions for Wooten while we have him?
Yeah, I was talking about Tyree Eldridge a little bit. He'll be a sophomore this year, but what do they expect to see out of the young linebacker / running back type player?
He gonna do some big things for Wayne this year. As of right now, he's a starter. He's starting that slot receiver. Yeah.
Oh, slot receiver.
Yeah, so he's starting that slot receiver.
He's going to take some of the load from Sharon not being there.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be interesting, though. You put Sharon at quarterback, man, with that kind of – they're going to be dynamic. That's going to be kind of scary. And then you got a good run game, too, behind them. I can see a lot of play action stuff that they're going to do. So, yeah, it should be interesting.
And Adrian Wooten, I mean, he couldn't have said it best. He is a lockdown corner type player. And you know that competing in the SAC in this area, you absolutely have to have good DBs. As it seems like that's something that Lures is focused on. But over there at Wayne, they got a plethora of good DBs as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have, like we were just watching, Davion Surrey was doing his drills over here. You mentioned the kid that ran the 40 earlier in the neon cleats. That was Xavier Martin. He's another member of that group. They're kind of both down here sitting down talking to each other after doing their cone drills here.
Xavier Martin's from Lures?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yep. Yeah, so he's another one. And the thing about him is he played a lot of kind of out of position. We had him kind of hanging. He was what we call an overhang defender for us, kind of hybrid outside backer type of thing. And if you look at his size, you wouldn't think that. But he was quick to the football, quick to the quarterback, and then we had a lot of teammates that were rallying behind him. So him and Felger actually shared time there throughout the season. So we had guys that were a little bit smaller for the position traditionally, but or they got big hearts, and so he was one of them. He's also a track kid, so that's why you saw him run a 40. He was blazing fast through his 40 there. It's because he's a track guy. So
we just saw that was Devin Patterson who flashed on the top of your screen right there, running his 40. One of the two quarterbacks that we'll see at Bishop Luers this year. The other one being Jace White. And we'll see who's at the line right now as we're covered up by a bunch of guys.
So this is Treston. My guy Treston's on the line running his 40.
What school is he from?
I have to look. I want to say. I should know this too.
Big guy for Treston. Looks like we got Antoine Taylor in the house as well.
New Haven. Treston Jackson, New Haven.
Okay.
New Haven.
Antoine, the QB whisperer in this area. Deuce now is a junior at Morgan State. Is that right?
Yeah, so I don't think he was redshirted because he went in and played his freshman year.
I remember that.
And then they brought a transfer in, and so he's been, and that's the thing about college too, and we tell these kids all the time, they're trying to replace you every year.
Yes.
So even if you're a freshman and you go in and you start playing, that doesn't mean you're going to keep playing because they're going to go and find the guy their job is to make sure they replace you every year. That's how you stay competitive. That's how you win championships. Yeah. And unfortunately, Deuce is in a situation where they brought in a transfer. Now you got this transfer portal. They brought a transfer quarterback in, so he's competing with that guy. But he's at Morgan State, which is a HBCU, and he's doing a good job there. And, yeah, Antoine's here. He's a quarterback guru. So a lot of these guys that will be spinning the ball today have been under his tutelage over the last few years. And so he wasn't able to make the first session, but we always appreciate it when he can come out and kind of help us out with these quarterbacks.
And we're going to focus in on the L drill here. It'll be Harold Mack up first, then Jerquadian Guilford. So you can see two elite athletes running through this drill right here. I liked with your interview with Landon Hepner, Darion. I feel like Leo has been one of those schools that has really bought into Traction AP and AWP really from the time that it started. We saw great athletes like Jackson Barber and Rylan Crawford who came through this exact showcase together, and really just impressive athletes. Landon Livingston as well, who's going to be, I believe, a center next year at West Virginia. I think he moved to center. But
yeah, he's a huge person too. When you see him in person, he's a big kid, man.
And can move, but it's really cool. I feel like that school almost more than most, especially for the size of that school, has put a lot of kids through Traction.
They have. They're one of the ones that where the coaching staff has bought in. And we're really careful, too. Obviously, there's a lot of competition for these kids' time during the off-season. The football programs have their own off-season workouts that they want to do. And so we always encourage the kids to go do their school stuff first. And then we will be in addition to that. It works the best when we're in clear communication with the coaches and they're in the players. And so Leo has always been really good at that, even through changing coaches. Of course, now with I forgot his name from Northrop.
Dorfler.
With Dorfler coming into Leo, that the relationship hasn't changed. And then, of course, once kids around you see that another kid's having some success, they kind of ask you what the secret is. And if they say Traction, then all of a sudden we get an influx of players. And so we've seen that at Wayne now with a number of Wayne kids that we've interviewed today. We've seen that obviously at Leo. Carroll is another one. Carroll has always been supportive of what we do. Sometimes, even last year we would have their coaches will come out and watch our 7-on-7 practices because we had kids like Jaden Van Pelt who were playing, who they were really trying to get a good look at before he was one that was getting used a lot at Carroll. So Carroll's bought in. They are supportive all the time. A lot of Homestead kids and a lot of Lures kids. And so once you see 1, 2, then you start seeing 5, 6, 7 because it works. And it's word of mouth. It's word of mouth and it's results driven.
Yeah, this looks like, I think it's number 469 up on the L drill. So tough to follow, Quay. I don't have a 469 on the roster. Do you know?
His name is Sebastian.
His
name is Sebastian Moore. He goes to Snyder. He's actually a really good basketball player. He's dipping his toe into the football thing. He has for the last couple of years, but as you can see, very good athlete.
Yes.
He's got good size. He likes to play receiver. I think he can play both sides of the ball, but he'll be a kid that's going to help Snyder out next year.
Snyder, now that's the big question that everybody wants to know is who's going to be the quarterback at Snyder this year. You know, Snyder throughout the past has always done a good job of converting safeties to quarterback. Now, my senior year, it was Larry Davis, who is now the defensive coordinator at Northside, but Larry Davis, just a phenomenal football player, could switch from safety over to quarterback. So it has a lot of people wondering if Brandon Logan's going to be the quarterback at Snyder next year.
Yeah, that's a good question because, I mean, they were questioning that a couple years ago before the guy that was there last year was there. I mean, it seems to be like that all the time. I remember when Halpert was there. There's always this conversation, who's going to be Snyder's quarterback? And I don't know if it ever matters because the philosophy there is we're going to run the ball. So
hard nose.
The quarterback is less of a factor on that. Really what you need out of the quarterback at Snyder is for him to be a game manager, not turn the ball over, be able to run play action and throw the ball on the run on a lot of boot action type stuff. And I think they've been excellent at doing that the last couple of years, obviously, in the last few decades, because I can only count on my hand a couple of years where Snyder didn't have a dominant team. But typically, they are always around all the time.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, too, because you're right. They look to be smash mouth, yet they were involved in the highest scoring ever state championship in 2015 when they beat New Palestine.
Yeah, and that was that Halpert at quarterback at that time?
Isaac Stiebling.
Oh, it was Isaac Stiebling. That's right. That was one of Twan's, one of his. That was one of his.
That was a who's who. As far as that football, you got Malik Bramley. I think Turner was a part of that team. And there you go. There's Jace White right there finishing up his 40.
Yeah, he definitely needs to work on his 40. You know, Dad, I'm gonna be critical. 40 times something he gonna need to work on as a quarterback. He don't do a lot of running. He needs to do more.
There's always room to improve. Jace has got some good length to him. Does he go 6'1"?
Yeah, he's getting there. So he actually grew from last year. Him and Devin were about the same height last year. They both grew, and then Jason's kind of just kept shooting up. But he's got to be about a little bit over 6 foot now. So yeah, size is getting there. We got to get his strength up a little bit, and obviously speed. But yeah, we're actually impressed with him as far as his growth has been over the last couple years. He's actually getting really tall.
Yeah, because Jalen's a pretty tall player as well.
Yeah, Jalen's 6'2", a little bit over 6'2". So, yeah, Jace is trying to catch him. We were always wondering when he was going to catch his growth spurt, so he's finally getting it. But, yeah, no, Jalen's a tall kid, and that really helped us a lot last year with some jump balls that we wanted to do with him and Isaac being on either side. It was just a nightmare for a lot of DBs. You couldn't double one of them because the other one was probably going to make a play. So we got to try to recreate that next year and fill Isaac Zay's spot.
You know, once again, honestly, it looks like there's probably more kids here from Carroll than any other school. As you were mentioning, Carroll just being a great advocate of Traction AP, and a lot of young kids. And I think that's where it starts, really, with these guys' ability to compete and just to be good football players is they're getting this training early on.
Yeah, and so, again, it starts with one or two, and we had your Dylan Bennett's, and we had your Steeleys, and we had all those guys that were at Carroll when kind of made Carroll who Carroll is today, really, as far as when they started playing in the SAC, because that hasn't been that long.
2015?
Yeah, it hasn't been too long ago. So, but yeah, no, it takes one, and once you get one, they see the results, and then you get more. So obviously you can see Harrison Shealy's here, Mason Boffman is here. Carroll's always represented very well here.
Yeah, Dylan Bennett, the great middle linebacker, I believe he's at Ohio Dominican.
Yep, Ohio Dominican, and actually he was just in town doing some working out. He actually went down to Florida to work out with LB as well. So those connections continue. So we do everything we can with them in high school, and then they go on to college, and then you'll see they always come back to get a little bit more of tutelage, while they can. And so there was another kid here today that was back from school. God, I'm going to forget his name now, but he was here from forgot what school he goes to. Devin Patterson, this kid's nuts. But no, yeah, he's that kid's so competitive, man. He's mad about something. I don't know what it is. But no, these kids always come back from school, which is excellent. So and we always have an open door policy for them. We want them to come back because it shows some of these kids here that even when you go and you leave and you go on to the next level, that a lot of the things that we teach them here is still translatable to the next level.
It's like that was Tyler Faust from Columbia City, a wide receiver, class of 225, that just went through the L drill. You see that a little bit too, where guys from Columbia City are becoming more and more frequent at this camp. This is number 394. Now that was Faust, or was it 384? Avery Cook. That was Avery Cook that just went through, the wide receiver from Concordia. At one point ranked in the top 10 in the country in receptions. It's like number 322 that just went through the L drill.
Yeah, the kid I was thinking of earlier was Jonathan McCullough. I could not get his name for some reason, but he's here back in town from the Cumberlands.
Oh, yeah, McCullough.
Yeah.
I believe he played at Snyder, and then his brother played at Lures.
Yes, yeah. So his younger brother played at Lures. He played corner for us. He graduated last year. And so he's also playing college football, too.
Now, where's he at?
I cannot remember right now.
Cumberland's a good NAIA school. I mean, NAIA football has really gotten better and better. I mean, you should not shun at all getting a scholarship to an NAIA football field or football team. Ultimately, what it boils down to is what's your debt going to look like when you're done with college? So no matter what school you go to, can you get a degree without having to pay back a bunch of money? And a lot of times at these NAIA schools, that's an option for you. You look at what St. Francis has done with back-to-back national championships. Indiana Wesleyan, arguably the finest football facility in all of NAIA football. And then Marion University, who's always been, just an elite football program. And they have their original head coach back now with Ted Karras.
And you hear sometimes these kids, they act like it's not an offer unless it's the Division I offer.
Not true.
And they do not understand how valuable some of the other offers are. My thing is, if they're going to pay for your school, you need to go and get it.
Yes.
You need to go get it. They're going to pay for your school. You get a free education. Why wouldn't you take it? I don't care if it's Division VIII. You need to go. And then also, too, with the way today is, with the way kids are moving from school to school, if you're a kid that's not getting recruited very well from Division I, but you got NAIA offers, go NAIA. And then after a couple years, if you think you can make the move and you can show that you can go to class and you can show you can go to weights and you're there at 6 a.m. when you have a study table or whatever it is, then there's more opportunity for you there because you've shown and proved that you can do this on the next level.
Yeah, and the stat that always kind of set me back a little bit, if you will, is the amount of football players that play in high school compared to the pros and vice football. So 1,086,000 high school football players, 310,465 of those are seniors. NC2A players, 70,000. NC2A freshmen, 20,000. So the number, high school players to the NC2A, 6.5%.
6.5%.
The number of players in NC2A football to the NFL, 1.6%.
Yeah, it's almost an impossibility.
So, I mean, the fact that somebody wants you at the next level is honestly an accomplishment in itself. But, having spent 10 years at the University of St. Francis working with the football team and doing video and sports information, those two national championships we won were really, really special. And I would, in one game, if we played one game against Ball State that year, I'd pick us every time.
Easily. And here's what's funny. I remember when I was at St. Francis and we went down to play Indiana State.
Oh, they won't even play anymore.
No, and there's a reason why they won't. And we went there, and I had a friend that played for Indiana State. And I remember he was the whole time, man, everybody on our team is just talking about, why are we playing this St. Francis team? They're going to suck, blah, 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 blah. And then we go down there and we wipe them up. It was like 40-something 14. And I can just remember the look on a lot of their faces. They were just like, we didn't expect this. And that's a Division I program.
Right.
And so there is no difference. It's football. Football's football. Go play. If you're a player, you go play. It doesn't matter where you play.
Yeah, and Indiana State plays in a really good football conference too, with the likes of Northern Iowa, the school that Kurt Warner went to, a great quarterback for the Rams. So, yeah, once again, we got a ton of guys obviously going to St. Francis. And one of the nice things about playing at the University of St. Francis is, I mean, literally you can live at home and get a college degree while playing football. People don't understand that when you do go away to school, a lot of the loans that you're taking out are for room and board. So if you can cut that out of the equation, then you're doing a better or you give yourself a better opportunity of having less and less debt by the time you graduate.
You're absolutely right. And so I did exactly that. I went to St. Francis. I stayed at home. I just drove across town from the south side over to downtown where St. Francis is, and I did that and saved a lot of money and was actually able to get money in return from my scholarship, which is a good thing. But what it also did was, as a kid who now as an older guy understands how immature I was when I was leaving high school, it was good that I didn't go away and be on my own, and that I did have people that could kind of keep an eye on me and make sure I was doing things that I was supposed to do in the off season and during the season. Come here, Harold. Come here, Harold. Come here, Harold. Come here, Sheely. You too. I'm going to get you right after him.
All right, so we just saw Devin Patterson finish up his L drill, but now we got Harold Mack.
Yep, so I wanted to bring Harold Mack on to let him tell you guys out there, the camera's up there, who he is, what grade he's in, what school he goes to.
My name Harold Mack. I'm a junior. I go to Wayne High School.
So, Harold, we had a chance to talk about you. So we've been talking probably about the last couple hours about you in particular. And no, I'm just playing. But been talking about Wayne, and so we had a chance to interview some of your teammates. And so we realized you guys have a lot of talent coming back from last year. So what do you think you guys are going to do that's any different than what you did last year?
As a team, we got to stay more locked in togetherly, like as more as a family than more as like friends, you know? So like as we coming in with the team mindset to get better every day, our team should be very good next year.
And so we also recognize that you lost a quarterback. So that's one position that's really important on the team. We're hearing a little bit of inkling that Jake Sharon might be trying to take that role. So what do you think about how important that position is in comparison to what you're going to have to do on the field next year?
It definitely plays a big role in the team and me. Right now we're still trying to figure out who's going to be the starter. We're going to go through spring ball, go to summer, and then figure that out as we go through.
So tell me a little bit about you, how you are as a receiver. So obviously we know you've been with Dre. You're a highly recruited player. What kind of receiver are you? So you got Jaquaden Guilford. You got Mylan Graham. Which one are you closer to?
I would say I'm a mixture of all of them, you know. I can run routes. I catch real good, get down the field, catch over top balls, catch short balls, get the ball in my hand, go deep down the field. Just my yak is really crazy.
Oh, I know. I've seen it myself in person. And so I know last year you had a little bit of injury bug with the hand last year. So how important is it to make sure that you staying healthy for the season this year?
It's very important, especially that I'm going to be going to college after the season. Availability is the best thing.
Bingo! That's exactly what I said earlier. I love that. You make me right. I love when people make me right. So, Jeff, you got any questions for Harold Mack while we have him here?
Yeah, just expanding upon that, what are some of the things that he's doing to his body to get him ready for this season so he can be available for the whole season?
Right now, my main focus is gaining weight and putting more muscle on. So getting in the weight room, eating right food and stuff like that is my main focus right now.
Eating the right food, I love it. All right.
Yeah, and nutrition has become – I mean, this whole athletic training a bit, and we're going to let Darian get to his next interview, has expanded, like we talked about earlier, into nutrition, mental health, and we'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, I want to grab these kids real quick before they start competing. They're going to do that real soon. And once they start competing, none of them really want to do interviews because they're ready to go for the next rep, and this kid is one of them. So I'll let you tell the camera up there. You can see it with the red dot. Tell them who you are, what school you go to, and what position you play.
My name is Harry Sheely. I go to Carroll High School, and I'm a receiver.
So, Carroll High School. A couple years ago, you guys had a nice state run. All right, it's time to do that again. What are you going to do for that team to make sure they can have that kind of success again?
work my hardest in practice, and hope I can see some varsity time.
There you go. Let's talk a little bit about that state run. Very special, obviously, for a lot of reasons. I know it was special for you. For that season, for Jimmy Sullivan to come in and play the way that he did, and now you're going to get a chance to catch footballs from him. Talk a little bit about Jimmy and the opportunity for you to be inserted into that team next year.
Jimmy's really good QB. I feel like me and him could be a good connection, and yeah.
So what kind of receiver are you? So I just talked to Harold Mack, and you guys about the same kind of size, same kind of build. I talked to Jake Jerquayton Guilford. He's 6'3". Of course, we got Mylan Graham as a comp. So what kind of receiver are you? Is it possession? Are you taking the top off? What is your thing?
I would say I'm more like a shifty top-off receiver.
I would agree with that. In fact, and when I talk to coaches and they talk about some of the best potential that we have around here, you hear Malik more and then you hear your name. So what do you think about that?
I feel really blessed about that.
There you go. Love it. Jeff, do you have any questions for Harrison while we have him here?
Yeah, I guess just the team, what's the confidence level of the team heading into this next season? You know, obviously last year, I don't want to say it was a disappointment, but some people were disappointed at the beginning of the year, the way it started. Do they feel like they can get back to a state championship type game team?
I would say if we work at it, we lost a lot of seniors. So, yeah, we just got to work hard in practice.
I think you got it.
Yeah. If we work hard in practice, we could make our way to state.
I love it. All right.
And Sheely is a part of that. Is that freshman group over there, Carol? Let me double check my roster here.
Yeah, I believe he was a freshman last year, so he should be going into a sophomore year.
Now that's a good freshman class over there, Carol.
Yeah.
We just interviewed their tackle who was dominant in the one-on-ones as you had noticed and pointed out. We talked about Eli Newhouser and Avery Wagner. They got some good freshmen over there, Carol. They're not going away anytime soon.
No, they're going to be around, and they just keep reloading. Every time we look up, there's another freshman that's coming in that nobody's heard of that is really good. They got a quarterback over there that's a huge kid. I'm not sure how well he throws the ball. I just remember watching him on JV, and he was just towering over everybody else.
That's over there, Carol. And we're looking at the QBs right now as we have about 10 of them in attendance.
Yeah, and you can see Cohen McKenzie, who we talked about earlier today, Bishop Luers quarterback last year, state championship quarterback, is down there throwing with Jace White, who him and Devin are being looked at to be his replacement for next year. So, again, like I talked about, these kids don't go anywhere. They do what they have to do, and then they come back because we want to call it a fraternity. So we want them to be able to leave and always feel like they have a home here with us. So he knew quarterbacks were going to be out here, so he showed up.
Number 428, another quarterback down here. So we'll find him on your roster. That is Michael McColgan from Culver Military Academy.
Yeah, that's a different one. So Culver out, going toward Columbia City. It's a smaller school. We haven't had a lot of kids from Culver. We may have to talk to them.
If I remember correctly, that's where Notre Dame does their preseason camp at before the season starts. So, but nice to have athletes from all over the state. Even saw a few guys from Indy. One of them just caught the ball there. That is 434.
So I'm going to grab Strat real quick before they start competing because I already know how Strat is, and when they start competing, he ain't going to want to talk to me. So camera's up there, Strat. You want to tell the world who you are, what school you go to, what position you play?
Yeah, Stratton Fuller. I go to Columbia City High School, and I'm a wide receiver.
Okay, Strat. We've been talking about Big NE8. A lot of Big NE8 talk today. So we've been talking about East Noble. We've been talking about New Haven. We've been talking about Leo. And then we said Columbia City should be in that conversation. It should be in that conversation. And a lot of that reason is because of you. So I want you to tell the world why Columbia City should be considered as being one of those teams that can win the NE8 next year.
Yeah, so not only do we have skill players, but our linemen and our underclassmen have really improved. We got a lot of underclassmen that are going to help us up front. That their names aren't known right now, but I think they'll get some all-conference stuff, and they'll really shock the conference. So.
And you think about it this way. I mean, you have a Leo team that's going to lose Caden Hurst. You have a New Haven team that's losing Mylan Graham, losing to Johnny Washington. If there's a time for Columbia City to step up, it's this time. So what is Stratton Fuller going to do to make sure you guys are in that conversation?
I mean, I really got to be deadly with the ball in my hands. I got to do more than just catch it. I got to run it too, so I got to be good after the catch. That's probably the number one thing I got to do.
And I know you've been really busy in the offseason. Actually, you were busy last offseason. So just talk a little bit about the recruiting path, some of the places that you've been, some of the things that you're experiencing, and why this stuff is so important.
This offseason's been really good to me. I've finally seen some recruiting pick up and gotten some offers that took me a while to get, but, fruits of your labor, it comes back. And then this stuff's really important just because, I mean, when you go to camps, you think everybody would know what they're doing, but really a lot of kids don't. So this really prepares you for that and gives you, like, an advantage you don't really know that you have. So.
Yep. And I know your dad is a coach on the team. What is it like being a player and having your dad right there all the time? I know there's great days, and then there's some days where you're like, dude, just go over there.
It's definitely different than most coaching relationships, but in practice it's usually coach and player, and then between it's dad and son. So but it's really good. I mean, he'll ask like what drills we should do before we're going, so it's a really it's a good relationship to have.
Excellent. Jeff, you got any questions for Stratton while we have him?
Yeah, playing in primarily a running offense, does he feel like blocking has been a huge part of his game? Is that something that he can really contribute at the next level, being a downfield blocker?
Downfield blocker.
Yeah, so when I go to these visits and stuff, they always say, like, yeah, the receiver's got to catch and be good after the ball, but, like, blocking is something that's really underrated, doesn't get talked about. So, and I've actually had coaches tell me that that's a good thing they see, so it's really going to help me next level too.
Excellent. Things that you can do other than catch the ball as a receiver. Excellent work. Good job. Go complete. Go compete.
Stratton Fuller, Columbia City. He's been a star in this area. Really broke out his sophomore year and will be one of the best players in Northeast Indiana come this upcoming season. Sometimes you got to feel for guys like that, because if they were given the specific offense, if they were at Lures or a Carroll that throws the ball and does it very, very well, he would be a 20-touchdown-a-year guy. I mean, he's got that type of capability. Darion, I think last year, early on in the season, every other ball that he caught was a touchdown.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. And then, honestly, if you watch him play on the other side of the ball on defense, he's pretty effective there, too.
Yes.
I can remember a game where he was playing against Milan, and it was a competition between those two, to be honest.
Yeah, and he's got great hands. But, I'll say it, I know a lot of the assistant coaches, offensive coordinators, they love a wide receiver that's going to block downfield, because that can turn a 12-yard run into a 60-yarder to the house. Who do you got down there, Darion?
So we got Avery Cook here from Concordia. We obviously wanted to talk to him because your name came up earlier when we were talking about people with just kind of like your share of the offense was huge. I mean, that ball went to you a lot of times last year. So the camera's up there if you want to tell everybody who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
Avery Cook, Concordia, and I play receiver.
What was that stat line last year, dude? I just remember watching throughout the year, and you were just climbing in catches all year long.
Yeah, I had 70 catches, like 900 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
Incredible. So speaking Concordia in particular, I know obviously not a lot of wins last year. So what do you think that you can do this year? What are you going to do that's going to be different? I know you got a quarterback situation you got to get figured out, and somebody's got to feed you. So what do you think is going to be a difference this year?
Yeah, we just have to figure out our offense. We didn't score that much last year, and defense wasn't very good either, so we got to figure some things out. But, yeah.
So talk about Avery. What kind of receiver are you, man? You're a possession guy? You're a stretch the field kind of guy? What is your game?
I feel like I could do a little bit of it all. I have the speed, and I can jump with anybody, so jump balls are my thing.
I've seen that in person, to be honest. All right, so this offseason, just talk about what you've been doing to get prepared for this next season. Now, I know you've been out here working, so as far as the recruiting process is going, how's that going for you? Are you getting out there? Are you getting seen?
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to put as much film out there as possible so coaches can really see what I'm about.
There you go.
Yep.
So, Jeff, you have any questions for Avery while we have him?
Yeah, what does he feel like will be the biggest improvement for the football team this upcoming season?
Football team this upcoming season. Where can you guys get better?
Oh, Darion, you got it on mute now. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Going deep. It was a lot of short balls last year because the QB situation, we couldn't really get it out there. And so I think, if we spread it out deep, it could change some things.
Will they have the O-line to provide that protection?
They're working.
They're working. We're getting better. We're getting better. That's all that matters. Good job. Let's go.
Yeah, Avery Cook. There weren't a whole lot of bright spots to Concordia's season last year. He was certainly one of them. And wow, we got another one.
Yeah, so we're up here. I got Kai Owens. I want to pull Kai out of there because Kai's here from out of town. So anytime people put effort and energy into coming all the way here from somewhere else, we want to give them a chance to be on the camera and tell us who they are and what they do. So, Kai, if you want to tell the camera and the world who you are, what's your name, what school you go to, what position you play.
Kai Owens, class 2026. I go to Como Catholic in Mundelein, Illinois, and we're trying to get some work out here.
Let's go, trying to get some work. So I know you play with another highly recruited quarterback, right? So you want to talk a little bit about your relationship with that guy and what you guys plan on doing next year.
So this year, our starting quarterback is Trey Taylor. He's a quarterback out of Mundelein, Illinois as well. He goes to Como Catholic. He has offers from Michigan, other MAC schools and all that. And this year is supposed to be special. We're trying to win the state championship this year. And, we're out here putting work in, and hopefully that's the result we get done the season.
So talk a little bit about last year, whether is a disappointing season or was it a good season? Where do you feel like you can get better from that year going into this year?
I feel like this year I need to work on getting more separation out of my break and my releases and, the catch point, making sure I bring it in, tuck it, and secure the catch and stuff. But this year we're trying to develop more stretching the field out and not, run the ball more, try to stretch the field out and try to make teams fear our pass game more than just the run game.
So I know that you travel, you're working with Dre, you're here all the time. What is that? How do you think that effort and energy that you're putting into getting better is going to translate into your game next year?
I think the effort's amazing. I know Dre does a great job training me and helping me develop as a player and as a person as well. And I feel that that's why we make the drive out here all the time. It helps me get better and makes me better as a person, not just a player.
So I ask all the receivers the same question. What kind of receiver are you? You a possession guy? You a take the top off guy? What kind of guy are you?
I feel like I'm a possession guy. I'm going to get the space. Even if I'm not the fastest, I'm going to say that. But if you put in my catch ratios, I'm going to come down with it.
There we go. Jeff, you got any questions for Kai while we have him?
Yeah, and how did he learn about Dre and traction being out in Chicago?
I learned about traction in, I think it was 8th grade. I went to a camp in Indiana, and I met Dre, but I didn't really know him that well. And then I went to another Purdue camp freshman year, and we met Tay and Nitro at a Purdue camp, and that's when we met Dre. And that's how we found out about traction and all the stuff you guys got going down here.
There you go. Good job, man.
Yeah, and that's one of the things maybe we take a little bit for granted in this area is some of the great training that we have. We talked earlier about the great coverage that these athletes get in Northeast Indiana, but what Dre's done with football and LB, yourself, what somebody like Bernard Hollins has done with Always 100 and producing some very, very good basketball players. Jordan Poole, who's runner-up for Miss Basketball this year. We got really, really good trainers who not only invest in a student's athletic abilities, but also in the student themselves. I mean, we are very fortunate in Fort Wayne that the community cares so much, that the parents are getting their kids to these specialists, and it feels like just a great thing, Darion.
No, it really is, and you mentioned some really good players that Bernard Hollins had a chance to, put his influence on. Jordan Poole's one of them, very close to winning Miss Basketball this year. Mm-hmm. I think she was very deserving on it. Played on that Snyder team. That was a dominant team. Yeah, Janaea Donahue was on that team, was a defensive specialist. Just depth out of their minds. I wish they would have gone farther. But, you can't control that. But I think it's a testament to all the specific training that you're able to get here in Fort Wayne. I mean, if you listen to Kai's story, he sees Dre at a camp somewhere in Indiana. He goes to another camp in Indiana. Dre's there again. So, one, Dre's consistency. Two, what was it about Dre that stood out? He obviously saw something that he wanted to be a part of. And now he's traveling here from Chicago all the time, training with Dre, playing on a 7-on-7 team. He's coming to the showcases. And so when you can have that kind of influence and that kind of reach across state lines, it's excellent. And so, Kai is one of those kids where I think he can be really good. He's obviously a tall kid, 6'2". You'll see him in competition. Yeah, everything he said about himself is absolutely right. He creates space. He makes catches. We love having him around. But he also mentioned another kid that was kind of like him, Nitro Tuggle. So Nitro Tuggle was a Northwood kid last year.
Yes.
He got some Division I offer. I forgot where he was going. I think it might be Alabama or something like that.
I know Georgia and Alabama were on him.
Georgia. It's Georgia. He's going to go to Georgia. Yeah, so, but come on. Think about that, Georgia. So, yeah, the proof's in the pudding. It works.
We're going to keep it on the quarterbacks here for a little bit. As you see Jace White. The next kid is number 428. That's McColligan from Culver Academy. After him is number 337. That is Riley Biddle from East Noble. Riley Biddle, who just threw the ball.
Yeah, it's really cool, too, man. I love coming to these things because you get to see a lot of the talent that's coming up that you may not know about. And so, like this East Noble kid, would have never seen him unless he came out here today. And I think he looks pretty decent. You know, again, with the Culver kid, you know, coming here from, you know, a little ways away, not too far. He's a little ways down the street here. But he heard about it. He wants to come out and get seen. You can imagine how difficult it is to get recruited out of a school like Culver just because they're not playing the Carrolls and the Snyders and teams like that throughout the year. So he's got to do everything he can, I'm sure, to get looked at. And he's here. He's doing the right thing.
Yeah, and Colbert's going to be throwing not right now but next. And he's the one that we've heard a few times as he's kind of up next at Concordia Lutheran. He's class of 2026. Got some action last year. 3 different quarterbacks saw action last year for Concordia. Of course, they did have a senior that they rode with, but there's Colbert right there.
Let's get him while we can. So, yeah, you were just talking about Braden. We can move over here. We got camera up there. See if you can see it. There you go. Yeah, so we were just talking about you earlier. We're actually interviewing Avery. And so we were talking to Avery, and we're like, man, for a guy that gets as much share of the football as he gets, we're really trying to see who's going to be that guy that's going to give him the ball next year. And you know who he said? He said Braden Corbett. So tell the world who you are, you know, what school you go to and what position you play.
Braden Corbett, Concordia, quarterback.
So Concordia, new coaching staff. Everybody's kind of new, trying to create culture, trying to figure out who you can establish a winning culture there. What do you think that you can add to that to help them get into a winning tradition?
You know, we're bringing in a bunch of ex-players, bringing in new guys like Jalen Vanderbosch, and I think that we can add just working hard. I don't think that Concordia really has like a tough culture. I think we're going to add some grit to that culture.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've known you for a long time. And if you're talking about grit and working hard, you got both of those things. So it's not a surprise to me to hear some of these guys say that you're going to be the guy next year. But that's going to take some work. You know it. You know you're going to have to win it. So what are you doing in the offseason to put you in a position to win that job?
I've been lifting twice a day, throwing a couple times a week, running, really working on getting flexible, just to keep injuries away and be faster.
So can you think of anybody else on the team that we maybe not know about now? We all know Avery, but is there somebody else there? Like there was a running back here earlier who was talking about Victor. He was pretty good. Victor was here, so he was saying he was decent. He talked about you as well, so your name came up a couple times. But is there anybody else we should be on the lookout for?
Man, Victor, he's working hard this offseason. He gained a lot of weight. He got really strong. He was squatting 400 pounds the other day. But we got another receiver on the outside, Jack Belshner. He's just as fast as Avery, maybe an inch or two taller. I think that he played really well last season. We got Noah Trent. He's out at OPS, but he still gets in. He's good. He's a little shorter, faster.
There we go.
We got 2 linebackers, Zach and Grant Allman, Zach Spielman. They've gotten big, and they played pretty decent last year. And our line's getting a lot bigger. So
it sounds like you guys are taking the weight room pretty serious. Everybody you're saying they're getting bigger, which is good. That's how you compete in the SAC.
Well, I mean, we were young last year. I think everybody's maturing and really just took that next step.
Jeff, you got any questions for Mr. Corbett while we got him here, Concordia?
Yeah, what are the strengths that he brings to the quarterback position? If he had to list, what's his number one strength and what's something that maybe he'd like to get better?
I think my number one strength is knowing the playbook. Just really knowing what to put everybody in and, like, my reads, 1, 2, 3, just getting the ball out on time and quick. And then my second one is we don't really go, like, change up snap count a lot, but I try and, like, set, go, set, hold it. I think that's, yeah.
Where you could get a little better is with cadence.
Yeah, I'm working on trying to be a little faster, a little more run threat.
I saw you out here. He's going to be a dual threat next year. You heard it here first.
Yes, sir. Breaking news right there. But, no, it's good to see Braden. And Darion, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, he's been coming to these for a long time.
He was doing this, I think, when he was in like 6th grade.
Yes.
And it was so soon. We're like, you don't have to do these. And he's like, nope, I want to do them. We're like, okay.
Right. So, I mean, he is very savvy with the football. He's one of the guys that could spin a football on his finger for an hour. You can tell he's been a gym rat as far as just loving his craft of football. He may not be 6'6" like some of your, some of the high recruits in the country, but this is a kid that could definitely get it done at Concordia.
No, and you said it. I mean, the guy, what you said about him being out here as a 6th and 7th grader, that's his demeanor now. The kid, he knows. Some kids you have to kind of tell them, and it's a tough conversation like, hey, you're not going to be the biggest, so we're going to have to make sure a lot of the other intangibles you have to be really good at. He was a kid you didn't have to tell that to. He knew. He understands it. If you tell him, like, hey, he knows he's smaller than most quarterbacks, but I'll tell you what, he is effective. He is effective, and I think if they give him a shot at Concordia, he is going to play well for them. And sometimes it takes you having to prove it to a coach. A lot of times coaches are visual. They look at you, they go, especially when you have a new staff coming in and they don't know you for who you are, and they look at you and go, we might go with the kid that's 6'2". They don't understand that kid plays 6'2". He plays 6'2". So Braden Corbett, again, is a kid with a great personality, a great makeup, and if anybody knows that playbook, I guarantee you he knows it.
Well, hey, he led the team in completions last year, completed 123 of 207 passes for 1,288 yards, just under 60% completion percentage, 7 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
There you go. And you would have never guessed that kid would have that stat line. And I'm not surprised at all. He deserves everything he gets. He's been working really hard. I know his parents put a lot into it for him. I love our quarterback group, man. We got kids that they love each other. They're not fighting. Of course, like we talked about Jason Devin being competitive, being in the same class at the same school, and it could be bad, but it's not. And you see Grayson hanging out with them, Devin hanging out with them. They're all in the same class. They're all in the same class, and they're all working hard.
And I know you said coaching change over at Concordia, but obviously Coach Manigle's back there, and he's not going anywhere, correct?
No, I don't think. No.
I didn't miss something?
No. He's still there. He came in because there was a different guy a couple years ago, right?
Yeah. They had. He's at Huntington North now.
Yep. He went to Huntington North.
Eschbach.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, who's this on the top of our screen right next to you working with the wide receivers? Is that?
This is Jalen Vanderbosch. So, Jalen, your name came up. We were interviewing Braden Corbett, and he talked about some of the things that Concordia is doing different this year to get them more in the winning column. So, if you want to tell the world who you are and what you do here for Traction.
So, I'm Jalen Vanderbosch. I am a former Toledo Rocket wide receiver. I just got done playing my last season. I unfortunately got medically DQ'd about week 7. Through the season, went through a few months of therapy and decided it was probably best to be done, but I'm glad that I can, I have this connection with Coach White, Dre, LB, the whole Traction staff, just to be able to invest and take my time that I was investing in myself in football and translate it to these kids out on the field. So I'm going to be transitioning as a performance director and do some skill stuff as well with the receivers, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm also helping out at Concordia this year as a receiver coach, and I'm excited. Like I said, I'm gonna have time to invest with these kids that I was investing, in myself before. So it's nothing different. It's probably the second best thing to be playing. So I'm looking forward to it. It's exciting seeing this, these next group of kids come through. So there's a lot of talent out here in Fort Wayne. I think it's slept on for the most part.
So you're a guy that did the exact same thing these kids are doing. You went through this program. You worked with Dre. You end up going to college. You went to Siena Heights first. End up leaving Siena Heights, going to Division I, higher Division I football, playing for Toledo. They went to a MAC championship game. And so 6 months ago, you were in pads running around competing like they are, and now you quickly transition into being a coach. What is some of the value that you can bring from being a former player so recently that you can give these kids?
It's fresh. It's all fresh in my mind still. Whether it's work ethic, like I said, everything that I was doing before, it's just translating into the next generation. So, for me, I was one of those kids who stayed after, did what I had to do to stand out, because, it's never easy, it never will be for kids who really want to work and go to that next level, wherever that may be, whether that may be from middle school to high school, from high school to college, or even from college to the league. Like, if you want to be better than everybody else, you have to stand out and, do the little things right. So for me, I feel like, like I said, it's been a pretty easy transition. It was everything I was doing before, just on the opposite end of it. So I was training with Dre for 8-9 years before that, and now I'm just doing everything he taught me and translating it towards these other kids.
So you mentioned medical DQ. How important is your body in this game? How important is it to take care of it, and talk a little bit to it doesn't matter how much you take care of it, sometimes things happen.
Yeah, like you said, some things do happen, that's life, but you can do your part for sure, invest in just as much recovery time as you do, into what you do on the field. So, if you spend 2 hours of extra work, you have to spend at least another 2 hours stretching, getting your mind right, going over plays, doing ice baths, hot tub, whatever you need to do. Like I said, you have to invest that mental side and that recovery aspect just as much as you do the physical side of it. So, yeah, it's very important, very important.
Agreed. And now you're going to be taking over a lot of the work for Dre as far as the physical moving around and trying to deal with a lot of these receivers. So if you can name a couple that you think have really good talent moving forward, who you think are going to have a great year next year, who would they be?
That's tough. I feel like, a lot of them, they've had spurts of it, in training. But, again, we still have another at least, 6 months until the season, if not more. So, I'm excited. I feel like it's too many to name, to be honest, because if they all take advantage of their opportunities, the sky's the limit for them. So,
I love it. Well, Jeff, you got anything for Mr. Van der Bosch while we have him here?
Yeah.
Former Concordia player?
He was fantastic at Concordia, but as a coach and as a mentor, what does he feel like is the number one thing he keeps stressing upon these athletes?
Consistency. Whether that be the weight room, the mental aspect of it, you have to consistently do stuff every day to separate yourself from the kid next to you. Honestly, when you get to a point where you're being successful in high school, it's not about that anymore. So some of these kids, I wouldn't say they struggle with it, but it's a different transition for them. They may be having some spurts of success, getting some offers in high school and stuff, but, now they got to take that next step. What's going to take them to be farther? What's going to take them to be that All-American that they want to be, and separate them so that they have an advantage when they go into college, what's going to separate them from the rest of the kids that come in with them in their incoming classes and stuff. So,
well, we love having you around, man. You're a value to this program. I'm glad you came back.
Appreciate it.
And hopefully you don't go anywhere.
Yeah, consistency. That's tough for a young kid, too. With consistency comes discipline. But as you know, Darian, we're in that, give it to me now world, the swipe through, on the social media. People want it and they want it now. And the training is a day-by-day kind of rigorous thing. And so I love what Coach had to say down there, where these kids, you just need to be consistent, and that starts with the stretching and the getting the reps and getting home and eating right and getting your grades. So much goes into it, but also these kids have a ton of support. Darian, you got 2 new guests down there. Who do you got?
Yeah, so I wanted to bring the guys from Fortified Physical Therapy up because we were just having a conversation about how important it is for recovery and making sure your body's in the position for you to perform. And one of the sayings that keeps being said by a lot of the kids is your best ability is availability. So talk a little bit about what you guys are doing now. Obviously, you're now housed at Traction, so you guys are right next door. We share a door together. Very new business venture for you guys, but something you've been doing for a long time. So if you want to introduce yourself to the world, who you are and what you guys do.
Yeah, so I'm John Detmer. I'm with Fortified Physical Therapy. Been a physical therapist for 7 years, and I've worked with athletes my whole career. So best ability is availability. We're available at Traction. We're right there where the athletes are. And so our game plan is just to get them back into doing what they love to do as fast as possible. So a lot of the injuries, if you sit around and wait on them too long, then it can turn into a long-term thing. But if you get on it right away with people who know what they're doing, then you can get back in the game much more quickly. So we want to be there for the guys and get them back working with Traction as fast as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Nelson, also with Fortified Physical Therapy. So, yeah, we've been doing this a combined 13 years, so we're not new to the field. We specialize in athletes. Football is one of our big populations that we work with, overhead athletes as well. But our big thing is the whole mind, body, spirit. Like, it takes a mental toll on you when you're injured, not just a physical toll. So we want to be there for the athletes, get them back to their prior level, or if not beyond that. So it's really a whole package that we're looking at with them.
So talk a little bit about what differentiates you guys from the rest of the physical therapy out there. So there's a lot of physical therapy you can go to. I've had my own personal experience. I can speak to it. I know you guys are different. I know you care. You honestly care. And we had a conversation on the phone the other day. So if you guys want to tell them what's different about you guys than the other physical therapists.
Yeah, I guess that's thing number one is we care. There are a lot of PTs who care about what they do, but it's our mission, it's our vision, it's our business at this point. So we're 100% invested in everybody that comes through the door.
There you go.
And then just the specialized care. A lot of good PTs in Fort Wayne or in Indiana in general. Not very many of them are specialized into sports specifically. So from an athlete standpoint and just being comfortable, they want to be around other athletes. They want to be around people who know what they're doing, know what the demands of their sport are, and they aren't just going to get back to like, hey, I'm comfortable going up and down the stairs now. We want to take them to that next level where it's seamless integration between rehab from, hey, I'm on my crutches now to I'm back doing things that look more and more like performance. So it's not a shock to their system when they get done with PT and it's time to get back on the field with everybody else here.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're both board-certified clinical specialists in sports physical therapy. We're the only clinic I know of in Indiana that only has board-certified clinical specialists, but like our backgrounds are in strength conditioning, performance, so we understand the whole gambit of the injury. We can take care from day one post-op or injury all the way back to high-level function performance. We have enough space sharing with traction that we can use the turf. We can get back to routes like the guys are doing out here tonight, or really we have the weight room access too, so we can get back to loading heavy, and that's where a lot of physical therapists fall short, and we understand the needs of the sports, and that's what we're going to provide for the patients.
And so if you want, just tell the world how can we reach you guys? So if you got a kid out there who's got an injury, something nagging him, he needs to get it looked at, how can we reach you guys?
Yeah, so all of our contact info is at www.fortify-pt.com. You can also reach us by phone, 260-200-3838. Those are probably the main two ways. If you want to shoot us an email directly, it would be contact@fortify-pt.com.
All right, good. We're going to get out of the way because they're about to start running right at us. We don't want to use you guys unless we have to today. So, all right, thanks, fellas.
Yeah, I was about to say, Darian, we're getting ready to go. Devin Patterson and Jace White are going to lead it off here. Devin on the left, Jace on the right. And so we'll kind of be going from the top of your screen to the bottom of your screen, alternating here in these one-on-one drills. So Jerquady and Guilford will be first to go on the bottom. I'm going to try to zoom in and give you guys a little bit of a better view here, as we'll start off with the quarterback and the two wide receivers, and then just focus on the wide receiver DB matchup. And this is going to be rapid fire here, Darian. I mean, we're going to get the most out of the reps, but we got the DBs off to the side, the wide receivers, so they should be able to run through this pretty fast.
Yeah, so this group has a lot more players on the other side of the ball, so we'll get to see a lot more of that rather than kind of the same guy going each time getting wore out. So it should be really competitive here.
Yeah.
I actually love the group of defensive players that we have. I'm going to grab a couple out here. See
who's our DB up here against Guilford? Because I know we got Hepner and Harold Mack up top. That's going to be a really good one to get to.
Jackson Pears DeWanger.
So Jackson going to go against Quay Guilford, one of the top prospects in the state of Indiana class of 2026. And you know how it is, Darian. I'm not sure if they're going to start up top or on the bottom. I'm just hoping they start with this bottom matchup.
Let me find out for you. Yeah, it'll be Guilford up first.
And we got a cornerback from Bishop Dwenger High School. Quay.
It's actually pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. Quay is such a big target, yeah?
Yeah, so you'll see a lot of guys kind of tend to play off of him because they really don't want to get beat over the top. So a lot of them will give up the short before they give up the long. I love it. I mean, I would rather a kid come downhill on a 5-yard hitch than get beat over the top.
I'll tell you what, Landon Hepner showing he's got long arms as he's able to reach around and knock that ball away from Mac.
Yeah, his arms are, I mean, it's crazy. It really is. This kid here coming up, Darion here with the neon cleats on, he's really good. Very long kid, about 6'2", DB.
So we'll follow this matchup. We're at the point of the showcase where numbers tend to get ripped off here because these guys been battling.
Yeah, so the DB that just went on this side is Darion Green. He goes to the north side.
North side with one of the better DBs in the area, and Jamari Pearson. He and Jamarion Calabodi, maybe two of the best. I know some kids from Lures might have something to say about that. And another defensive back at Northside, Tristan Newsom, expected to play QB for the Legends.
Yeah, so you saw Northside kind of run into a little bit of that issue last year with not having a quarterback. So you saw Tate have to play quarterback, which is a little bit out of position. And then later on in the season, you saw Jamari Pearson take over. So they're kind of going with that game plan. Get an athlete out there, put him at quarterback, and then see if you can surround some good talent around him to kind of help him out.
Well, I know I was super impressed with the job that Pearson did at quarterback in that game against Wayne. Unfortunately, just a tough season for Northside. Had a hard time putting it all together, but make no mistake about it, they got players ready to play.
No, they have crazy depth. And we were talking a little bit earlier about their running back class. I mean, Caleb's not the only one they have. They got a couple of them out there. And so BJ does a great job, man, and I'm sure, having a little bit of exposure, the way these kids are nowadays, they love exposure. So they had an entire TV series on TV, so it kind of helps kids want to be a part of that.
Now this is Corbett, the young quarterback from Concordia.
He's throwing the ball to Stratton Fuller there.
Yeah, once again, you can just tell he's done this before.
So you got Davion Surrey here up top, who's a DB for Bishop Lewis High School, return specialist.
Yeah, and really made a name for him for himself this year as a return specialist. Looks like we're going to be on the bottom of the screen. Good separation by the wide receiver. That's another Lures kid, is it not?
Yeah, so you heard him mentioned earlier. That's Evan Wilkins. Evan is going to be a senior next year. So he was a transfer in from Homestead a couple years ago. So when we talk about replacing Isaac Zay this year, he's one that we really think can help us out. He's a little bit different than Isaac. Isaac's more of a physical, larger, imposing receiver, jump ball specialist. And as you can see right there, Evan's more of a speed down the field type of guy. So we're really looking at Evan Wilkins to help us out. I don't want him to hear me say that because then he's going to get the big head. Evan, talk a little bit about what you think you're going to do next year at Bishop Lewis High School.
I just want to contribute to the team, and I'm not going to come out and be wide receiver one, but I still want to do my thing.
And talk a little bit about, the process of having to leave a school, going to another school, maybe getting an opportunity you weren't going to get before, and having a shot to get a chance this year. What do you think you can contribute to Bishop Lures? We got a 3A state championship we got to win.
Leaving Homestead, I knew I wasn't going to play there, and coming over to Lures, getting a state championship first year, that just makes me want to continue to keep working harder for senior year to end out with another one.
Let's go 3A. Did you see that catch by Harry Sheely there?
I sure did. I see what you're saying, too. You said when the ball's in the air, he's more likely to come down with it. That was a great catch.
He's not going to let it come down. He's going to go up and go get it, and that's what makes him special because, if you look at the kid, he isn't bigger than everybody else. He's not faster. He's not stronger, but he wants it more than you do.
Doesn't it kind of remind you about those wide receivers from New England all those years and a Wes Welker, those types?
Edelman, Welker, absolutely. Absolutely. He's just a guy that can get open. I'll call them quarterback safety blankets. If I'm getting a hot read and I need to get the ball out, my eyes are going to you.
Well, from what you said and describing him earlier in the day, than me seeing that catch and not sure who it was, once you said Sheely, I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
That was a tough
That's why I
grab.
cut that interview quick. I'm like, okay, we got to talk about that. Because, man, Harrison Sheely, man, he's going to be a special kid. I think if you keep his name and Malik Moore's name in your mouth, keep it in your head over the next few years, they're going to be something to try to contain over the next few years, unfortunately for us.
So you're saying Dre was talking about class of 2026 and not 2027?
Yeah, so there's some sophomore group that's pretty good. I mean, there's some freshmen that we have that are pretty good too, but I think the 2026 class is special. So that's the one that's got Harrison Sheely in it, I believe, and Jaden Van Pelt. Yeah, you got Mason Boffman who's in that group, 2026.
Who's on the bottom of our screen right now, 394? Nice catch, especially through traffic.
That is.
Had a lot of contact.
Oh, it's Tyler Faust, Columbia City, 2025.
Yeah, he's a good-looking player.
There's Evan again taking the top off. So that's what we're looking at. Try to replace Isaac. He's a little bit more down the field type of guy. Here's Guilford up again here at the bottom of the screen. That was just a technician route. He's got to catch the ball, but
kind of reminds you like Milan on that one, didn't he?
Well, they work out together, so I'm sure they share a lot of the little tips and skill things that they do to get open. So you'll see them have very similar setups, and of course, Dre teaches things a certain way as well.
I mean, Milan, I think that's really what sets him apart from most is he is so precise with his cuts and his route running.
There's no wasted movement. So a lot of times when you watch these receivers, just because they do certain drills where they need to do a lot of footwork, sometimes they err to do that when it's not necessary. Milan's only going to do a move if he needs it. Everything he does is with a concerned effort.
Nice looking post corner route there.
I'm going to Braden Corbett throwing a dot.
Yeah. Boy, now that I'm putting a name with the face, like I said, I remember seeing him. He was like a 7th grader out here competing with the guys. And he definitely stood out, right? Because everybody else is big and tall, but he's just a quarterback.
He is a competitor. And he knows his limitations, which is dangerous. When a guy knows what he can and can't do, and he knows it, and it's like right there. He gets a go ball comes out a little sooner because maybe he thinks, this would be difficult to get that ball all the way down there to the PSM, so he throws it sooner. And this is all things Antoine's been working on him with since he's been a small kid, his 6th grade when he was coming in here. Is if you're not going to have the 6'4" frame to throw it 70 yards, then we got to get the ball out a little sooner.
Quay Guilford?
Yeah, Quay Guilford's having a day. You got Kai Owens against Jannard Moore. Kai Owens took that win.
Did you see how quick he was off the line?
Absolutely. Another one of the things the Dre receivers are really good at is if they do see press man, they have a lot of skill set in that bag to use to get off the line.
Well, this is definitely rapid fire. We got Harold Mack going up next, up top.
So you got Harold Mack against Davion Surrey. There's Blaine Thurber, who's out there trying to catch a ball, and Blaine let it go. Got a drop there.
This is a good matchup right here.
Yeah, this one should be good. You got Harold Mack and Davion Surrey. Harold with a nice release. Back shoulder, good D, Surrey.
Yeah, that recovery was that second effort there. Staying with the play.
Yeah, so LB does a really good job with these defensive players and make sure that they play through. So you never beat. Did
you look at that right there? That was Harry Sheely again. You can tell he's got that little.
So that's his MO.
On.
That's his MO. He'll go and play in tournaments with that skull cap on, no matter how hot it is or cold it is. I don't know what it is, but that's his thing.
Hey, if it works, don't fix it.
Yeah, we don't tell him to take it off, and maybe that's his cape, his Superman cape. For God's sakes, keep it on.
Well, he had a little hook pattern and just stopped on a dime. And you know what you could hear a lot of was the chop, 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 chop of the footsteps.
Yeah, so that was Connor O'Rourke that just ran that last route. Connor's also another one of Dre's. It's pretty good, nice speed guy.
What school?
I believe Leo.
So now we're starting to hear about some of the young guys that are going to replace all that talent lost. Now this is Quay up against Wooten.
No, I'm wrong. Connor is at Mattawan High School. He travels here from out of state. I forgot about that.
Mattawan, is that in Michigan?
Yes. Up in Michigan.
Not sure who the last quarterback was, but great ball placement.
That was a good rep there. We got Harrison Sheely here at the bottom going to go again.
And his quarterback is Jace White. Nice ball. I'll tell you what, they're going to have a good wide receiver room over at Carroll.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. There's weapons aplenty.
Is Boffman here?
Yes, he is.
Look at those cuts. Here's Mack.
So Mason's right here. Hey, Mason. Hey. Say hi to the camera, Mason.
Hi.
So here's Mason, just in case we were looking for him. Mason Boffman. Tell the camera who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
Mason Boffman, class of 2026. I go to Carroll.
So we were talking about receiver. Yep. We were talking about how many weapons you guys have. How in the world are you going to share that football at Carroll?
I mean,
say that's Jimmy's job.
Yeah, that's just Jimmy's job. We got Brady, me, Van Pelt, Xander, Harrison, Griffin. Yeah.
So talk about what Mason's going to do next year for that team, though.
I mean, I'm in the spot. Catch the ball, get upfield, do my job.
Let's go.
Whatever Jimmy throws at me, I'll catch it.
Let's go. You guys had a state run not too long ago. You think you can make it back?
Of course. This year we're a little bit more advanced. We're not as young as last year, and we have a good chance, really good chance.
There you go. Jeff, you got any questions for Mason while we have him?
Yeah, who's going to help Starks in the backfield now that Steely's gone?
Will Jeffries probably, I would assume.
Yeah, he's decent.
Yeah.
Will Jeffries name drop.
Yeah, nice outside linebacker. They got good linebackers at Carroll. Boy, Guilford does such a good job with his separation. He's such a huge target. His catch radius might be the best that we have here on display today.
So we're going to get Mason Boffman's going to go down here on the bottom of the screen against Adrian Wooten from Wayne. This is a good matchup. That's good D, better offense.
Darian, would you agree with that? I mean, when you look at Quay Guilford, his catch radius is just outstanding. It might be the best on display today.
Well, that's what makes him different from a lot of these other receivers. So not only is he tall, but he's got some speed, and he can catch everything, and it's that catch radius. So if you have a quarterback like David Callison, who's a younger guy, he's getting pressure off that line and has to get a ball out, you don't have to be super accurate to get the ball to him for him to make a play. So I think he's going to be really dangerous for Northrop this year, especially in screen game. I can see them using him in a lot of screen game.
You know, Callison now in his second year as the starter, that's so huge. Number one, the experience he got as a sophomore, going through some highs and lows, coming into his junior year with one of the best receivers in the state. I got to feel like they're going to be on point. Are we going to see something like a Carson Clark to Oh, shoot.
Brody Glenn.
Yeah, Brody Glenn. Are we going to see some kind of connection?
I think so. And I think obviously being close to that situation, Brody and Carson developed their camaraderie and rapport with each other in the offseason. So we used to always make fun of them because they were doing all this stuff in the offseason. So we used to call them all summer long because that's what they were saying, all summer long, every time they would make a play because they knew they had been working with each other all summer long. So they would call each other. They'll meet at some field somewhere. And they were throw and catch. And that synergy you saw translate onto the field, and it's the exact same thing that David Callison and Guilford are building now with 7-on-7 and training. A lot of times when Dre's having training, he brings David Callison along to throw the ball to him. So they're getting them the throws and catches together now, early.
Well, Harrison Sheely just had another great grab. So far, he's up there for MVP of these one-on-ones, the wide receivers and DBs.
Oh, yeah, easy. I knew it coming in. If I could have picked one, if I would have said, if I had to pick a guy, Harrison Sheely. And that's probably because Malik Moore's not here. Now, Malik Moore would be showing you something very similar. I think top of the class here is Jaquaden Guilford. Obviously, you just saw him stretch out down here. If we didn't have a curtain here, he probably would have ran through it. But Jaquaden Guilford, Harrison Sheely, those are some of the best here.
And Malik Moore is kind of interesting because he went to Memorial Park, so he only played travel football, right, before his time at Northside.
Right. So Memorial Park is just now trying to put together a football team, but they hadn't had one the last few years. My kids went to Memorial, so what's unique about them is they do not have a football team. They have a football field, no football team. So a lot of those kids that play football, they have to play for travel teams. And one of the things about the travel teams is they don't have 8th grade. So Powell doesn't have 8th grade. I'm not sure if Metro does. So
no, Metro would stop in 7th grade.
Yeah, so a lot of these kids spend 1 year not playing if they go to Memorial. Wow. They have to spend their 8th grade year completely not playing football. So it's a little bit of a jump between 7th grade and then freshman football, but a lot of them have to take it. So it's even more impressive when they come in as early as Malik does and contributes.
Yeah, Memorial Park, which is the home to Metro football here in Fort Wayne. And one of the great things that Metro did 2 years ago is they have a summer season, so they don't play in the fall. So it allows their athletes to play for their middle schools, whether it's a Black Hawk or a Lane or Miami or Shawnee, whoever. They can play for Metro from, I think it is June through August, and then go play for their middle school.
Yeah, so Metro changed their season. So
Right.
It's a little bit different now. I actually like it because it gives a lot of football for that kid to get prepared for high school. So I think it's a good change. And then it doesn't compete with some of the other ones like the CYOs and the PALs and things like that.
No, it's outstanding. And Willie Burton doing a great job with Metro. A lot of the old school guys have been just so great. As we're going to tend to player down on the field. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more from the Traction AP Midwest Showcase.
Has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up.
It's like, what's the point of that?
Welcome back, everybody. As we're back to these one-on-one matchups. That's Avery Cook doing a great job getting away from the DB. Darion, the player that went down, he's okay?
Yeah, he's all right. He bumped his rib on the ground, so a little bit of a lost his breath there. So he's just going to walk around for a while. Probably be done. That was Evan Wilkins, so he's had enough today. He's got a nice few catches, so I think he can shut it down and make sure we keep him healthy. So we got PT guys here in case we need him. He says he's fine. That's a great catch by Harold Mack, but it's even really good defense by Logan Hatton. So good group here. Logan Hatton with very good defense. Very good defense. Harold Mack with just a little bit better offense.
Wow. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I don't think that the coverage could have been any better. And where is he going to school, the defensive back, Hatton?
So let me check. Logan is
Here you go. Here's must watch on the bottom of your screen. Here's Harrison.
East Noble.
Okay. Here's Sheely on the bottom of your screen. Look at that.
Yeah, reverse route there. Sold him on the in-breaking route, whipped it back outside. We got Kai Owens here.
Yeah, and you're talking about one of the premier football programs in the state of Illinois there at Carmel.
Yeah, and he's Carmel Catholic, I believe. So there's two.
Oh,
there's
not Mount Carmel?
Yeah, no, yeah. So there's Mount Carmel. That's like your Donovan McNabbs.
Yeah,
those guys. Braden Corbett with a dot. Braden Corbett with a dot. Got to catch it.
Okay, this is going to be the Culver Academy quarterback.
So a kid going to catch the ball there is Donald Gage. He's a young kid, really good receiver out of New Haven High School.
It's Devin Patterson.
Yeah, it was Devin Patterson and Connor O'Rourke. Connor O'Rourke's with Mattawan High School up in Michigan.
There's Leo's quarterback.
Yep. Grace in the square with a nice ball and a nice catch there.
Good ball. That was a really good ball. Boy, these guys make these tough catches just look routine. It's like they've been, watching the Randy Moss highlights, and I'm seeing one-handed grabs. I mean, these back shoulder throws, everything just looks so routine for these young wide receivers.
Yeah, so that was Xavier Bell, number 322, just caught that deep ball here. Really good kid. Good kid, Xavier Bell, nice receiver.
There's Sheely. On the deep route. Did a good job.
His effort to catch a football, man. I mean, his disregard for his physicality is crazy. Yeah. It was Avery Cook with a nice catch there from Braden Corbett. Hopefully we get to see a lot of that connection this year.
Yeah, going back to Sheely, it's like he's got a defensive player's mentality.
Oh, yeah, it's aggressive, it's physical, and if you can do that on offense, especially a guy at his size, you got something there.
He really did a good job of adjusting his body to the ball as well.
Oh, man, we had a shot there. Devin Patterson and Harold Mack beating Davion Surrey. So we got a little Lures to Wayne beating Lures. Jaquaden Guilford with a back shoulder catch there. That was a great defense by Victor Doty. So we got some Northrop on Wayne.
You said Jimmy Sullivan's been playing some 7-on-7 with you guys this year?
No, Jimmy's playing with OPS. But, yeah, we had a chance to play against them for the last couple weekends, and Jimmy always looks good, man. Jimmy's a good quarterback. He's gotten bigger, to believe it or not. He's actually gotten a lot more athletic. It looks like he's trying to put on the body to be able to go play Big Ten at Iowa. He's definitely looking the part.
Yeah, and I think that was – to be honest with you, talking to his dad, I think one of the things that the scouts were looking at was his arm strength as far as getting the ball downfield. So, yeah, packing on the strength and probably putting to ease some of the deficiencies that some people may have spoke about him as he's getting recruited.
Yeah, and you know how it is, man. Quarterbacks they're one of the more, scrutinized positions on the planet. They're looking at your arm strength. They're looking at whether you can run. Okay, Harrison Sheely.
No, that was Sheely.
Okay, can we end it now? I told you.
That was Jace White getting him the ball. I mean, the ball was thrown perfectly to where only Sheely could get it. I'm sorry, folks. That was a one-hander behind it. Holy moly. Harry Sheely.
He's the best out here. I mean, he's the best out here, man. He really is. He caught that ball with one hand, but what's not surprising to us about that is he's done that several times in 7-on-7 this year. One-handed catches contested like that. We've seen several.
Holy moly. And he's a freshman right now, right? Going to be a sophomore?
Freshman going to be a sophomore at Carroll. Again, spoiled with weapons at Carroll.
Yeah, that freshman class, Coach Dinan's going to be happy about.
Grayson Esquera with a dot there to Brody Rowe.
Yeah, he is. He's looking really, really good. To be honest with you, a lot of these QB matrix guys, I mean, all these Fort Wayne guys are looking solid at QB.
Yeah, looking really good. That was Brody Heck there from Homestead that just caught that ball deep. Nice tall kid. Could probably play receiver and tight end. But, yeah, I think obviously we have a good problem. Devin Patterson, Jace White, both throwing the ball well out here in the same class. And so we would love to be able to have them both start. It just doesn't work that way. So somebody's going to either share time next year, or one of them will take the lead and the other one will be right there in case we need them.
Well, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I know people say if you got two quarterbacks, then you don't have one. What are your thoughts on sharing time?
Well, we've seen it before. Who was it? Luke Goody, who's playing for Illinois basketball right now, looking really good, that played at Homestead with Jake Archibald. Was it those two that did the dual quarterback system? So,
yeah, they did.
If you talk to most quarterback guys, like I asked Antoine about this because I'm always just trying to get their advice, they don't care for that because you don't get a lot of consistency, continuity there. There's a continuity issue with the receivers, getting the ball from a different guy. There's a consistency issue with the quarterbacks being able to get good reps, and, but I have seen it work well, though. If you look at what Tebow was able to do at Florida, I mean, there was a certain package for him where he came in and they did certain things with him. It kind of gives you a little bit of a change of pace. So I know that's a typical term that you use for running backs, but if you have that kind of a problem where you have two guys that can play, I think you got to try to use them.
Yeah, no, you got to get your best 11 guys on the field, no doubt about it. And, in today's game where you always got guys transferring, kind of makes you wonder is, hey, would one of those guys be a good fit at Wayne? Can you imagine that with the explosive power they have at Wayne?
So that is, we talk about everything, right? And I've had conversations with all the kids, and, and unfortunately in today's age, you go where you can get in and get some playing time. I mean, that's just the way it is. And so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody decided to try something different. I wouldn't be mad at it. I mean, if you look at it from Devin or Jace's perspective, you may have to sit and be a backup for the next 2 years. And if you have the talent where you can play somewhere, then I think you try to figure out how to get that done. So I'm never opposed to kids going where I think it's crazy when you start bouncing around like multiple times. I don't think that's good for the kid, consistency, continuity-wise. But if we're looking at them playing on the next level and you're trying to get a kid college scholarships, they're not going to get it being a backup. It just doesn't really happen that way unless they're really, really, really good.
Yeah, and, bouncing around, obviously, you hate to see it, but it can work. Caden Hurst is a prime example of where that did work. And, a lot of people picked Caden Hurst as the Northeast Indiana Player of the Year last year. Darion, who would you select as your Northeast Indiana Player of the Year from a year ago?
I actually really liked Uriah. I thought Uriah Buchanan, for what Snyder was, he was able to do it for a long time, obviously going on a state run. And then I think he had his best game in that state game. I mean, I always remember watching it because it was the day before our game, and the last few minutes of that game, he really just stretched it out where it wasn't close. I mean, he did an excellent job. So I think Uriah Buchanan definitely was deserving of the Ewell Wilson Award winner, but you cannot have that conversation without talking about Caden Hurst. You can't have that conversation without talking about Caden Hurst.
Yeah, and Harold Mack was right on par with Caden Hurst as far as putting up those gaudy type numbers before his injury. I mean, I had likened Harold Mack to a Caden Hurst before the injuries happened.
Yeah, they're very similar. Caden's a little bit more stout than Harold is, so Caden can probably take a little bit more of that physicality.
And a year older, too.
Yeah, no, and a year older. And I fully expect Harold to be able to do some of the things that you saw Caden do last year for sure. Obviously, you watch him in here. If that kid's healthy, he's dangerous. He really is. And I think at Wayne, well, what they're going to be able to do if Jake Sharon is the guy playing quarterback is I can see him giving Harold Mack the ball quite a bit next year.
Oh, wow, yeah, you can do a lot with Jacob Sharon out there. From my standpoint, I had to give the Player of the Year to Lucas Rohrbacher from Snyder.
Definitely one. And you know how crazy it is to be able to get that as a defensive player?
Yeah.
When I watched them, he stood out. There's Davion Surrey with a break on the out route for a pick. This thing is the first interception I've seen today.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. No, I agree, and I keep going back to that SAC championship game at Lures 2 years ago. Dominic Moon was on that team, Division I linebacker that went to Purdue, and Rohrbacher just really shined as a sophomore.
He is, I mean, of course, you know the name. That name as Snyder is known. So I think when you saw that on the roster, you go, okay, yeah, that kid's a linebacker. But he's just physical. He gets down into the box. He stuffs the run. He's actually decent in coverage, too. If you had to pick a defensive player from last year, if I had to pick two, to be honest, I would pick Brandon Logan and Rohrbacher. I think both of those two were head and shoulders above everybody else that played that same position last year.
Oh, you're talking about top defensive players?
Yeah, for sure. Brandon Logan at safety, well, I don't know if there was anybody else that played that position like him. And then Rohrbacher, I don't think anybody played linebacker like him.
The only one that you could say for with Logan, because he does have that ball hawking ability, where Braden Staley is the only other safety that could come up and hit like Logan does.
Oh, yeah, no, come on, Braden Staley. But then, Staley does so much other than just defense, too. I mean, he's literally used for anything you can use him for, but he would be right there. I think the only thing that separated Brandon to me was his ability to return the football after he got the interception, so he really damaged some people with scoring. And that's tough. But, yeah, come on, Staley. Like we said earlier, anytime you say Staley, it brings a certain connotation with it.
Kind of a cool story, though. Lucas Rohrbacher, the all-time leading tackler at Snyder, and broke Brandon Logan's father's record.
Which is crazy
Isn't that
how
good
that
stuff?
works. Yeah. I mean, but that's lineage, right? I mean, you go through a program, and if that program's still viable by the time your kid is able to go through it, you send them through it the same way. And so we see that all the time. And we were just talking here about all these guys who have parents that are coaching them and how difficult that is. So, but they obviously trust the programs that they were in. They send their kids through.
Well, I got to tell you, you guys at Traction have to feel great that a kid like Jalen Vandenbosch comes back and, giving back to the kids and taking a serious role here with Traction. And also, that's good for Concordia, too, to kind of have ties with Traction AP through the coaching staff.
Here's Stratton Fuller. Bingo. Stratton Fuller from Jace White. Look like a good combination there.
Oh, yeah. Jace going to move out to Columbia City?
That's a bit of a drive. We live southwest Fort Wayne. That's like the other way, but, yeah, we love lures. We like rings. Rings are good.
Now, Stratton Fuller, just another one who gets off the line of scrimmage so quick.
Yeah, he's so fast, man. Super quick. I played with his dad. His dad was kind of the same way. Connor O'Rourke again. Bingo.
As far as the showcase is concerned, I feel like this is the first time in a couple of years where we've had two sessions. Sometimes you'd combine everybody together, but numbers seem really good this year.
Yeah, so we capped it, and we were able to sell out both sessions, which is why we really wanted to split it up and do two. It makes more sense this way. A lot of the bigger combines and showcases that you go to, they'll do them all together. But obviously, we're limited with space here. We've done it in the past because we've had lower numbers, but this year, since we had so much interest, we figured it made more sense to split it.
Yeah, and obviously having O-line, D-line in the first session allows for us to spend a little bit more time on them, which is so important, the guys in the trenches.
Yeah, they don't get enough credit, man. They really don't. And so everything's always about the flashy receiver or the quarterback that can spin it or the running back. Man, none of that happens without a good offensive and defensive line. And if you pay attention to any professional sports or in college sports at a high level, if you look at the way teams like Michigan were built last year, that was built in the trenches, offense and defensive line. And so that rings true, as it always has in football, that you build the trenches first and then you go from there.
So should Jim Harbaugh trade his quarterback and draft J.J. McCarthy?
If he's smart, he would.
Are you serious?
Listen, I think J.J. McCarthy is the dark horse of this draft.
Oh, wow.
He didn't have to throw the ball at all in some games, but I think he's very serviceable. I can imagine him being a type of Kirk Cousins type of quarterback, a guy that he's going to make his money, he's going to be on a roster. You can start him, he'll win games for you. Maybe he won't take you over the top like the potential of somebody like a Caleb Williams, but I think JJ can be pretty good.
Harrison Shealy.
I don't think he's had a rep yet where he didn't catch the ball. Seriously.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing for Harold Mack.
Yeah, I'd say out of those two, yeah, you're going to be on the same page. Jaquaden probably would have been on the same thing, but he dropped one. I think outside that drop, he would have been good.
So that was 291 at DB going up against Sheely. Had good coverage, good quicks.
Yeah, so Jannard Moore there playing DB. I like this kid here that's going at DB number 430. He isn't the biggest. He's not the fastest. He tries hard, though. I love effort guys. He's definitely an effort guy. Makai Muff goes to Wayne Newtek. He's a 2027, so he's very young. Keep that in mind.
Well, you're going to see some good one-on-one battles over there at Wayne with all the talent that they have at wide receiver and defensive back.
Yeah, I'd love to see a practice over there. They're probably very competitive for sure.
Boy, Quay, when you just combine the athleticism with the size, it's pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, there's not much you could do about it. And there's not a lot of DBs that can keep up with that. I mean, most DBs are typically a little shorter. They're not going to be – well, more and more nowadays you're starting to see DBs become a little bit bigger, especially in the NFL. They're drafting guys that are over 6 foot at DB.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you kind of have to be in that range nowadays with the size and speed of the receivers that you see. And I know a lot of programs, Toledo in particular, Ball State, I've talked to a lot of MAC schools, they actually don't have specific positions between safeties and corners. Everybody's a DB, and you need to be able to play both corner and safety and nickel. And a lot of the times they're keeping 5 of them on the field at one time, 5 DB types.
Yeah, no, 100%. In today's game, you almost have to have that extra DB out there. Nick Thompson, that's why he's just a perfect fit for Toledo.
Yeah, because it's the versatility. So if you look at what they're doing, they're trying to bring a lot of that in. There's a guy that they have that's going to go in a draft who's just like that. One thing they said specifically is they need their safeties to be able to tell everybody on the field what they're doing, so the defensive line and the linebackers, they all get their instruction from the safety. And so when you go into Toledo as a DB, and Nick's had some struggles with this. I've talked to him, and of course, was a freshman transition into college football, and then having that kind of responsibility is a little different than what he had at Lures. So now he's being asked to do it all. He's got to tell everybody where they're supposed to be, and he's got to play multiple positions. So it's a learning curve.
Boy, the route was there for Sheely on that last one. Just looks like the ball was underthrown.
Yeah, I think if that ball's not underthrown, he's catching that, and you can tell when it hit the wire up there that he's like, I missed a chance to get another one.
Oh, that's what happened. Hit the wire.
Yeah, it hit the wire up here, so he's just upset that he didn't get a chance to showcase his talent further. And so you saw Harold Mack catch one right after that on a similar ball. Let's go, Mason.
So the best DB in Fort Wayne last year that didn't play for Lures, let's just say that. Who was the best DB that you saw last year? I know you guys didn't play against Colabody from Snyder, but he's certainly been rising up the ranks as of late in the recruiting process. Who would you say is the best DB that you saw?
I would say, to be honest, I thought Wooten was really good last year. I thought that he was pretty solid at what he did. Of course, with Wayne and the type of team that they were, he was getting attacked a lot because a lot of times the teams were usually trying to score early on. And so I thought Wooten had a really good stat line. I think he covered the best receivers really well. I also really liked Carroll's got a group of DBs that are pretty decent too. There isn't one that stands out over all of them. Obviously, there's the Steely, but their corners were decent last year. How Guilford called that ball through that. I don't know how he's still good with that strong hands.
Yeah, caught it with his fingertips right there, and you love to see it. Here's the defensive back from Lures. Yeah?
Yeah, he's got to use his hands. Once he sees hands, you got to play hands.
Oh, boy, just ran right. That might be a little PI on that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Here's the Leo quarterback. Hello. Good job by that DB right there. Darion, do you know who that was that just had that rep up top?
I believe it was Xavier Bell.
Yeah.
Xavier's a good player, too.
Well, they got press coverage going on, and that wide receiver couldn't even get off the line.
So there's Davion Surrey. The second interception.
Oh, that's Surrey.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that was Surrey on Bell.
Man, look how thick he is, too. Where now he's going to be a junior this year, correct, Surrey?
He'll be a junior at Lures next year. He was one of the kids that was a return specialist for us. He had a big return in the state championship game.
Yes, he did.
Very skilled, can play both sides of the ball. He got a little bit bigger, but we asked him to because we knew he was going to have to play young. So I think he sacrificed a little bit of speed because of that. But I think as you can see him here playing DB, he increased his skill. And so we're going to use him a lot next year on the corner. Him and Mikael Woodson on both sides is dangerous. And then you put D. Hogue back there, Jalen White at safety. We got an embarrassment of riches, too, in the secondary.
Well, Surrey had stymied 2 wide receivers in back-to-back routes.
Yeah, you got Avery Cook just does what Avery Cook does. You know you got to catch that. He's got some talent, too, though. Here's Harrison Sheely. Oh, Victor Doty from Wayne. Looked like Harrison was trying to kind of lull him to sleep there. I'm not sure exactly what his route was.
Yeah, Doty was all over that one.
Doty's a competitor. If we could get him to kind of be quiet sometimes, it'd be great. He's one of those guys that definitely talks the entire time you're in competition. Some people do that. They need to hype themselves up. He's one of them. love him to death, but you're going to hear him.
Yeah, some of the biggest talkers in sports. You hear people talk about Larry Bird being a huge trash talker on the basketball court. There's Surrey.
So that's Kai Owens on Surrey. It's a good whip route there. Grayson was throwing the ball a little bit extended there on the whip route.
Where could you see Surrey ending up at? I mean, is he a guy mid-major, a high D1?
Yeah, I could definitely see. I would start with mid-major. D1 is going to be a little difficult just because of height. Again, like we were talking about, a lot of times they're usually erring more toward the taller 6-foot corners. But I can see him playing in a nickel type, like maybe move him inside, bring him off the edge, a little edge rush, that kind of thing sometimes. Like you do nickel blitz with them. But I definitely see mid-major. So mid-major, I think he can play in his natural position, which is corner, and he can do a really good job there. And you're never going to limit somebody by something physical because they can overcome that. But if you had to do a projection, I would say probably mid-major.
Well, either way, Lures most doubtedly will be fun to watch again next year as they were this year. Yep. That first game of the season. Is that at Lures or at Leo?
I believe it is at Lures.
Will be one to tune into.
Oh, look at Harrison. Sometimes it's just effortless. Sometimes it's just effortless. That should have been a flag.
Oh, that was a flag. Contact a little bit early on that one. I don't know. Somehow I just kind of feel like this has been the best showcase that we've had throughout the years. Not sure what it is, but look how many reps we're getting through right now. We've got a ton of great players out here. Did I hear Dre say that Milan was going to show up today?
Yeah, he did. I haven't seen. Look, Davion Surrey with pick number 3 right there. That was on Harold Mack. I was guarding Harold Mack.
Holy moly.
Man, I can't even get a sentence out before he's intercepting the ball. So that kid, again.
Three of the 4 interceptions make that 5 have been from Surrey.
All been from Surrey. So, again, you say D1 or mid-major, and he does stuff like that. It's undeniable. You got to try to give him a chance.
Well, yeah, especially where if there's one position group you need to be the most deep at, maybe DB?
Yeah, you definitely need to be deep at DB just because of injury and the skill that it takes to play DB. You have to have a guy that trains at DB. Backpedaling breaking is not a natural thing for most people, and so you can't just grab a guy from anywhere and make him a DB. You kind of have to train him there. So I've seen people take athletes and try to make something out of them, but they'll be a little bit raw. But you definitely need depth there.
Boy, we've seen this matchup so many times, Doty and Sheely.
Sheely said, I'm just going to go. Play in the hands.
Yeah, there was contact there, but I don't think that warranted a flag. That might have been the best rep by Doty. We had Adrian Wooten on the other side.
Yeah, so you got Wayne kind of showing off what they can do at DB too.
You know, I feel like Wayne has not been represented that well in the past at this showcase. Great to see a lot of them out here today.
That's actually really true. So, and we know that too. Like we'll pay attention to where we may not be getting kids from, and then we go and try to figure out if we can get kids from there, because there could be a number of reasons why they don't. And I think the last few years, the only reason why we haven't had kids from Wayne here is because they just didn't really think that there was a place for them. Because it's always been kind of heavy Carroll, heavy. Homestead and Lures and places like that. And sometimes if you don't feel like you can compete on that level, they don't show up. But then we went out there and we saw kids like Victor Doty, like Adrian Wooten. We're like, yeah, come on, you can do this.
Here it is right here on the bottom.
Look at that Guilford-Surrey matchup. That's good D. It's good D. He stayed home.
You can see the strength in Surrey, too.
He's a strong kid.
Nobody, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to outmuscle him on the field. Quay's as big as we got here at this camp, and Surrey held his own and then some.
Yeah, he's probably, if I would pick a DB today, Surrey obviously is standing out amongst the rest of them. And I think that the little bit of effort he put into making himself fortify himself to be able to play varsity football is really helping him, especially with a bigger receiver like Guilford. So, again, that was a freshman there, freshman from Wayne High School, number 430, that's Makai Muff. He's freshman. I actually talked to his dad. His dad was asking whether he should come out there. I said, of course he should. Even as a freshman, it'd be good for him to get the experience. And look at him. He sees his teammates Doty and Wooten out here going, and he goes, okay, I could do this too. He gets a stop to end the camp. That's a great job.
Yeah, 100%. The showcase is geared for the freshmen, sophomore, and juniors. Obviously, the seniors have already been recruited, all that. How often do you have an event for 8th graders and 7th graders, and how often do you include the younger guys in showcases like this?
We don't go into middle school yet because it just doesn't make sense for a lot of the people that are recruiting. They don't really care too much, honestly. I mean, some 8th graders, yeah. Cameras up there. Some 8th graders, but not so much. I think it's because obviously there's a lot of high school kids that need this exposure. If we do something like that, we've talked about doing a middle school showcase where we do all middle school. And so in that case, it'd be a little bit different. So I think you'll see some in the future, but right now we're really just focusing on high school.
And it looks like you got Brock Schott with you.
So, yes, we have Brock Schott here. I didn't want him to get out of here without us at least putting him on camera and letting him get a chance to tell everybody who he is. Not like we need to know who he is. I'm pretty sure most of the college coaches that are watching this know that. But for them, let them know who you are, what you do, where you go to school.
Brock Schott, go to Leo High School, play tight end, DN, 4-star recruit, so that's about it.
Dang, he had to drop the stars on us. Okay, 4-star recruit. But we were talking to some of your teammates. We were talking to Grayson the Square. We were talking to Landon Hepner. We were talking about how you guys are going to lose a little bit with Caden, but you return yourself. So talk a little bit about what Leo can do next year as far as football is concerned and how you guys can get to a state championship.
I think we just got to keep working. I mean, this summer is going to be really important for get the offense now, especially Grayson. I mean, he hasn't played varsity snap yet, so we got to get him ready to go, get our timing down and stuff like that. So I think once we get that set in, get the defense locked down, I think we can make a pretty deep run in the playoffs this year.
Playing both sides of the ball. I know you play very effective on both sides. What's your favorite? What do you like to do the most? I think people want to know.
I probably lean a little bit more towards offense, but I mean, defensive getting sacks is pretty fun. So I mean, both are pretty fun, but I'll probably lean a little more towards offense.
So you've been doing a lot on the circuit, obviously, outside of the season. You've been going a lot of places, getting seen by some coaches. And so talk a little bit about that process and what have you done to help you prepare for that?
I mean, it's a really exciting process. I mean, it's just great getting out to see all these different places, kind of see what they got to offer, see where I'll fit best. I mean, just kind of take it slow, kind of you really analyze where each place where I'm going to fit. The coaching staff, locker room, culture, stuff like that. So all that stuff's important. Got to just kind of analyze it, just decide what place is going to fit me best in there.
Yep. Jeff, you got any questions for Brock while we got him?
Yeah, obviously a lot of weapons need to be replaced. Number one, who do you think they can plug in at running back? And number two, does this mean that Landon Hepner and himself are going to take on a much larger role on offense?
I think Landon Hepner and I will both take a larger role offense, especially this year. There'll probably be more targets. I'm assuming Landon will try to get the ball with his speed and space a lot. And then running back, really, I think Rashad Bingham, I think he could be the starter. Nate Foster's another one who's been up there. I know they've been working hard this summer, so hopefully both of them can get some good reps and good running backs for us this year.
Excellent. I have one favor that I need to ask you. Can you somehow not play game 1 next year? Yeah. Is that okay? Okay, good, very good. You heard it here. He's not going to play against Lures next year. We won't have to worry about him. Yeah, right. He's lying. He's going to play. He's going to play.
Trust me, the rest of us can't wait to watch Brock back on the field along with his teammates. Rashard Bingham is somebody that we saw in more of a backup role as a DB and in the backfield. Man, they lose 2 good ones in Fuller and Darius Carter. So I feel like that's one position group that they really needed to fortify. And, boy, he just rattled those names off right away. So he knows the guys that can come in and fill that role. And I think you're going to see some real big things. We saw it from Brock last year as a wide receiver. Obviously, Caden Hurst got a majority of the touches. But I think Hepner is going to add a real spark to that offense and is a guy that's really going to show up on the stat sheet.
Yeah, they'll obviously be looking to replace a lot of the production that Caden Hurst had from last year, which is a lot of production.
A lot.
But I do think that Landon and Brock, with them having some increased roles next year with that offense, they're not going to have a problem. I think Grayson's going to come in and do really well for them. He'll be able to spread the ball around. And there's some kids that we haven't even named that can be a part of that team that can really help out as well. So I'm interested to see what they do. Hopefully they don't get it figured out too early next year. So we'll see in week 1. I'll get a nice up-close look at what Leo's going to do. I think they can make a state run, though. I honestly do. I really think they're built for that. The NE8's tough. But I think this year, more than last year, they have a chance to really take it over.
Yeah, and last year going up against that tough Northwood team, as you talked about Nitro earlier, and then Caden getting hurt in that game just kind of shut the door on what was a magical season, just couldn't quite get to semi-state, or get to state.
Yeah, and if you look at that, what potentially could have happened last year, you would have had representation from this Fort Wayne area in 2A, 2A, 3A, 4A, and 5A?
We had 1A too. Adams Central.
Yeah, Adams Central
was at state.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are excited. I heard Adams Central is going to be on Lure's schedule soon.
Yeah, I think so. Over the next few years, we want to see them. That's one that we've always wanted to have on our schedule because obviously with us being successful in 2A, they're very successful in 1A, and why not? You want to see what that looks like together on the field. So I have a feeling that's coming up as well.
Yeah, so they're bumping up to 2A. You guys are back up to 3A. And honestly, Lures has never won a 3A state championship. So it gives a team something new to kind of shoot for, to think, okay, we're a part of one of the most historic football programs in the state of Indiana's history. How many state championships was this last one? Is it 4?
It was 12.
12.
Yep, 12 of them, 12 total. And the farthest that we went, last time we went up to 3A, we actually went to semi-state and lost. So we were right there of going to state, but that's the motivation that we give these kids this year is, after you win so many state titles, sometimes the kids get a little spoiled. And so to motivate them, especially the ones that did that last year, it's, hey, let's go win one in 3A, and you'll be the first one in Lures history to raise a 3A banner, which is saying something. So that's they have a chance to make their own history next year. So.
Yep, no doubt about that one. Well, honestly, do we have any more guys that we wanted to talk to before we finish up here today?
Let me ask Dre. He may have something he wants. I think we got a good amount, but while we got him here, we might as well get him.
Yeah, we talked about Brody Heck, class of 2026 wide receiver out of Homestead. Trace Handshoe, a 2026 quarterback from Fremont. Nice to see a few Fremont football players in attendance today.
Yeah, I think we're solid. But if anything, I might get Dre or LB to say something for us. LB, we're
Dylan Krell was the number one. Another one wearing 418. We didn't really get a chance to run across, but Darion's got LB down on the turf.
we're almost dead.
There you go.
So it came back on. But no, I wanted to get LB. Obviously, we talked a lot about his effort and energy he puts into this, bringing everything that he's learning down in Florida, training kids for the combine up here, and giving his tutelage to kids here. So I wanted him to get a chance to talk about some of that stuff that he's experienced this year, especially at the combine over the last few years, and what he's been doing with X3 down in Florida.
First of all, this is a traction event, but this event was really good. We got to see a lot of kids showcase their speed and their agility from a testing standpoint. That's what I do for a living now, so coming down here and seeing some of these guys that have been working with traction getting faster is really good. We did everything laser today, so we saw some good times from the skill position, which is very rewarding and very round of applause for Jalen Vanderbosch and the kid that's training the guys here. So, because speed does matter at the next level. Just got back from the combine. We had 25 guys at the combine. Hopefully have 20 guys drafted this year. And every number from all the testing we did matters. So seeing these guys come out here and take it seriously and run it was very good. And yeah, I think, we're going to continue to get better as a whole.
It's Lawrence Burnett, who down in Florida training guys. He said he sent 25 of them to the combine. He said 20 expected to get drafted. This is Vic Doty.
Victor Doty here. So, Doty, we had a chance to watch you in competition, and you figured you were going to be the one to try to stop Harrison Sheely today. I love that. Talk about a little bit of dog you got in you.
It just, at DB, you got to have confidence in yourself. You can strap a dude 10 times. So let's he dunk on you. Oh, on your head, it's just like you got to have confidence. Just got to go out there and play ball.
Got to go out there and play ball. So tell them who you are, what school you go to, what position you play.
My name is Victor Doty. I go to Wayne High School, class of 2025. I play DB.
So we've been talking a lot about the kind of talent you guys are putting together over there at Wayne with you, with Wu out here playing the other side. You had Makai Muff out here who's a freshman who was trying to do what he got to do. You got Jake Sharon, you got Mac. Talk about a little bit the potential what Wayne has next year to get in that win column a little bit more and maybe make a run in state.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of factors and stuff like that. It's how our coach put it together. We just going to go out there and play as a team.
And you have a coach in Sherwood Haydock. I always mess his first name up. Who has gone to state before, Harding. So you guys have a footprint to be able to do that. Talk a little bit about what you're going to do to help that team next year. What kind of DB are you? I know you're a dog. What kind of DB are you? You lockdown, you man press guy, you a zone guy? What are you?
I could play it all. I'm not even going to lie to you. I could play it all. But if our coach want me to play safety, I'll play safety. Linebacker. I've been asked to play linebacker. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been asked to play linebacker. I just like to tackle for real. You got to have that dog mentality.
So let's talk a little bit about what you've been doing in the offseason to get yourself ready for that. So obviously between last year and this year, you look a lot better, on the field, off the field, everything that you're doing. So talk a little bit about that. What kind of work you putting in?
I go to attractions on Wednesdays and Saturdays. That's for the DB training and performance and stuff like that. I do track throughout the week. I'm a distance runner, and I do long jump. So just trying to keep my time occupied.
There you go. Jeff, you got any questions for Mr. Doty while we got him here?
Yeah, looking at Wayne, who does he feel will be at quarterback? I'm not sure. We've heard Jacob Sharon's going to be the quarterback. Who's going to be the general?
I can't even answer that question for you. I can't even answer that. I honestly.
We almost got him with a trap question right now.
I can't answer that question for. I honestly don't know. We got some transfer coming in. That's all I'm saying, though.
Oh shoot,
hey, might be good next year. We'll see.
Okay. Hey, well, that's Vic Doty right there. I don't know. That might be that's one of the top interviews right there. I love it because he's right. The cornerback is such a different position. You got to be willing to fail more than a baseball player fails at the plate. You could have the best game ever, but somebody catches a touchdown on you, and now you're in the doghouse. I feel like he's got a great mentality. Who doesn't love a cornerback that can hit?
So, no, he's absolutely right. And I know Vic, I told you he talked a lot. Didn't I tell you that?
He was great. He was great.
I told you he talked a lot, but I love the energy. So we couldn't close it out without talking to one of these guys. So obviously we got to see Davion Surrey really play well today. We were kind of trying to count. We're kind of tracking the interceptions. Looked like you had your nice share of picks today. So tell the world who you are, your name, what school you go to, what position you play.
I'm Davion Surrey. I go to Bishop Lures High School. I'm a sophomore, and I play receiver and DB.
Receiver and DB, and then we also have
Xavier Martin, DB from Bishop Lewis High School.
So we wanted to bring these two together because we have been talking about all day about how that secondary at Bishop Lures is going to be really good. Some say it might be the best secondary in the city. So you guys being young bulls on that team, what do you think you're going to do to contribute to that next year?
Well, I feel like we still got the same defense. We lost 2 DNs, really, but we still got the same defense, and we had like 4 or 5 sophomores, so I feel like we're going to be good, might be even better.
I mean, we all just, growing with experience, just coming out every day, balling out with each other. We just can't go, just go straight up from here. Coming off a state championship, think we can run it back again.
So speaking of that, it's going to be a little more difficult. We have to do that in 3A next year. It's not anything Lures has ever done before, so you guys get a chance to make history at Lures, which is not something that's easy to be done. So what are you guys going to do between now and then to get better so that we could be in a chance to an opportunity to win the state championship?
Build camaraderie as a team and just keep playing, keep doing what we did last year and just play as a team.
I mean, we can't do nothing but just, build off of the last season. Coming off a good year. We went 14, 13-2. We can bounce off of that. SAC title too. Not much to say, but go Knights.
Go Knights. Let's do it again. All right, fellas. Thank you for being here. Thanks for balling out. Jeff, we did it again. Look, this guy wants to talk again. What do you got?
I was gonna say Dejon Green and Will and Nate.
Okay, so we're talking about Carroll.
Oh, that's right.
But Dejon Green will be helping Nate mainly.
There you go. There you go. He had to make sure he got that in before he left. So he wanted to make sure he represented his teammates well.
Yeah, Dejon was the starting running back towards the end of the season there, Darion, when Nate went down, and he did a great job. So once again, a lot of depth over there at Carroll. I think what I've learned in this broadcast is we're approaching 6 hours, so congratulations to you, Darion, for holding the mic. And
you know how tough these days are. It's all day. We have to talk the whole time. I won't have a voice tomorrow, but it's fine. We love it.
I think, number one, Lures is going to be right up there with the best teams in the SAC. Again, I feel like for maybe the last 5 years, Lures has always been up there, not with the best in 2A, but the best in the Summit Athletic Conference, which arguably is a 4A, 5A conference when you look at the whole of the teams. Carroll, once again, just going to be regrouping. They were young. Harry Sheely is worth the price of admission. So everybody's going to want to go out and make sure they can catch a Carroll game live, hopefully when they come to or when your team goes to visit them. So, hey, it's going to be another fun year in the SAC. You never count out Snyder, as you always said. It's going to be interesting to see what Homestead brings to the table. I did one of their games last year, and they have a ton of stud sophomores. You know Michael White because he's been at these showcases. He'll be a junior next year, so they're going to be solid as well. They do graduate one of the better running backs I feel like we've seen in the conference for a while in Brett Fox, who's just the ultimate weapon. He's going to be at Trine too, so another good pickup by Coach Abs, but going to be a fun one. Lures is absolutely loaded in the defensive backfield.
I think we'll be fine. Of course, every year is a new year. There's some teams out there, like we talked about Wayne. There's always Northside. Concordia, we talked about them getting better this year. So, and that small school division is going to be competitive. If you look at returning quarterbacks, so you got Braden Corbett who's coming back, and then Southside has the only returning quarterback in that small school division.
KJ.
So with KJ, and KJ's really good. And he was a freshman last year. He'll get better this year. I think they're putting some weapons around that. So don't sleep on Southside either. So that small school division, depending on how people play and, you know, if they can fill some holes, I think it's going to be really competitive. And on the large school side, Carroll's Carroll, Snyder's Snyder, and Homestead's Homestead. You're going to have to compete. We had a conversation with a lot of the Northrop players today, so they're going to be in that conversation as well. I think it's wide open. We're going to have a season to see, and I think it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and while you mentioned Southside, you talk about KJ Alexander, you got to mention Jovan Irby, who was one of the most exciting freshmen in the conference last year and was a starter on the basketball team this year and got it done. Jovan Irby, another name to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. Plays running back there. He's a stud running back, so you pair him with KJ.
And that's going to do it. Hey, we made it 6 hours here without the batteries dying. They finally did. So we're going to wrap it up. That was Darion White. Always does a fantastic job. Just talking with the guys. Everybody has huge respect for him. He talked about the picture that he had with his sons when they were younger at Lucas Oil. And then this past year, they recreated that picture. I mean, just an iconic photo. Such a special, special moment for Darion and his family and the Lures community. A special year for them. And outside of that, a big thank you to DeAndre Mohammed, who runs Traction AP, putting on this event and inviting us out to be a part of it with him. We got a lot of talent in the fort. We've seen a lot of really good wide receivers on display today. So that's going to do it, folks. From Empowered Sports Club, this was the 2024 Traction AP Midwest Exposure Showcase. My name's Jeff Mahoney. That was Darion White. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Anderson Heating and Air, locally owned and operated with over 50 years of experience. Call us today and get a free quote on a brand new furnace and AC, financed and available. Don't wait. Call us today and sign up for a maintenance agreement and stay cool. Our maintenance agreements will ensure that you're first in line if you have an emergency, and we'll send one of our service techs out for cleanings twice a year. Call us at 557-0958 or request an appointment on our website. Call Anderson Heating and Air, where your emergency is our emergency.
White Shoes Kelly Chevrolet. We offer a wide selection of new and used inventory with a team that guides you to your perfect fit. Our certified pre-owned options ensure peace of mind with warranties and rigorous inspections. Competitive pricing, flexible financing, and convenient trade and services, making your dream Chevrolet a reality. Trust our experienced service team to keep your vehicle in top shape, and enjoy free car washes as long as you own your vehicle.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, SummitCitySports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Yo, what's going on? It's Antoine Taylor with Matrix QB. I'm so excited to announce our new book, The Quarterback Toolshed, strictly designed to help you slow the game down so that you can speed up. Whether you're a parent, a coach, or a player, it's jam-packed with information. We're going to help you slow the game down by giving you a mental processor so that you can speed up. This resource has all the things you need, from reading the defense, passing mechanics, pre-snap filters, coverage ID, and much, much more. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to see you on the inside.
this side is a lot better.
Yeah.
It's just